The Dangerous Scarecrow by Carl Jacobi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cameron Blakely. The Dangerous Scarecrow by Carl Jacobi. Both Mr. Maudsley and Mr. Trask were resplendent that October evening. Mr. Maudsley stood deep in the cornfield, overall trousers ballooning in the wind, one hand nailed to a pie tin that caught the moonlight and reflected it like a mirror, while across the road the hat of Mr. Trask was bright with the strip of foil Jimmy had fastened to it that morning. From the rear seat of the car, Jimmy looked down upon the two figures as the road wound between the shocked fields. Next to him, his sister Stella said, "Mr. Trask looks fine tonight. I think he likes the silver ribbon you gave him." Jimmy nodded. "Mr. Maudsley looks good too. See the way his hand shines?" In the driver's seat, as he twisted the wheel to avoid a rut in the road, gray-haired Mr. Tapping coughed and glanced at his wife. "What are those kids whispering about?" The whispers died abruptly, and the car rattled over Goose Creek Bridge and began the long climb to the Tapping farm. They stopped at the roadside mailbox, but there was no mail. Then they were rolling up the cedar-lined lane, past the silo, past the barn, and into the farmyard. Stella went into the house with her mother, but Jimmy remained with his father to open the garage doors. He snapped the big padlock shut after the car was put away, made a vain attempt to catch Higgins the cat, and followed Mr. Tapping up the porch steps into the house. Upstairs in his room half an hour later, he undressed reluctantly and climbed into bed, wide awake. He lay there listening to the old house creak and groan in the night. From the distance came the mournful wail of a train whistle. Presently Jimmy got out of bed, crossed to the window, and stood looking out into the moonlight. Below him he could see his ball bat leaning against a tree, looking strangely white against the shadows. Beyond was the outline of a mounted horseman, the pump, and beyond that the gray circular walls of the silo pointed upward like a castle tower. Something caught Jimmy's eye, made him look to the east. He looked again, then moved to the table and rummaged through the drawer until he found the silver spyglass his father had given him last Christmas. He carried the glass back to the window, pushed the window open, and peered out. In the bright moonlight he could see Mr. Maudsley clearly, and a little farther on he could see Mr. Trask, two silent figures alone in the cornfields. The boy lowered the glass, wiped the lens on his sleeve, and carefully focused again. A puzzled frown furrowed his face. Save for the flapping of his trousers in the wind, Mr. Maudsley stood motionless, as of course he should, but Mr. Trask— A passing cloud slid over the moon, darkening the landscape. In the few seconds before it brought complete blackness, Jimmy thought he saw Mr. Trask kick up his heels, leap high in the air, and begin to dance a rigadoon over the shocked corn. At breakfast the next morning, Jimmy waited impatiently for his sister to come downstairs. He hoped she would get to the table before his father because with Papa present he couldn't talk, and he wanted to talk. When at last Stella took her chair, he stretched his foot under the table and kicked her slightly. "I've got a secret," he whispered. "Tell it to me," said Stella. "It's a big secret." "If you won't tell, I won't give you any of my flinch candy." Jimmy was silent a moment as he gave this thought. Then he leaned forward and whispered, "Mr. Trask moved last night." "He always moves," replied Stella, unimpressed. "I mean really moved, toward Mr. Maudsley." Stella choked on her porridge and the spoon all but slipped from her hand. She stared with wide open eyes. "He didn't." Their whispers broke off as Mr. Tapping strode across the kitchen and took his place at the head of the table. A heavy-set, unimaginative man who seldom entered into conversation with the children, he eyed them speculatively, but he said nothing and began to eat his eggs and thick strips of bacon. He ate slowly and methodically, keeping his eyes to the table. When he had finished his coffee, he settled back to light his pipe. He passed the match back and forth across the bowl with quiet deliberation. "Who's Mr. Maudsley and who's Mr. Trask?" His wife smiled. "Those are just the names the children have given the scarecrows." "What scarecrows?" "The one in our field and the one on Edmund's land." Mr. Tapping considered this while strong curls of strong tobacco smoke rose about him. "Why those names? Why not Brown and Smith?" "Because those are their names," explained Stella patiently. Mr. Tapping cogitated at the mysteries of the juvenile mind. Abruptly he remembered the section of pasture fence that needed repairing and got to his feet. But it was nearly noon before he got around to fence fixing, and then he had but one wire stapled when he heard a halloo and, turning, saw old Jason Southby hobbling across the field toward him. Jimmy, who was holding the wire for his father, let go the pliers and joined Stella, who was trying to capture a bumblebee in a fruit jar. "Howdy," said old Jason, reaching the fence. "Got a couple of helpers, I see." Mr. Tapping smiled and nodded his greeting. "I came over to ask if you're going to post your property for no hunting this year." "Don't think so," replied Mr. Tapping. "Aren't many grouse, and I don't expect there'll be many hunters." "No," agreed old Jason. "The birds are dying out. It ain't like the old days." Mr. Tapping nodded. "Remember when Maudsley was here? Things were different then." "Who did you say?" said Mr. Tapping. "Maudsley," repeated old Jason. "He owned your farm 30 years ago." Mr. Tapping shook his head. "Maudsley, eh?" Jimmy and Stella must have heard the name from one of the neighbors' children. "Yep," continued old Jason. "Maudsley had this place, and Trask rented the strip across the road. So?" "Quite a story about them two." Mr. Tapping said nothing. There'd be no hurrying old Jason, and no stopping him either. The man obviously had a tale to tell, and he was enjoying every moment of this prelude. He bit off a piece of plug tobacco, chewed a moment, and spat. "It was corn that started it," he said. "Maudsley was a great one to fool around with hybrids, and he worked out an early variety he called Maudsley No. 2. That ain't been planted any more, but in those days it was well thought of. Then Trask moves into the farm across the road. Trask was from down south, from around New Orleans way, and was fired up with all sorts of backwoods stuff. Pretty soon he began to fight with Maudsley about how good his hybrid corn was. Seems Trask believed the only way to grow good crops was by using voodoo spells. Got so them two couldn't come into sight of each other without starting an argument. One day Trask got so mad he let his cattle loose in Maudsley's cornfield. That settled it. Maudsley headed for Trask's place, armed with a double-barreled shotgun. But before he got there, Trask made himself invisible. "He did what?" demanded Mr. Tapping. "Well, anyway, that's the story Maudsley spread around. Funny thing is, folks believed him. He said Trask, being from New Orleans country, knew all sorts of voodoo spells. And he said that Trask, being afraid, had cast a spell over himself to make himself vanish. Of course some persons were suspicious, and the sheriff asked Maudsley some questions, but Maudsley proved his shotgun hadn't been fired, and no one had seen him commit any crime. Trask was never seen around these parts again. After that, Maudsley got to acting sort of queer, looking over his shoulder, talking to himself. Then one day he up and cleared out. And the next anything was heard of him, he had moved south to New Orleans, the very place Trask had come from. Maudsley's still down there. He wouldn't come back even long enough to complete the sale of his farm." Jason's voice died off as he reached the end of his story. "Did you hear what he said?" said Jim in a low voice. "Sure." Stella rose triumphant from capturing her bumblebee. "I knew it all the time." It rained the next night, and even with the spyglass Jimmy could see nothing in the cornfields. But he knew the two scarecrows were out there, and he could imagine them standing in the rain with beads of water dripping from their hats. The muddy water would be running in rivulets between the rows of shocked corn, and when the lightning flashed the shocks would gleam dully like so many stacked guns at an army encampment. Next day, after lunch, Jimmy drew his sister aside. "If you don't tell anybody, I'll show you the present I've got for Mr. Maudsley. Promise?" "I promise," said Stella. Jimmy led the way into the barn, and in the rear near one of the horse stalls swept aside a covering of hay. He picked up a long, rusty knife and displayed it with an air of pride. Stella was disappointed. "Just an old knife?" "It's a voodoo knife, that's what it is. See the way the handle is carved?" Stella looked and saw a yellowed handle of what once might have been ivory, carved in the shape of a running goat with several quasi-human faces low down near the hilt. "What are you going to do with it?" she said. "I told you. Give it to Mr. Maudsley. It's his." "How do you know it's his?" "This is Mr. Maudsley's barn, isn't it? Besides, it was near his other stuff." Stella was not enthusiastic. "Papa won't like it. He got mad when you nailed that pie tin to Mr. Maudsley's hand. Papa won't know a thing about it. Come on." It was hot in the cornfield. The morning sun beat down fiercely, and the air smelled of damp earth. The ground between the rows of stubble was marked with tiny channels the running water had cut the night before. But the shocks were dry again, and in the slight breeze they whispered and rustled gently. The two children made a beeline for the center of the field until they came to the two cross roads that served as a framework for the scarecrow. The Scarecrow was fashioned of some old clothing which had once belonged to a fat man, overalls, a coat of what might have been a Sunday suit at one time, and an ancient felt hat. Castaways which the children had found in the barn. The cardboard face, marked in black crayon, a little blurred now from the rain, had been copied by Jimmy from an old photograph the boy had come upon among some old papers when he had cleaned out the attic. Jimmy had decided that even a crow wouldn't be fooled by a faceless scarecrow. Jimmy was about to climb the upright shaft when Stella stopped him. "Wait," she said. "Let's not give Mr. Maudsley the knife." "Why not? It's his." "Let's give it to Mr. Trask." The boy's jaw dropped as the enormity of the idea grew upon him. Then he uttered a squeal of delight. Laughing and giggling, the two children turned and ran down and vaulted the fence that enclosed the Isle of Shocks to the road and adjacent field. 5 minutes later, the second Scarecrow brandished a knife at the end of one of his handless sleeves. But as Jimmy came out on the road again, he looked across at Mr. Maudsley. In full view in the sunlight, it wasn't a cardboard face now. It was a round, full face, with great folds of fat, and it was twisted in an expression of stark fear. For 3 nights the skies over the Tapping farm were black, and a cold wind huffing down from the north kept the children indoors where they played endless games of Barcheesi. On the 4th night the moon broke through the clouds. Jimmy, squatting by the window, the spyglass to his eye, stared out at the 2 scarecrows. At intervals he thought he saw Mr. Trask descend from the mounting pole, leap up over the shocks, and begin his strange dance. But at the instant those capers began, the clouds always managed to blot out the light, and the boy never could be sure if it was a trick of his eye or the glass. And then Jimmy observed 2 things. With him and his gyrations, Mr. Trask carried the knife, and as he darted back and forth, he edged almost imperceptibly toward Mr. Maudsley. The boy watched a long time to confirm his fears. Then he turned and ran to his sister's room. "Mr. Trask is getting closer," he said. "You'd better come see." At the window Stella spent several moments focusing the glass. Slowly her body went rigid, and she uttered a hoarse exclamation. "He's going to kill Mr. Maudsley." The boy nodded, his eyes shining with terror. "We've got to try and stop him." She turned and ran down the stairs and through the lower floor rooms to the back door. Jimmy ran after her. Crossing the yard, they sped halfway down the lane, then pushed through the cedar windbreak and veered toward the cornfield. Pumpkins, golden in the moonlight, rose up on either side as they raced up the incline. Suddenly, Stella drew up short. "Look!" Mr. Trask had crossed the road and now was coming full tilt through the row of shocks. Jimmy, arms spread wide, threw himself forward to block the onrushing figure's path. He had a brief impression of a blurred shadow bowling toward him and passing through him, while he was struck out with his small fist ineffectually. Behind, there was a ripping of cloth and a hoarse scream. Stella came running to where Jimmy stood. Together, they saw 2 shadows locked in an incredible embrace, like a scythe raised aloft. Mr. Trask's knife swept downward in a wide arc and with a quick stroke cut off Mr. Maudsley's head. Mr. Maudsley's hat flew up, Mr. Maudsley's head rolled off, and a thin cry of triumph welled up and faded. And then there was nothing, except that Mr. Trask was back on one side of the fence, and Mr. Maudsley was on the other, minus his head, of course. "Gee," said Stella. "Golly," said Jimmy. He ran over to pick up Mr. Maudsley's hat. Jimmy tried to put Mr. Maudsley's head back, but somehow it wouldn't stick. "We'll fix it in the morning," said Jimmy. At the edge of the field, Jimmy paused and caught his sister's arm anxiously. "You won't tell, Stella?" "No, of course not." "Cross your heart?" "Cross my heart and hope to die." It was night of the next day, and the children sat playing Parcheesi. Mrs. Tapping was knitting. Mr. Tapping, settled back in the platform rocker, was reading the newspaper aloud, as was his custom. Outside, Mr. Trask was in one field, and Mr. Maudsley was in the other. His head was back in place, but only tied on. It was not the same. It looked very dead, even though Jimmy and Stella had done their best. "Any news?" asked Mrs. Tapping. "Same old stuff. New taxes, one of them foreign countries talking big and threatening war," said Mr. Tapping. "One thing here, though. They found a fellow with his head cut off right in the middle of a city street." "My land? Not here in Ackerstown?" Mr. Tapping laughed. "Lord, no. Happened way down in New Orleans." End of The Dangerous Scarecrow.
The Dead Smile by Frances Marin Crawford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen Carnahan. The Dead Smile by Frances Marin Crawford. Chapter 1. Sir Hugh Ockram smiled as he sat by the open window of his study in the late August afternoon, and just then a curiously yellow cloud obscured the low sun, and the clear summer light turned lurid, as if it had been suddenly poisoned and polluted by the foul vapors of a plague. Sir Hugh's face seemed at best to be made of fine parchment drawn skin-tight over a wooden mask, in which two eyes were sunk out of sight and peered from far within through crevices under the slanting, wrinkled lid, alive and watchful like two toads in their holes, side by side, and exactly alike. But as the light changed, then a little yellow glare flashed in each. Nurse MacDonald said once that when Sir Hugh smiled, he saw the faces of two women in hell, two dead women he had betrayed. Nurse MacDonald was 100 years old. And the smile widened, stretching the pale lips across the discolored teeth in an expression of profound self-satisfaction, blended with the most unforgiving hatred and contempt for the human doll. The hideous disease of which he was dying had touched his brain. His son stood beside him, tall, white, and delicate as an angel in a primitive picture. And though there was deep distress in his violet eyes as he looked at his father's face, he felt the shadow of that sickening smile stealing across his own lips, and parting them and drawing them against his will. And it was like a bad dream, for he tried not to smile, and smiled the more. Beside him, strangely like him in her wan, angelic beauty, with the same shadowy golden hair, the same sad violet eyes, the same luminously pale face, Evelyn Warburton rested one hand upon his arm, and as she looked into her uncle's eyes and could not turn her own away, she knew that the deathly smile was hovering on her own red lips, drawing them tightly across her little teeth, while two bright tears ran down her cheeks to her mouth and dropped from the upper to the lower lip while she smiled. And the smile was like the shadow of death and the seal of damnation upon her pure young face. "Of course," said Sir Hugh very slowly and still looking out at the trees. "If you have made up your mind to be married, I cannot hinder you, and I don't suppose you attach the smallest importance to my consent." "Father!" exclaimed Gabriel reproachfully. "No, I do not deceive myself," continued the old man, smiling terribly. "You will marry when I am dead, though there is a very good reason why you had better not. Why you had better not," he repeated very emphatically, and he slowly turned his toad eyes upon the lovers. "What reason?" asked Evelyn in a frightened voice. "Never mind the reason, my dear. You will marry just as if it did not exist." There was a long pause. "Two gone," he said, his voice lowering strangely, "and two more will be four. Altogether, forever and ever. Burning, burning, burning bright." At the last words his head sank slowly back, and the little glare of the toad eyes disappeared under the swollen lids, and the lurid cloud passed from the westering sun, so that the earth was green again, and the light pure. Sir Hugh had fallen asleep, as he often did in his last illness, even while speaking. Gabriel Ockram drew Evelyn away, and from the study they went out into the dim hall, softly closing the door behind them, and each audibly drew breath as though some sudden danger had been passed. They laid their hands each in the other's, and their strangely like eyes met in a long look, in which love and perfect understanding were darkened by the secret terror of an unknown thing. Their pale faces reflected each other's fears.
"It is his secret,"
said Evelyn at last.
"He will never tell us what it is."
"If he dies with it," answered Gabriel, "let it be on his own head."
"On his head,"
echoed the dim hall. It was a strange echo, and some were frightened by it, for they said that if it were a real echo, it should repeat everything and not give back a phrase here and there, now speaking, now silent. But Nurse MacDonald said that the great hall would never echo a prayer when an Ockram was to die, though it would give back curses 10 for 1.
"On his head,"
it repeated quite softly, and Evelyn started and looked round. "It is only the echo," said Gabriel, leading her away. They went out into the late afternoon light and sat upon a stone seat behind the chapel, which was built across the end of the east wing. It was very still. Not a breath stirred, and there was no sound near them. Only far off in the park a songbird was whistling the high prelude to the evening chorus.
"It is very lonely here,"
said Evelyn, taking Gabriel's hand nervously, and speaking as if she dreaded to disturb the silence.
"If it were dark, I should be afraid."
"Of what? Of me?" Gabriel's sad eyes turned to her.
"Oh, no. How could I be afraid of you? But of the old Ockrams. They say they are just under our feet here in the north vault, outside the chapel, all in their shrouds, with no coffins, as they used to bury them."
"As they always will. As they will bury my father and me. They say an Ockram will not lie in a coffin."
"But it cannot be true. These are fairy tales, ghost stories."
Evelyn nestled nearer to her companion, grasping his hand more tightly, and the sun began to go down. "Of course. But there is the story of old Sir Vernon, who was beheaded for treason under James II. The family brought his body back from the scaffold in an iron coffin with heavy locks, and they put it in the north vault. But ever afterwards, whenever the vault was opened to bury another of the family, they found the coffin wide open, and the body standing upright against the wall, and the head rolled away in a corner, smiling at it."
"As Uncle Hugh smiles?"
Evelyn shivered. "Yes, I suppose so," answered Gabriel thoughtfully. "Of course, I never saw it, and the vault has not been opened for 30 years. None of us have died since then."
"And if Uncle Hugh dies, shall you—"
Evelyn stopped, and her beautiful thin face was quite white. "Yes, I shall see him laid there too, with his secret, whatever it is." Gabriel sighed and pressed the little girl's hand.
"I do not like to think of it," she said unsteadily. "Oh, Gabriel, what can the secret be? He said we had better not marry. Not that he forbade it, but he said it so strangely, and he smiled. Ugh!"
Her small white teeth chattered with fear, and she looked over her shoulder while drawing still closer to Gabriel.
"And somehow I felt it in my own face."
"So did I," answered Gabriel in a low, nervous voice. "Nurse MacDonald—" He stopped abruptly.
"What? What did she say?"
"Oh, nothing. She has told me things. They would frighten you, dear. Come, it is growing chilly." He rose, but Evelyn held his hand in both of hers, still sitting and looking up into his face.
"But we shall be married just the same, Gabriel. Say that we shall."
"Of course, darling. Of course."
But while my father is so very ill, it is impossible."
"Oh, Gabriel, Gabriel dear, I wish we were married now," cried Evelyn in sudden distress. "I know that something will prevent it and keep us apart."
"Nothing shall."
"Nothing?"
"Nothing human," said Gabriel Ockram, as she drew him down to her, and their faces that were so strangely alike met and touched, and Gabriel knew that the kiss had a marvelous savor of evil. But on Evelyn's lips it was like the cool breath of a sweet and mortal fear, and neither of them understood, for they were innocent and young, yet she drew him to her by her lightest touch, as a sensitive plant shivers and waves its thin leaves and bends and closes softly upon what it wants. And he let himself be drawn to her willingly, as he would if her touch had been deadly and poisonous. For she strangely loved that half-voluptuous breath of fear, and he passionately desired the nameless evil something that lurked in her maiden lips.
"It is as if we loved in a strange dream," she said.
"I fear the waking," he murmured.
"We shall not wake, dear. When the dream is over, it will have already turned into death, so softly that we shall not know it. But until then—"
She paused, and her eyes sought his, and their faces slowly came nearer. It was as if they had thoughts in their red lips that foresaw and foreknew the deep kiss of each other.
"Until then,"
she said again, very low, and her mouth was nearer to his. "Dream till then," murmured his breath.
Chapter 2.
Nurse MacDonald was 100 years old. She used to sleep sitting all bent together in a great old leathern armchair with wings, her feet in a bag footstool lined with sheepskin, and many warm blankets wrapped about her, even in summer. Beside her, a little lamp always burned at night, by an old silver cup in which there was something to drink. Her face was very wrinkled, but the wrinkles were so small and fine and near together that they made shadows instead of lines. 2 thin locks of hair, that was turning from white to a smoky yellow again, were drawn over her temples from under her starched white cap. Every now and then she woke, and her eyelids were drawn up in tiny folds like little pink silk curtains, and her queer blue eyes looked straight before her, through doors and walls and worlds, to a far place beyond. Then she slept again, and her hands lay one upon the other on the edge of the blanket. The thumbs had grown longer than the fingers with age, and the joints shone in the low lamplight like polished crab apples. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the night, and the summer breeze was blowing the ivy branch against the panes of the window with a hushed caress. In the small room beyond, with the door ajar, the girl maid who took care of Nurse MacDonald was fast asleep. All was very quiet. The old woman breathed regularly, and her indrawn lips trembled each time as the breath went out, and her eyes were shut. But outside the closed window there was a face, and violet eyes were looking steadily at the ancient sleeper, for it was like the face of Evelyn Warburton. Though there were 80 feet from the sill of the window to the foot of the tower, yet the cheeks were thinner than Evelyn's, and as white as a gleam, and the eyes stared, and the lips were not red with life, they were dead, and painted with new blood. Slowly, Nurse MacDonald's wrinkled eyelids folded themselves back, and she looked straight at the face at the window, while one might count 10. "Is it time?" she asked in her little, old, far-away voice. While she looked, the face at the window changed, for the eyes opened wider and wider till the white glared all round the bright violet, and the bloody lips opened over gleaming teeth, and stretched and stretched again, and the shadowy golden hair rose and streamed against the window in the night breeze. And in answer to Nurse MacDonald's question came the sound that freezes the living flesh, that low moaning voice that rises suddenly like the scream of storm, from a moan to a wail, from a wail to a howl, from a howl to the fierce shriek of the tortured dead. He who has heard knows, and he can bear witness that the cry of the banshee is an evil cry to hear alone in the deep night. When it was over and the face was gone, Nurse MacDonald shook a little in her great chair, and still she looked at the black square of the window. But there was nothing more there, nothing but the night and the whispering ivy branch. She turned her head to the door that was ajar, and there stood the girl in her white gown, her teeth chattering with fright. "It is time, child," said Nurse MacDonald. "I must go to him, for it is the end." She rose slowly, leaning her withered hands upon the arms of the chair, and the girl brought her a woolen gown and a great mantle and her crutch stick and made her ready. But very often the girl looked at the window and was unjointed with fear, and often Nurse MacDonald shook her head and said words which the maid could not understand. "It was like the face of Miss Evelyn," said the girl at last, trembling. But the ancient woman looked up sharply and angrily, and her queer blue eyes glared. She held herself by the arm of the great chair with her left hand, and lifted up her crutch stick to strike the maid with all her might. But she did not. "You are a good girl," she said, "but you are a fool. Pray for wit, child. Pray for wit, or else find service in another house than Aughrim Hall. Bring the lamp, and help me under my left arm." The crutch stick clacked on the wooden floor, and the low heels of the woman's slippers clappered after her in slow triplets as Nurse MacDonald got towards the door, and down the stairs each step she took was a labor in itself. And by the clacking noise the waking servants knew that she was coming, very long before they saw her. No one was sleeping now, and there were lights and whisperings and pale faces in the corridors near Sir Hugh's bedroom, and now someone went in, and now someone came out. But everyone made way for Nurse MacDonald, who had nursed Sir Hugh's father more than 80 years ago. The light was soft and clear in the room. There stood Gabriel Aughrim by his father's bedside, and there knelt Evelyn Warburton, her hair lying like a golden shadow down her shoulders, and her hands clasped nervously together. And opposite Gabriel, a nurse was trying to make Sir Hugh drink. But he would not, and though his lips were parted, his teeth were set. He was very, very thin and yellow now, and his eyes caught the light sideways, and were as yellow coals. "Do not torment him," said Nurse MacDonald to the woman who held the cup. "Let me speak to him, for his hour is come." "Let her speak to him," said Gabriel in a dull voice. So the ancient woman leaned to the pillow and laid the feather weight of her withered hand, that was like a brown moth, upon Sir Hugh's yellow fingers, and she spoke to him earnestly, while only Gabriel and Evelyn were left in the room to hear. "Hugh Aughrim," she said, "this is the end of your life, and as I saw you born, and saw your father born before you, I am come to see you die. Hugh Aughrim, will you tell me the truth?" The dying man recognized the little far-away voice he had known all his life, and he very slowly turned his yellow face to Nurse MacDonald. But he said nothing. Then she spoke again. "Hugh Aughrim, you will never see the daylight again. Will you tell the truth?" His toad-like eyes were not yet dull. They fastened themselves on her face. "What do you want of me?" he asked, and each word struck hollow upon the last. "I have no secrets. I have lived a good life." Nurse MacDonald laughed, a tiny, cracked laugh that made her old head bob and tremble a little, as if her neck were on a steel spring. But Sir Hugh's eyes grew red, and his pale lips began to twist. "Let me die in peace," he said slowly. But Nurse MacDonald shook her head, and her brown moth-like hand left his and fluttered to his forehead. "By the mother that bore you and died of grief for the sins you did, tell me the truth." Sir Hugh's lips tightened on his discolored teeth. "Not on earth," he answered slowly. "By the wife who bore your son and died heartbroken. Tell me the truth." "Neither to you in life, nor to her in eternal death." His lips writhed, as if the words were coals between them, and a great drop of sweat rolled across the parchment of his forehead. Gabriel Ockram bit his hand as he watched his father die, but Nurse MacDonald spoke a third time. "By the woman whom you betrayed, and who waits for you this night, Hugh Ockram, tell me the truth." "It is too late. Let me die in peace." The writhing lips began to smile across the set yellow teeth, and the toad eyes glowed like evil jewels in his head. "There is time," said the ancient woman. "Tell me the name of Evelyn Warburton's father. Then I will let you die in peace." Evelyn started back, kneeling as she was, and stared at Nurse MacDonald, and then at her uncle. "The name of Evelyn's father?" he repeated slowly, while the awful smile spread upon his dying face. The light was growing strangely dim in the great room. As Evelyn looked, Nurse MacDonald's crooked shadow on the wall grew gigantic. Sir Hugh's breath came thick, rattling in his throat as death crept in like a snake and choked it back. Evelyn prayed aloud, high and clear. Then something rapped at the window, and she felt her hair rise upon her head in a cool breeze as she looked around in spite of herself. And when she saw her own white face looking in at the window, and her own eyes staring at her through the glass, wide and fearful, and her own hair streaming against the pane, and her own lips dashed with blood, she rose slowly from the floor and stood rigid for one moment, till she screamed once and fell straight back into Gabriel's arms. But the shriek that answered hers was the fear shriek of the tormented corpse, out of which the soul cannot pass for shame of deadly sin, though the devils fight in it with corruption, each for their due share. Sir Hugh Ockram sat upright in his deathbed and saw, and cried aloud, "Evelyn!" His harsh voice broke and rattled in his chest as he sank down, but still Nurse MacDonald tortured him, for there was a little life left in him still. "You have seen the mother as she waits for you, Hugh Ockram. Who was this girl Evelyn's father? What was his name?" For the last time the dreadful smile came upon the twisted lips, very slowly, very surely now, and the toad eyes glared red, and the parchment face glowed a little in the flickering light. For the last time words came. "They know it in hell." Then the glowing eyes went out quickly, the yellow face turned waxen pale, and a great shiver ran through the thin body as Hugh Ockram died. But in death he still smiled, for he knew his secret and kept it still on the other side, and he would take it with him to lie with him forever in the north vault of the chapel where the Ockrams lie uncoffined in their shrouds, all but one. Though he was dead, he smiled, for he had kept his treasure of evil truth to the end, and there was none left to tell the name he had spoken, but there was all the evil he had not undone left to bear fruit. As they watched, Nurse MacDonald and Gabriel, who held Evelyn still unconscious in his arms while he looked at the father, they felt the dead smile crawling along their own lips, the ancient crone and the youth with the angel's face. Then they shivered a little, and both looked at Evelyn as she lay with her head on his shoulder, And, though she was very beautiful, the same sickening smile was twisting her young mouth too, and it was like the foreshadowing of a great evil which they could not understand. But by and by they carried Evelyn out, and she opened her eyes, and the smile was gone. From far away in the great house the sound of weeping and crooning came up the stairs and echoed along the dismal corridors, for the women had begun to mourn the dead master after the Irish fashion, and the hall had echoes of its own all that night, like the far-off wail of the banshee among forest trees. When the time was come, they took Sir Hugh in his winding sheet on a trestle bear and bore him to the chapel, and through the iron door, and down the long descent to the north vault, with tapers, to lay him by his father. And 2 men went in first to prepare the place, and came back staggering like drunken men, and white, leaving their lights behind them. But Gabriel Ockram was not afraid, for he knew, and he went in alone and saw the body of Sir Vernon Ockram was leaning upright against the stone wall, and that its head lay on the ground near by, with the face turned up, and the dried leathern lips smiled horribly at the dried-up corpse, while the iron coffin, lined with black velvet, stood open on the floor. Then Gabriel took the thing in his hands, for it was very light, being quite dried by the air of the vault. And those who peeped in from the door saw him laid in the coffin again, and it rustled a little, like a bundle of reeds, and sounded hollow as it touched the sides and the bottom. He also placed the head upon the shoulders and shut down the lid, which fell to with a rusty spring that snapped. After that, they laid Sir Hugh beside his father, with the trestle bear on which they had brought him, and they went back to the chapel. But when they saw one another's faces, master and men, they were all smiling with the dead smile of the corpse they had left in the vault, so that they could not bear to look at one another until it had faded away.
Chapter 3. Gabriel Ockram became Sir Gabriel, inheriting the baronetcy with half-ruined fortune left by his father, and still Evelyn Warburton lived at Ockram Hall, in the south room, that had been hers ever since she could remember anything. She could not go away, for there were no relatives to whom she could have gone, and, besides, there seemed to be no reason why she should not stay. The world would never trouble itself to care what the Ockrams did on their Irish estates, and it was long since the Ockrams had asked anything of the world. So Sir Gabriel took his father's place at the dark old table in the dining-room, and Evelyn sat opposite to him until such time as their mourning should be over, and they might be married at last. And meanwhile their lives went on as before. Since Sir Hugh had been a hopeless invalid during the last year of his life, and they had seen him but once a day for a little while, spending most of their time together in a strangely perfect companionship. But though the late summer saddened into autumn, and autumn darkened into winter, and storm followed storm, and rain poured on rain through the short days and the long nights, yet Ockram Hall seemed less gloomy since Sir Hugh had been laid in the north vault beside his father. And at Christmastide Evelyn decked the great hall with holly and green boughs, and huge fires blazed on every hearth. Then the tenants were all bidden to a New Year's dinner, and they ate and drank well, while Sir Gabriel sat at the head of the table. Evelyn came in when the port wine was brought, and the most respected of the tenants made a speech to propose her health. It was long, he said, since there had been a Lady Ockram. Sir Gabriel shaded his eyes with his hand and looked down at the table, but a faint colour came into Evelyn's transparent cheeks. But, said the grey-haired farmer, it was longer still since there had been a Lady Ockram so fair as the next was to be, and he gave the health of Evelyn Warburton. Then the tenants all stood up and shouted for her, and Sir Gabriel stood up likewise beside Evelyn. And when the men gave the last and loudest cheer of all, there was a voice not theirs above them all, higher, fiercer, louder,
a scream not earthly, shrieking for the bride of Ockram Hall. And the holly and the green boughs over the great chimney-piece shook and slowly waved as if a cool breeze were blowing over them. But the men turned very pale, and many of them set down their glasses, but others let them fall upon the floor for fear. And looking into one another's faces, they were all smiling strangely, a dead smile, like dead Sir Hugh's. One cried out words in Irish, and the fear of death was suddenly upon them all, so that they fled in panic, falling over one another like wild beasts in the burning forest, when the thick smoke runs along before the flame. And the tables were overset, and drinking glasses and bottles were broken in heaps, and the dark red wine crawled like blood upon the polished floor. Sir Gabriel and Evelyn stood alone at the head of the table before the wreck of the feast, not daring to turn to see each other, for each knew that the other smiled. But his right arm held her, and his left hand clasped her right, as they stared before them, and but for the shadow of her hair, one might not have told their two faces apart. They listened long, but the cry came not again, and the dead smile faded from their lips, while each remembered that Sir Hugh Ockram lay in the north vault, smiling in his winding sheet in the dark, because he had died with his secret. So ended the tenants' New Year's dinner. But from that time on, Sir Gabriel grew more and more silent, and his face grew even paler and thinner than before. Often, without warning and without words, he would rise from his seat as if something moved him against his will, and he would go out into the rain or the sunshine to the north side of the chapel, and sit on the stone bench staring at the ground as if he could see through it, and through the vault below, and through the white winding sheet in the dark to the dead smile that would not die. Always when he went out in that way, Evelyn came out presently and sat beside him. Once, too, as in summer, their beautiful faces came suddenly near, and their lids drooped, and their red lips were almost joined together. But as their eyes met, they grew wide and wild, so that the white showed in a ring all round the deep violet, and their teeth chattered, and their hands were like hands of corpses, each in the other's, for the terror of what was under their feet, and of what they knew but could not see. Once also Evelyn found Sir Gabriel in the chapel alone, standing before the iron door that led down to the place of death, and in his hand there was the key to the door, but he had not put it into the lock. Evelyn drew him away, shivering, for she had also been driven in waking dreams to see that terrible thing again, and to find out whether it had changed since it had lain there. "I'm going mad," said Sir Gabriel, covering his eyes with his hands as he went with her. "I see it in my sleep. I see it when I am awake. It draws me to it, day and night, and unless I see it, I shall die."
"I know,"
answered Evelyn.
"I know. It is as if threads were spun from it, like a spider's drawing us down to it."
She was silent for a moment, and then she started violently and grasped his arm with a man's strength, and almost screamed the words she spoke.
"But we must not go there," she cried. "We must not go."
Sir Gabriel's eyes were half shut, and he was not moved by the agony of her face. "I shall die unless I see it again," he said, in a quiet voice not like his own. And all that day and that evening he scarcely spoke, thinking of it, always thinking, while Evelyn Warburton quivered from head to foot with a terror she had never known. She went alone on a grey winter's morning to Nurse MacDonald's room in the tower, and sat down beside the great leathern easy-chair, laying her thin white hand upon the withered fingers.
"Nurse," she said. "What was it that Uncle Hugh should have told you that night before he died? It must have been an awful secret, and yet, though you asked him, I feel somehow that you know it, and that you know why he used to smile so dreadfully." The old woman's head moved slowly from side to side. "I only guess. I shall never know," she answered slowly in her cracked little voice. "But what do you guess? Who am I? Why did you ask who my father was? You know I am Colonel Warburton's daughter, and my mother was Lady Ockram's sister, so that Gabriel and I are cousins. My father was killed in Afghanistan. What secret can there be?"
"I do not know. I can only guess."
"Guess what?" asked Evelyn imploringly, and pressing the soft withered hands as she leaned forward. But Nurse MacDonald's wrinkled lids dropped suddenly over her queer blue eyes, and her lips shook a little with her breath, as if she were asleep. Evelyn waited. By the fire, the Irish maid was knitting fast, and the needles clicked like 3 or 4 clocks ticking against each other, and the real clock on the wall solemnly ticked alone, checking off the seconds of the woman who was 100 years old and had not many days left. Outside, the ivory branch beat the window in the wintry blast, as it had beaten against the glass 100 years ago. Then, as Evelyn sat there, she felt again the waking of a horrible desire, the sickening wish to go down to the thing in the north vault, and to open the winding sheet and see whether it had changed. And she held Nurse MacDonald's hand as if to keep herself in place and fight against the appalling attraction of the evil dead. But the old cat that kept Nurse MacDonald's feet warm, laying always on the bag footstool, got up and stretched itself and looked up into Evelyn's eyes, while its back arched and its tail thickened and bristled, and its ugly pink lips drew back in a devilish grin, showing its sharp teeth. Evelyn stared at it, half fascinated by its ugliness. Then the creature suddenly put out one paw with all its claws spread and spat at the girl. All at once, the grinning cat was like the smiling corpse far down below, so that Evelyn shivered down to her small feet and covered her face with her free hand, lest Nurse MacDonald should wake and see the dead smile there, for she could feel it. The old woman had already opened her eyes again, and she touched her cat with the end of her crutch stick, whereupon its back went down, and its tail shrunk, and it sidled back to its place on the bag footstool. But its yellow eyes looked up sideways at Evelyn, between the slits of its lids. "What is it that you guessed, nurse?"
asked the young girl again. "A bad thing, a wicked thing, but I dare not tell you lest it might not be true, and the very thought should blast your life. For if I guess right, he meant that you should not know, and that you two should marry, and pay for his old sin with your souls."
"He used to tell us that we ought not marry."
"Yes, he told you that, perhaps, but it was as if a man put poisoned meat before a starving beast, and said, 'Do not eat,' but never raised his hand to take the meat away. And if he told you that you should not marry, it was because he hoped you would. For of all men, living or dead, Hugh Ockram was the falsest man that ever told a cowardly lie, and the cruelest that ever hurt a weak woman, and the worst that ever loved a sin."
"But Gabriel and I love each other," said Evelyn very sadly. Nurse MacDonald's old eyes looked far away at sights seen long ago, and that rose in the grey winter air amid the mists of an ancient youth.
"If you love, you can die together,"
she said very slowly.
"Why should you live if it is true? I am 100 years old. What has life given me? The beginning is fire. The end is a heap of ashes. And between the end and the beginning lies all the pain of the world. Let me sleep, since I cannot die." The old woman's eyes closed again, and her head sank a little lower upon her breast. So Evelyn went away and left her asleep, with the cat asleep on the bag footstool, and the young girl tried to forget Nurse Macdonald's words. But she could not, for she heard them over and over again in the wind, and behind her on the stairs, and as she grew sick with fear of the frightful unknown evil to which her soul was bound, she felt a bodily something pressing her and pushing her and forcing her on, and from the other side she felt the threads that drew her mysteriously, and when she shut her eyes she saw the chapel behind the altar, the low iron door through which she must pass to go to the thing. And as she lay awake at night, she drew the sheet over her face, lest she should see shadows on the walls beckoning to her, and the sound of her own warm breath made whisperings in her ears, while she held the mattress with her hands to keep from getting up and going to the chapel. It would have been easier if there had not been a way thither through the library by a door which was never locked. It would be fearfully easy to take her candle and go softly through the sleeping house, and the key of the vault lay under the altar behind a stone that turned. She knew the little secret. She could go alone and see, but when she thought of it, she felt her hair rise on her head, and first she shivered so that the bed shook, and then the horror went through her in a cold thrill that was agony again, like myriads of icy needles boring into her nerves. Chapter 4. The old clock in Nurse Macdonald's tower struck midnight. From her room she could hear the creaking chains and weights in their box in the corner of the staircase, and overhead the jarring of the rusty lever that lifted the hammer. She had heard it all her life. It struck 11 strokes clearly, and then came the 12th, with a dull half-stroke, as though the hammer were too weary to go on, and had fallen asleep against the bell. The old cat got up from the bag footstool and stretched itself, and Nurse Macdonald opened her ancient eyes and looked slowly round the room by the dim light of the night lamp. She touched the cat with her crutch stick, and it lay down upon her feet. She drank a few drops from her cup and went to sleep again. But downstairs Sir Gabriel sat straight up as the clock struck, for he had dreamed a fearful dream of horror, and his heart stood still till he awoke at its stopping, and it beat again furiously with his breath, like a wild thing set free. No Ockram had ever known fear waking, but sometimes it came to Sir Gabriel in his sleep. He pressed his hands to his temples as he sat up in bed, and his hands were icy cold, but his head was hot. The dream faded far, and in its place there came the master thought that racked his life. With the thought also came the sick twisting of his lips in the dark that would have been a smile. Far off, Evelyn Warburton dreamed that the dead smile was on her mouth, and awoke, starting with a little moan, her face in her hands, shivering. But Sir Gabriel struck a light and got up and began to walk up and down his great room. It was midnight, and he had barely slept an hour, and in the north of Ireland the winter nights are long. "I shall go mad," he said to himself, holding his forehead. He knew that it was true. For weeks and months the possession of the thing had grown upon him like a disease, till he could think of nothing without thinking first of that. And now all at once it outgrew his strength, and he knew that he must be its instrument or lose his mind, that he must do the deed he hated and feared, if he could fear anything, or that something would snap in his brain and divide him from life while he was yet alive. He took the candlestick in his hand, the old-fashioned heavy candlestick that had always been used by the head of the house. He did not think of dressing, but went as he was, in his silk night clothes and his slippers, and he opened the door. Everything was very still in the great old house. He shut the door behind him and walked noiselessly on the carpet through the long corridor. A cool breeze blew over his shoulder and blew the flame of his candle straight out from him. Instinctively he stopped and looked round, but all was still, and the upright flame burned steadily. He walked on, and instantly a strong draught was behind him, almost extinguishing the light. It seemed to blow him on his way, ceasing whenever he turned, coming again when he went on, invisible, icy. Down the great staircase to the echoing hall he went, seeing nothing but the flaring flame of the candle standing away from him over the guttering wax, while the cold wind blew over his shoulder and through his hair. On he passed through the open door into the library, dark with old books and carved bookcases. On through the door in the shelves, with painted shelves on it, and the imitated backs of books, so that one needed to know where to find it. And it shut itself after him with a soft click. He entered the low-arched passage, and though the door was shut behind him and fitted tightly in its frame, still the cold breeze blew the flame forward as he walked, and he was not afraid, but his face was very pale, and his eyes were wide and bright, looking before him, seeing already in the dark air the picture of the thing beyond. But in the chapel he stood still, his hand on the little turning stone tablet in the back of the stone altar. On the tablet were engraved the words, Clavis sepulcher clarissimorum dominorum deocrum, the key to the vault of the most illustrious lords of Ockram. Sir Gabriel paused and listened. He fancied that he heard a sound far off in the great house where all had been so still, but it did not come again. Yet he waited at the last and looked at the low iron door. Beyond it, down the long descent, lay his father, uncoffined, 6 months dead, corrupt, terrible in his clinging shroud. The strangely preserving air of the vault could not yet have done its work completely. But on the thing's ghastly features, with their half-dried open eyes, there would still be the frightful smile with which the man had died, the smile that haunted. As the thought crossed Sir Gabriel's mind, he felt his lips writhing, and he struck his own mouth in wrath with the back of his hand so fiercely that a drop of blood ran down his chin, and another, and more, falling back in the gloom upon the chapel pavement. But still his bruised lips twisted themselves. He turned the tablet by the simple secret. It needed no safer fastening, for had each Ockram been coffined in pure gold, and had the door been open wide, there was not a man in Tyrone brave enough to go down to that place, saving Gabriel Ockram himself, with his angel's face, and his thin white hands, and his sad, unflinching eyes. He took the great old key and set it into the lock of the iron door, and the heavy, rattling noise echoed down the descent beyond like footsteps, as if a watcher had stood behind the iron and were running away within, with heavy dead feet. And though he was standing still, the cool wind was from behind him, and blew the flame of the candle against the iron panel. He turned the key. Sir Gabriel saw that his candle was short. There were new ones on the altar with long candlesticks, and he lit one, and left his own burning on the floor. As he set it down on the pavement, his lips began to bleed again, and another drop fell upon the stones. He drew the iron door open and pushed it back against the chapel wall, so that it should not shut itself while he was within, and the horrible draught of the sepulchre came up out of the depths in his face, foul and dark. He went in, but though the fetid air met him, Yet the flame of the tall candle was blown straight from him against the wind while he walked down the easy incline with steady steps, his loose slippers slapping the pavement as he trod. He shaded the cradle with his hand, and his fingers seemed to be made of wax and blood as the light shone through them. And in spite of him, the unearthly draught forced the flame forward till it was blue over the black wick, and it seemed as if it must go out. But he went straight on, with shining eyes. The downward passage was wide, and he could not always see the walls by the struggling light. But he knew when he was in the place of death by the larger, drearier echo of his steps in the greater space, and by the sensation of a distant blank wall. He stood still, almost enclosing the flame of the candle in the hollow of his hand. He could see a little, for his eyes were growing used to the gloom. Shadowy forms were outlined in the dimness, where the bears of the Akram stood crowded together, side by side, each with its straight, shrouded corpse strangely preserved by the dry air like the empty shell the locust sheds in summer. And a few steps before him he saw clearly the dark shape of headless Sir Vernon's iron coffin, and he knew that nearest to it lay the thing he sought. He was as brave as any of those dead men had been, and they were his fathers, and he knew that sooner or later he should lie there himself, beside Sir Hugh, slowly drying to a parchment shell. But he was still alive, and he closed his eyes a moment, and 3 great drops stood on his forehead. Then he looked again, and by the whiteness of the winding sheet he knew his father's corpse, for all the others were brown with age, and moreover the flame of the candle was blown toward it. He made 4 steps till he reached it, and suddenly the light burned straight and high, shedding a dazzling yellow glare upon the fine linen that was all white, save over the face, and where the joined hands were laid on the breast. And at those places ugly stains had spread, darkening with outlines of the features and of the tight-clasped fingers. There was a frightful stench of drying death. As Sir Gabriel looked down, something stirred behind him, softly at first, then more noisily, and something fell to the stone floor with a dull thud and rolled up to his feet. He started back and saw a withered head laying almost face up on the pavement, grinning at him. He felt the cold sweat standing on his face, and his heart beat painfully. For the first time in all his life, that evil thing which men call fear was getting hold of him, checking his heartstrings as a cool driver checks a quivering horse, clawing at his backbone with icy hands, lifting his hair with freezing breath, climbing up and gathering in his midriff with leaden weight. Yet presently he bit his lip and bent down, holding the candle in one hand, to lift the shroud back from the head of the corpse with the other. Slowly he lifted it. Then it clove to the half-dried skin of the face, and his hand shook as if someone had struck him on the elbow. But half in fear, and half in anger at himself, he pulled it, so that it came away with a little ripping sound. He caught his breath as he held it, not yet throwing it back, and not yet looking. The horror was working in him, and he felt that old Vernon Ockram was standing up in his iron coffin, headless, yet watching him with the stump of his severed neck. While he held his breath, he felt the dead smile twisting his lips. In sudden wrath at his own misery, he tossed the death-stained linen backward and looked at last. He ground his teeth lest he should shriek aloud. There it was, the thing that haunted him, that haunted Evelyn Warburton, that was like a blight on all that came near him. The dead face was blotched with dark stains, and the thin grey hair was matted about the discolored forehead. The sunken lids were half open, and the candlelight gleamed on something foul where the toad eyes had lived. But yet the dead thing smiled, as it had smiled in life. The ghastly lips were parted and drawn wide and tight upon the wolfish teeth. Cursing still, and still defying hell to do its worst. Defying, cursing, and always and forever smiling alone in the dark. Sir Gabriel opened the winding sheet where the hands were, and the black and withered fingers were closed upon something stained and mottled. Shivering from head to foot, but fighting like a man in agony for his life, he tried to take the package from the dead man's hold. But as he pulled at it, the claw-like fingers seemed to close more tightly, and when he pulled harder, the shrunken hands and arms rose from the corpse with a horrible look of life following his motion. Then, as he wrenched the sealed packet loose at last, the hands fell back into their place, still folded. He set down the candle on the edge of the bier to break the seals from the stout paper, and kneeling on one knee to get a better light, he read what was within, written long ago in Sir Hugh's queer hand. He was no longer afraid. He read how Sir Hugh had written it all down, that it might perchance be a witness of evil and of his hatred, how he had loved Evelyn Warburton, his wife's sister, and how his wife had died of a broken heart with his curse upon her, and how Warburton and he had fought side by side in Afghanistan. And Warburton had fallen, but Ockram had brought his comrade's wife back a full year later, and little Evelyn, her child, had been born in Ockram Hall, and next, how he had wearied of the mother, and she had died like her sister with his curse on her, and then how Evelyn had been brought up as his niece, and how he had trusted that his son Gabriel and his daughter, innocent and unknowing, might love and marry, and the souls of the women he had betrayed might suffer another anguish before eternity was out. And, last of all, he hoped that some day, when nothing could be undone, the two might find his writing and live on, not daring to tell the truth for their children's sake and the world's word, man and wife. This he read kneeling beside the corpse in the north vault, by the light of the altar candle. And when he had read it all, he thanked God aloud that he had found the secret in time. But when he rose to his feet and looked down at the dead face, it was changed, and the smile was gone from it forever. And the jaw had fallen a little, and the tired, dead lips were relaxed. And then there was a breath behind him, and close to him, not cold, like that which had blown the flame of the candle as he came, but warm and human. He turned suddenly. There she stood, all in white, with her shadowy golden hair, for she had risen from her bed and had followed him noiselessly, and had found him reading, and had herself read over his shoulder. He started violently when he saw her, for his nerves were unstrung, and then he cried out her name in the still place of death. "Evelyn!"
"My brother,"
she answered softly and tenderly, putting out both hands to meet his. End of The Dead Smile. Recording by Colleen Carnahan.
The Deferred Appointment by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Deferred Appointment by Algernon Blackwood. The little photographic studio in the side street beyond Shepherd's Bush had done no business all day, for the light had been uninviting to even the vainest sitter, and the murky sky that foreboded snow had hung over London without a break since dawn. Pedestrians went hurrying and shivering along the pavements, disappearing into the gloom of countless ugly little houses the moment they passed beyond the glare of the big electric standards that lit the thundering motor buses in the main street. The first flakes of snow, indeed, were already falling slowly, as though they shrank from settling in the grime. The wind moaned and sang dismally, catching the ears and lifting the shabby coat-tails of Mr. Mortimer Jenkin, photographic artist, as he stood outside and put the shutters up with his own cold hands, in despair of further trade. It was 5 minutes to 6. With a lingering glance at the enlarged portrait of a fat man in Masonic regalia, who was the pride and glory of his window front, he fixed the last hook of the shutter and turned to go indoors. There was developing and framing to be done upstairs, not very remunerative work, but better at any rate than waiting in an empty studio for customers who did not come, wasting the heat of 2 oil stoves into the bargain. And it was then, in the act of closing the street door behind him, that he saw a man standing in the shadows of the narrow passage, staring fixedly into his face. Mr. Jenkin admits that he jumped. The man was so very close, yet he had not seen him come in. And in the eyes was such a curiously sad and appealing expression. He had already sent his assistant home, and there was no other occupant of the little 2-story house. The man must have slipped past him from the dark street while his back was turned. Who in the world could he be, and what could he want? Was he beggar, customer, or rogue? "Good evening," Mr. Jenkins said, washing his hands, but using only half the oily politeness of tone with which he favoured sitters. He was just going to add "sir," feeling it wiser to be on the safe side, when the stranger shifted his position so that the light fell directly upon his face, and Mr. Jenkin was aware he recognized him. Unless he was greatly mistaken, it was the second-hand bookseller in the main street. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Wilson," he stammered, making half a question of it, as though not quite convinced. "Pardon me, I did not quite catch your face. I was just shutting up." The other bowed his head in reply. "Won't you come in? Do, please." Mr. Jenkin led the way. He wondered what was the matter. The visitor was not among his customers. Indeed, he could hardly claim to know him, having only seen him occasionally when calling at the shop for slight purchases of paper and what not. The man, he now realized, looked fearfully ill and wasted, his face pale and haggard. It upset him rather, this sudden abrupt call. He felt sorry, pained. He felt uneasy. Into the studio they passed, the visitor going first as though he knew the way, Mr. Jenkin noticing through his flurry that he was in his Sunday best. Evidently he had come with a definite purpose. It was odd. Still without speaking, he moved straight across the room and posed himself in front of the dingy background of painted trees, facing the camera. The studio was brightly lit. He seated himself in the faded armchair, crossed his legs, drew up the little round table with the artificial roses upon it in a tall, thin vase, and struck an attitude. He meant to be photographed. His eyes, staring straight into the lens, draped as it was with the black velvet curtain, seemed, however, to take no account of the photographic artist. But Mr. Jenkin, standing still beside the door, felt a cold air playing over his face that was not merely the winter cold from the street. He felt his hair rise. A slight shiver ran down his back. In that pale, drawn face, and in those staring eyes across the room that gazed so fixedly into the draped camera, he read the signature of illness that no longer knows hope. It was death he saw. In a flash the impression came and went. Less than a second. The whole business, indeed, had not occupied 2 minutes. Mr. Jenkin pulled himself together with a strong effort, dismissed his foolish obsession, and came sharply to practical considerations. "Forgive me," he said, a trifle thickly, confusedly. "But I did not quite realise you desire to sit for your portrait, of course. I've had such a busy day and hardly looked for a customer so late." The clock, as he spoke, struck 6, but he did not notice the sound. Through his mind ran another reflection. A man shouldn't have his picture taken when he's ill and next door to dying. Lord, he'll want a lot of touching up and finishing too. He began discussing the size, price, and length, the usual rigmarole of his profession, and the other, sitting there, still vouchsafed no comment or reply. He simply made the impression of a man in a great hurry who wished to finish a disagreeable business without unnecessary talk. Many men, reflected the photographer, were the same. Being photographed was worse to them than going to the dentist. Mr. Jenkin filled the pauses with his professional running talk and patter, while the sitter, fixed and motionless, kept his first position and stared at the camera. The photographer rather prided himself upon his ability to make sitters look bright and pleasant, but this man was hopeless. It was only afterwards Mr. Jenkin recalled the singular fact that he never once touched him, that, in fact, something connected possibly with his frail appearance of deadly illness had prevented his going close to arrange the details of the hastily assumed pose. "It must be a flashlight, of course, Mr. Wilson," he said, fidgeting at length with the camera stand, shifting it slightly nearer, while the other moved his head gently, yet impatiently, in agreement. Mr. Jenkin longed to suggest his coming another time, when he looked better, to speak with sympathy of his illness, to say something, in fact, that might establish a personal relation. But his tongue in this respect seemed utterly tied. It was just this personal relation which seemed impossible of approach, absolutely and peremptorily impossible. There seemed a barrier between the two. He could only chatter the usual professional commonplaces. To tell the truth, Mr. Jenkin thinks he felt a little dazed the whole time, not quite his usual self, and meanwhile his uneasiness oddly increased. He hurried too. He wanted the matter done with and his visitor gone. At length everything was ready, only the flashlight waiting to be turned on, when, stooping, he covered his head with the velvet cloth and peered through the lens at no one. When he says "at no one," however, he qualifies it thus: "There was a quick flash of brilliant white light, and a face in the middle of it. My gracious heaven, but such a face! Him, yet not him, like a sudden rushing glory of a face. It shot off like lightning out of the camera's field of vision. It left me blinded, I assure you, half blinded, and that's a fact. It was dazzling." It seems Mr. Jenkin remained entangled a moment in the cloth, eyes closed, breath coming in gasps, for when he got clear and straightened up again, staring once more at his customer over the top of the camera, he stared for the second time at no one. And the cap that he held in his left hand he clapped feverishly over the uncovered lens. Mr. Jenkin staggered, looked hurriedly round the empty studio, then ran, knocking a chair over as he went, into the passage. The hall was deserted, the front door closed. His visitor had disappeared, almost as though he hadn't never been there at all. Thus he described it to himself in a terrified whisper. And again he felt the hair rise on his scalp. His skin crawled a little, and something put back the ice against his spine. After a moment he returned to the studio and somewhat feverishly examined it. There stood the chair against the dingy background of trees, and there, close beside it, was the round table with the flower vase. Less than a minute ago, Mr. Thomas Wilson, looking like death, had been sitting in that very chair. It wasn't all a sort of dreaming then, ran through his disordered and frightened mind. I did see something. He remembered vaguely stories he had read in the newspapers, stories of queer warnings that save people from disasters, apparitions, faces seen in a dream and so forth. Maybe, he thought with confusion, something's going to happen to me. Further than that he could not get for some little time. As he stood there, staring about him, almost expecting that Mr. Wilson might reappear as strangely as he had disappeared, he went over the whole scene again and again, reconstructing it in minutest detail. And only then, for the first time, did he plainly realize two things which somehow or other he had not thought strange before, but now thought very strange. For his visitor, he remembered, had not uttered a single word, nor had he, Mr. Jenkin, once touched his person. And thereupon, without more ado, he put on his hat and coat and went round to the little shop in the main street to buy some ink and stationery, which he did not in the least require. The shop seemed all as usual, though Mr. Wilson himself was not visible behind the littered desk. A tall gentleman was talking in low tones to the partner. Mr. Jenkin bowed as he went in, then stood examining a case of cheap stylographic pens, waiting for the others to finish. It was impossible to avoid overhearing. Besides, the little shop had distinguished customers sometimes, he had heard, and this evidently was one of them. He only understood part of the conversation, but he remembers all of it. Singular, yes. These last words of dying men, the tall man was saying. Very singular. You remember Newman's? More light, wasn't it? The bookseller nodded. Fine, he said. Fine, that. There was a pause. Mr. Jenkins stooped lower over the pens. This, too, was fine in its way, the gentleman added, straightening up to go. The old promise, you see, unfulfilled but not forgotten. Cropped up suddenly out of the delirium. Curious, very curious. A good conscientious man to the last. In all the 20 years I've known him, he never broke his word. A motor bus drowned a sentence, and then was heard in the bookseller's voice as he moved towards the door. You see, he was halfway down the stairs before they found him. Always repeating the same thing. I promised the wife. I promised the wife. And it was a job, I'm told, getting him back again. He struggled so. That's what finished him so quick, I suppose. 15 minutes later he was gone, and his last words were always the same. I promised the wife. The tall man was gone, and Mr. Jenkin forgot about his purchases. When did it happen? He heard himself asking in a voice he hardly recognized as his own, and the reply roared and thundered in his ears as he went down the street a minute later to his house. Close on 6 o'clock, a few minutes before the hour. Been ill for weeks, yes. Caught him out of bed with a high fever on his way to your place, Mr. Jenkin, calling at the top of his voice that he'd forgotten to see you about his picture being taken. Yes, very sad indeed. But Mr. Jenkin did not return to his studio. He left the light burning there all night. He went to the little room where he slept out, and next day gave the plate to be developed by his assistant. Defective plate, sir, was the report in due course. Shows nothing but a flash of light. Uncommonly brilliant. Make a print of it all the same, was the reply. 6 months later, when he examined the plate and print, Mr. Jenkin found that the singular streaks of light had disappeared from both. The uncommon brilliance had faded out completely, as though it had never been there. The end of The Deferred Appointment by Algernon Blackwood. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Doors of Death by Arthur B. Waltermeyer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cameron Blakely. The Doors of Death by Arthur B. Waltermeyer. A heavy stillness hung about the great halls and richly furnished rooms of Judson McMaster's residence, and even seemed to extend out over the velvet lawns, the shrub-lined walks and sun-blotched reaches under the lacy elms and somber maples. Biggs glided about the sick chamber like a spectre, apparently striving to keep busy, while he cast countless furtive, uneasy glances at the heavy figure under the white sheets. An odor of drugs and fever tainted the air, and a small walnut table near the flushed sleeper was laden with the familiar prescription bottle, tumbler, and a box of powders. On the wall behind the table, near the head of the bed, hung a small oil painting of Napoleon. The sleeper stirred restlessly, raised himself painfully and slowly, and attempted to seek fleeting comfort in a new position. At the first movement, Biggs was a shadow at the bedside, deftly manipulating the coverings and gently aiding the sick man with the tenderness born of long service and deep affection. As the massive gray head sank into the fluffed pillow, the tired eyes opened, lighted by a faint glint of thankfulness. Then they closed again, and the once powerful body relaxed. With a pitiful, wistful expression on his aged face, the faithful Biggs stood helplessly peering at the sick man until hot tears began to course down his furrowed cheeks, and he turned hastily away. "Biggs!" The voice, still strong and commanding, cut the semi-gloom like a knife. Biggs, who was about to tuck the heavy curtains still more securely over the windows, whirled as though he had touched a live wire, and a flash was across the great room and beside the bed. "Did you call, sir?" His voice quivered. "No." A faint twinkle lighted the sick man's eyes. "I just spoke." "Ah, now, sir," cried the overjoyed Biggs. "You are better, sir. Biggs, I want some air and sunshine." "But the doctor, sir—" "Drat the doctor. If I'm going to pass out, I want to see where I'm going." "Oh, but, sir," expostulated the old servant, as he parted the curtains and partially opened a casement window, "I wish you wouldn't say that, sir. I believe in facing a situation squarely, Biggs. My father and grandfather died from this family malady, and I am headed over the same route." "Please, sir," entreated Biggs. "Biggs, I want to ask you a question." "Yes, sir?" "Are you a Christian?" "I try to be, sir." "Do you believe in death?" Biggs was thoroughly startled and confused. "Why, we all have to die sometime, sir," he answered haltingly, not knowing what else to say. "But do we actually die?" insisted the sufferer. "Well, I hope not yet," ventured the old servant. "The doctor said—" "Forget the doctor," interposed McMasters. "Biggs, you have been in our service since I was a lad, haven't you?" Tears welled into the servant's eyes, and his voice faltered. 56 years, come next November," he answered. "Well, let me tell you something that even in those 56 years you never learned, Biggs. My grandfather was buried alive." "Oh, sir, impossible!" cried Biggs in horror. "Absolutely," asserted the banker. "Why, how do you know, sir?" in a hoarse whisper. "My father built a family mausoleum in the far corner of this estate, didn't he?" "Yes, sir. He hated burial in the earth, sir, after reading a poem of Edgar Allan Poe's, sir." "What poem was that, Biggs?" "I don't recall the name of it, but I remember the line," faltered Biggs. "What was it?" "Oh, sir," cried the old man, "let's talk about something cheerful." "Not until we're through with this discussion, Hiram." The sound of his given name restored Biggs somewhat, for the banker resorted it to only on occasions when he shared his deepest confidences with his old houseman. "Well, the line goes, 'Soft may the worms about him creep, sir.'" A slight shudder seemed to run through McMaster's body, and after a tomb-like silence, "Good reason for building the mausoleum." "Yes, sir, I think so, sir." "Well," with an apparent effort, "when they exhumed my grandfather's remains to place them in the new vault, the casket was open, and—" "Oh, sir," cried Biggs, throwing out a trembling, expostulating hand, but the banker went on relentlessly. "The body was turned over, on its side. with the left knee drawn up part way. That's the way he's always slept. In life? Big's voice was a hollow whisper. And that's the reason my father, after building himself a mausoleum, insisted that his body be cremated, said McMasters. He took no chances. Big's horrified eyes traveled dully to the massive urn over the great fireplace and rested there, fascinated. Hiram, where is heaven? Big's eyes flitted back to rest in surprise upon the questioner. Why, up there, sir, pointing toward the ceiling. Do you believe that the earth rotates on its axis? That's what I was taught in school, sir. If that hypothesis is true, we are rolling through space at the rate of about 16 miles a minute, figured the banker. Now you say heaven is up there. Yes, sir. Biggs, what time is it? The servant glanced at the great clock in the corner. It's 12 o'clock, sir, and time for your medicine, in a voice full of relief. Never mind the drugs, commanded McMasters, until we finish our problem in higher mathematics. Now, if I ask you where heaven is at midnight, which will be 12 hours from now, where will you point triumphantly? Why, up there, replied the bewildered servant, again indicating the ceiling. Then, cried McMasters, you will be pointing directly opposite from the place you indicated a moment ago, for by midnight the earth will have turned approximately upside down. Do you get my point? Yes, sir, replied poor Biggs, thoroughly befuddled. Then where will heaven be at 6 o'clock this evening? Fairly shouted the sick man. Out there, replied the servant hopelessly, pointing toward the window. And where will heaven be at 6 o'clock in the morning? Over there, and Biggs pointed a trembling finger at the fireplace. Then, oh, sir, let's not. The doctor. Hang the doctor, interrupted McMasters testily. I've been thinking this thing over, and I've got to talk about it to someone. Don't you believe in a hereafter? Queried Biggs, a horrible note of fear in his pitiful voice. For a moment the banker was silent. The massive clock ticked solemnly on. A coal toppled with a sputter and a flare in the fireplace. Yes, Hiram, in a thoughtful voice. I suppose I do. I'm glad to hear you say that, cried Biggs in a very evident relief. Ah, if you could but tell me, continued the banker, from whence we come and whither we go. If I knew, sir, I'd be equal with the Creator, answered Biggs with reverence. That's well said, Hiram, but it doesn't satisfy me. I've made my place in the world by getting to the root of things. If I could only get a peek behind the curtain before I go. Backstage, you know. Mayhap I would not be afraid to die, and his voice fell almost to a whisper. The great director does not permit the audience behind the footlights unless he calls them, answered Biggs whimsically, the ghost of a smile lighting up his trembled features. Another thing, Biggs. Do you believe those stories about Jonah and Lazarus and the fellow they let down through a hole in the roof to be healed? I do, sir, with conviction. Do you understand how it was done? Testily. Of course not, sir, being only a human. Then tell me, Hiram, when you cannot see through it, how can you swallow all this theology? My faith, sir, answered Biggs, simply raising his eyes with reverence. At this quizzical smile came over the sick man's face. In looking up, Hiram, don't forget, since it is 12:30, that we have swung around 480 miles from the spot you originally designated as the location of the pearly gates. Oh, sir, I beg of you, remonstrated the servant. I cannot bear to have you jest on such a why, master. He broke off with a little cry, rushing to his bedside. The quizzical smile on the baker's face had suddenly faded. His head had fallen feebly back upon the pillow. Oh, why did he waste his strength so? Cried Biggs, piteously, as with trembling hands and tear-blurred eyes he searched the little table for the smelling salts. After a few breaths, the patient sighed and opened his eyes wearily. My medicine, Hiram, and then I must rest. At midnight, Biggs, dozing in a big chair by the fire, was aroused by a voice from the sick bed. Hiram. Yes, sir, scurrying to turn on a subdued light. Where is heaven now? Noting the wan flicker of a smile, the old servant pointed solemnly downward. You are a bright pupil, came in a scarcely audible voice. Thank you, sir. Do you know, Biggs, I wish I had led a better life. You have been a good master, sir. You have been kind. You have given liberally to charity. Biggs defended him. Yes, cynically, I have given liberally to charity, but it has been no sacrifice. You have been a pillar in the church, ventured Biggs. Yes, bitterly, a stone pillar. I have paid handsomely for my pew, and slept peacefully through the sermons. I have bought baskets of food for the poor at Thanksgiving and Christmas time, only to let others reap the happiness of giving them away. I could have had so much joy out of Christmas if I would. I could have been a jolly, rosy-cheeked Santa Claus and gone to 100 homes, my arms loaded with gifts. True, sir, but you made the joy possible for others, when I should have known the thrill of it myself. I have not really lived, Hiram. To draw the sweets truly out of life, one must humble himself and serve his fellow men. Yes, the scales have fallen from my eyes, Hiram, but it is too late. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. It doesn't seem right, sir, said Biggs after a pause. What's that, Hiram? Why, sir, that you should be stricken down in the prime of life just at a time when you could mean so much to others, while I, old and useless, am permitted to live on. But I am not finding fault with Providence, sir, hastened to say. I just can't find the meaning of the riddle, sir. Probably I've had my chances and fumbled it, Biggs. Even so, sir, God is not vindictive according to my ideas. There is surely some other solution. I'm still going to pray that he will take me in your stead, even if a miracle must be performed. So you have faith in your prayers, do you, Biggs? Yes, sir, if they are unselfish prayers. That brand is rather scarce, I take it, answered McMasters, but his tone was reflective rather than sarcastic. Oh, sir, I wish you would pray as I do. God would surely understand. Rather a queer request, Hiram. If my life depends upon your death, no prayer shall ever pass my lips. But, sir, I am old. However, interrupted McMasters, I shall pray that if my life is spared in any other fashion, I will make full amends for my years of indifference and neglect. And, Hiram, no one knows how much I truly seek this divine dispensation. But I have always scolded at a deathbed confessions, and so my heart grows cold. For I have no right to ask, now, again wearily, no, right, now. Ah, master, God is plenteous in mercy. If you have but have the faith, sir, it shall make you whole. Very good. But I lived as you have lived, Biggs. Then after a pause, still, the cause is worthy. My heart is right, and I shall approach the throne. May God be merciful unto me, a sinner. I hope it is not too late yet, faltered Biggs. Oh, if God would only call me in your stead, that you might still do the good work that you find in your heart to do, how gladly would I go. A deep sigh was his only answer. A long silence was finally broken by the sick man, but when he spoke, his voice was so strange and uncanny that the servant hastened close and peered anxiously into the fever-flushed face of the sufferer. Hiram, I must tell you. A secret, came in a laborious, almost sepulchral whisper. Biggs came closer. Bring a chair and sit down. I must talk to you. As the old servant again leaned forward, the sufferer hesitated. Then with an obvious effort he began. Hiram, I am going to give you some instructions which you must obey to the letter. Will you promise to keep them? I swear it, sir, with great earnestness. Good! Now, if this fever seals my lips and the doctor pronounces me dead, please, sir, Biggs broke in, tears streaming down his furrowed cheeks. But his master continued in the same subdued voice, whatever happens, I am not to be embalmed. Do you hear me? Not embalmed, but just laid away as I am now. Yes, sir, in a choked voice, which fully betrayed the breaking heart behind it. And now, Hiram, the rest of the secret. He paused and beckoned Biggs to lean closer. In my vault, in the mausoleum, I have had an electric button installed. That button connects with the silver bell. Lift up that small picture of Napoleon, there upon the wall. His hands trembling as with palsy, Biggs reached out and lifted aside the picture hanging near the head of the bed, and there revealed the silver bell, fitted into a small aperture in the wall. Then, with a sob, he fell back into his chair. Hiram, in a whisper, after they bury me, you are to sleep in this bed. With the cry, the old man threw out a horrified, expostulating hand. Catching it feverishly, the banker half raised himself in bed. Don't you understand? He cried fiercely. I may not be dead after all. Remember grandfather? And Biggs, if that bell rings, get help. Quick. Suddenly, releasing his hold, McMasters fell back limply among the pillows. All through the long night the faithful Biggs maintained a sleepless vigil, but the banker lay as immovable as a stone. When the rosy-cheeked dawn came peeping audaciously through the casements, Biggs drew the heavy curtains tightly shut once more. Not until the doctor's motor whirled away did the patient rouse from his lethargy. Apparently strengthened by his deep stupor, he spoke, and Biggs stood instantly beside him. What did the doctor say? Biggs hesitated. Out with it. I'm no chicken-hearted weakling. Nothing much, admitted Biggs sadly. He only shook his head very gravely. He doesn't understand this family malady any more than the old quack who allowed my grandfather to be buried alive, said McMasters almost fiercely. Biggs shuddered and put a trembling hand to his eyes. What ails me, Biggs? Almost plaintively. No one knows. This fever has baffled the scientists for years. When you fall into a comatose condition, they call it suspended animation. That's the best thing they do. Find names for diseases. My family doctor doesn't have any more of an idea about this malady than you or I. The average physician is just a guesser. He guesses you have a fever and prescribes a remedy, hoping that it will hit the spot. If it doesn't, he looks wise, wags his head, and tries something else on you. Maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. The only thing my guesser is absolutely sure of is that if I live or if I die, he will collect a princely fee for his services. Biggs remained statuesque during the pause. Gad, McMasters broke out again testily, if I fiddled around in my business like that, I'd be a pauper in a month. But the doctor says you're coming on, ventured Biggs. Sure he does, answered the banker with a sneer. That's a stock in trade. I know that line of palaver. Secretly, he knows I am as liable to be dead as alive when he comes again. Oh, sir, you aren't going to die? That's what I'm afraid of, Biggs. But they'll call me dead and go ahead and embalm me and make sure of it. Oh, sir, I wish... Now remember, Biggs, broke in the sick man, shoot the first undertaker that tries to put that mummy stuff in my veins. I understand perfectly, sir, answered Biggs, fearful lest the other's excitement might again give him a turn for the worse. I know I'm apparently going to pass away. My father and grandfather both had this cussed virus in their veins, and I don't believe either of them was dead when he was pronounced so. Well, if by any chance... That is, if you... began Biggs desperately. If you're apparently... dead, why not have them keep your body here in the house for a time? Convention, formality, custom, hidebound law, the banker fairly frothed. The health authorities would come here with an army and see that I was buried. No, Biggs. I've got a fine crypt out there, all quiet and secure, good ventilation, electric lights, like a Pullman berth, and a push-button. That precludes all notoriety. It's secret and safe. The electrician who installed the apparatus died 4 years ago, so you and I alone possess this knowledge. Don't you think someone else should know of it too? Your attorney, or... No, Biggs. If I really am dead, I don't want anyone to write up my eccentricities for some Sunday magazine sheet. And if I do come back, then it will be time to tell the gauging public about my cleverness. I wish you weren't so cold-blooded about it all, sir. I've always hit straight for the shoulder, Hiram, and I'm facing this death business as I'd face any other proposition. I'm not ready to cash in, and if I can cheat the doctors, undertakers, lawyers, heirs, and chief mourners for a few more years, I'm going to do it. And don't forget poor old Granddad. He had been up and about, yet he had but used my scheme. Biggs turned away, sick at heart. It was too terrible beyond words. To him, his religion was as essential as daily bread. Death was the culmination of cherished belief and constant prayer. As his years declined, he had faced the inevitable day with simple face that when the summons came, he would go gladly, like him who wraps the drapery of his couch about him and lies down to pleasant dreams. With throbbing heart he listened for another torrent of words that would still further stab his sensitive soul, for he had loved and revered his master from his youth up. But no words came. He wheeled about. The massive head had fallen limply among the pillows. Pallid lips were trying to form sentences without result. Then the great body seemed to subside immeasurably deeper into the covers, and a death-like stillness fell upon the room. Intuitively, feeling that his master was far worse than at any previous relapse, Biggs made every effort to revive him, gently at first, and then by vigorously shaking and calling to him in a heartbroken, piteous voice. But to no avail. The heavy figure looked pallid and corpse-like under the snowy sheets. Long hours dragged by, and still the lonely old servant sat mutely beside the bed, only aroused at last by the peremptory, measured call of the telephone bell. "Yes," said Biggs in a quivering voice. "Oh yes, Dr. Meredith. Master's resting easy. Don't think you'll need to come until tomorrow." "I'll keep them away as long as I can," he muttered, as he slipped back to his vigil. "God grant, maybe he'll come back, and take up the work of the Master so long delayed. O God, if thou wouldst only take me in his stead!" Sleeping fitfully, Biggs sat dumbly through an interminable night, but the new day brought no reassuring sign for the inert form. The stillness was appalling. The other servants were quartered in a distant part of the mansion and only came when summoned. Again Biggs assured the physician that he could gain nothing by calling, and another awful night found him, ashen and distraught, at the bedside. Sometime in the still watches he swooned and kindly nature patched up his shriveled nerves, before consciousness once more aroused him. But the strain was more than he could bear. So when the anxious specialist came, unbidden, he found a shattered old watchman who broke down completely and babbled forth the whole mysterious tale, concealing nothing but the secret of the tomb. In a coffin previously made to order, they laid the unembalmed remains of Judson McMasters in the family mausoleum, and the world which had felt his masterful presence for so many years paused long enough to lay a costly tribute on his bier and then went smoothly on its way. Not so with the faithful Biggs. Ensconced in his master's bedroom, he nightly tossed in troubled sleep filled with the jangling of innumerable electric bells, and when, on the 10th night, after he had been somewhat reassured that all was well, he was suddenly awakened by a mad, incessant ringing from his hidden alarm, a deathly weakness overcame him, and it was some time before he was able to drag his palsied body from the bed. With fumbling, clumsy fingers he tried to hasten, but it was many minutes before he tottered, half-dressed, out of the room, and as he did so, his heart almost stood still, but mounted to his throat as if to choke him. "Biggs!" A voice, McMaster's voice, was calling. He staggered to the head of the wide, massive stairway and looked down. There stood the banker, pale, emaciated, but smiling. And then, as from an endless distance, came more words. "I forgot to tell you that I had a trap door in the end of the casket. When you didn't answer the bell, I found I could come alone." With an articulate cry, Biggs stretched out his trembling arms. "My master, I am coming now." Then he swayed, stumbled, clutched feebly at the rail, and plunged headlong to the foot of the stairs, a crumpled, lifeless form. End of The Doors of Death.
The Electric Chair by George Waite. From Weird Tales, January 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. 'Tis an awkward thing to play with souls, and matter enough to save one's own. Browning. The Electric Chair by George Waite. The facts were carefully hushed up at the time. Strange stories, it is true, began to be whispered in the clubs about the eccentric Dr. Ainsworth and his electric chair, but nothing definite ever leaked out. Now that the weird scientist is dead and buried, the true story of what happened in his laboratory can be made public for the first time. It all began in a conversation that took place one afternoon early in 1919 in the smoking room of the Athenian Club, of which Dr. Ainsworth was a member. The talk had turned on the subject of death and the fear of death. Mortimer, the actor, had given it as his opinion that it was not death that men feared so much as the uncertainty of what was beyond. Almost inevitably, he quoted Hamlet in support of his contention. Hamilton, the Harley Street brain specialist, joined the discussion at this point. "If that is true," he remarked thoughtfully, "it should follow that if a man were confronted with a mystery stranger even than the mystery of death, he would choose death rather than face the greater mystery. I doubt it. I doubt it very much." "By Jove!" Wordsworth, the soldier and celebrated explorer, remarked suddenly. "That reminds me of a story I read somewhere during the war. Some German captain had captured a number of British spies, and instead of shooting them outright, he gave each of them a chance. For half an hour he put them, separately of course, into a room out of which two doors led. He told them that one door led straight to a waiting firing party, but where the other door led he refused to tell them. Each man was given his choice. This German fellow had the reputation of being a pretty cunning fiend, I remember. They chose the firing party, I fancy, Mortimer remarked sotto voce. Each man, Wentworth continued quietly, each man guessed that something pretty grisly lay behind the other door. Chinese tortures, mutilation, hanging. Each man, as it comes to his turn, chose the firing party. With that, they knew exactly what they were for. Arthur Sinclair, the young author whose book, The Slender Hope, it will be remembered, made such a sensation in the last year of the war for the keenness of its sensitive imagination, had so far taken no part in the discussion. Now he suddenly broke in, speaking with sharp conviction. "But that's absurd," he said. "Why, the other door might have led to freedom, for all they knew." "That's exactly what it did lead," the soldier finished quietly. "I told you that the German was reputed to be a pretty considerable expert in frightfulness. You see, none of them had the courage, and they were brave men too, or they couldn't have been spies in wartime, to face the horror of the unknown. They chose the death they knew." For a time there was silence. Each of his hearers was interpreting the story in accordance with his own thoughts. I wonder," Dr. Ainsworth muttered, half to himself. "I wonder." 2. Sinclair was taken by surprise when Dr. Ainsworth invited him to dine at his house about a month later. He had never been able to determine whether the doctor objected to him personally, or whether the natural reluctance of a man of fixed habits to lose an efficient and charming housekeeper accounted for the doctor's strong hostility to Sinclair's engagement to his niece. As the date of their wedding approached, the scientist's opposition intensified rather than diminished, so that when he went out of his way to invite the young man to dinner, the latter, surprised, wondered whether this was to be construed as a flag of truce. At any rate, on this occasion, the doctor showed not the slightest sign of hostility. At dinner, seated with his guest on one side of him, while Mildred, his niece, faced him at the other end of the table, he was affability itself. Dr. Ainsworth enjoyed a European reputation as a man of science, and in the course of his career he had managed to rub shoulders with most of the celebrities of the continent. When he chose to exert himself, his reminiscences of men and manners were well worthy of attention. After the port had gone round the table, Mildred left the two men with their cigars, with an admonition not to be too long before joining her in the drawing-room. When she left the room, the doctor passed the decanter again to his guest, and continued to engage him in close conversation. By the time that an inch and a half of white ash showed at the end of his cigar, he pushed back his chair and rose from the table. "Before we join Mildred, I should like you to see one or two little things in my laboratory, which I believe may interest you," he remarked, and led the way upstairs, past the door of the drawing-room, to the top floor of the house, which was given up entirely to his researches. Sinclair had never entered the laboratory before. His first impression was a swift recollection of schoolboy days, when he had worked in a room that presented just such an unbroken array of bottles and balances and strange-looking instruments, except that here there seemed to be more of them. His attention was attracted by a line of cases on the right of the room, apparently containing a series of waxworks, of which he did not immediately appreciate the significance. It was as he was moving over to examine these that he first became aware of the strange sensation of dizziness stealing over him. The room darkened, and he felt that he was about to fall. The voice of his host sounded for a moment as from an immense distance, before it trailed off to nothingness. 3. Sinclair stirred slightly, and his eyes opened. Once more his brain was beginning to function dimly, and he had a vague sensation of being closed in. He made to move his hand and discovered he could not. His head felt as if it were rigidly held in a vice. Slowly, as consciousness came back to him, he became aware of his surroundings. He remembered entering the doctor's laboratory. Then the sudden blackness had come. He saw now that he was still in the laboratory. He supposed he had fainted. That no doubt accounted for the sensation of being bound. He became aware that he was sitting upright in a large, hard chair. He could not see the doctor. Slowly, as if testing his faculties, he tried to turn his head. He felt as if something were pressing his head down, and discovered that he could not move it. A new dizziness swept over him. Visions of sudden paralysis flickered through his brain. With an effort, he regained control of himself. At least he could move his eyes. That was something, anyway. At this point, he caught sight of his hands, which were lying along the arms of his chair, and he discovered that iron bands encircled his wrists, and that these bands were fastened by a chain to the arms of the chair. Utterly at a loss, he tried to move his feet, only to learn, after moving them about 6 inches, that they were similarly fastened. He closed his eyes, attempting to shake off what he supposed must be the nightmare of a dream. At that moment he heard a step. Opening his eyes again, he discovered that Dr. Ainsworth had come round in front of him and was watching him smiling. "Ah, consciousness again, I see," Ainsworth remarked in a tone of satisfaction. "Quite comfortable, I trust?" Sinclair made a motion to pass his hands over his eyes, and was reminded again that his hands were fastened. He looked stupidly at the other man. "What has happened?" The doctor gave a little chuckle, and stood for a moment longer, looking down at him before he answered. "A little experiment, just a little experiment." He turned away and came back with a mirror, which he held up before the younger man. Sinclair looked and saw his head crowned with a metal cap, to which were attached strange-looking wires. "I don't understand," he muttered. "I fainted, didn't I?" Again the doctor laughed his curious, satisfied laugh. "Not exactly," he said. "No, not exactly. I'm afraid I must plead guilty to having put something into your coffee." Sinclair would have shaken his head in bewilderment, but his head was secured, as he had noted in the mirror, by a vise attached to the back of the chair. "I don't understand," he repeated. "Please explain what has happened. Why am I fastened like this?" The doctor had laid aside the mirror, and now stood facing the young man in the chair. Behind him, long rows of labeled bottles and phials formed an appropriate background, together with instruments of which Sinclair could not guess the use. The doctor's manner was now that of a lecturer addressing his class. "I shall have to take your mind back some time," he began. "You will no doubt recall hearing that very interesting little story of a German captain and his captured spies, who were given the choice, you will remember, of going to a known certain death, or of meeting a fate the nature of which remained a mystery." He paused. Sinclair had almost forgotten the incident, but now he recalled it. "In that story, each of the victims chose to face the firing squad. You, I remember," he continued in a tone of easy reminiscence, "were scornful of this, and declared that they ought to have chosen the other door, which might have led, as it actually did lead, to freedom. Personally, I keep an open mind as to the psychology of the problem involved. I find it an interesting speculation, intensely interesting. This evening, however, we are going to put this most interesting psychological problem to the test." He paused a moment. "And you, my dear Sinclair, are going to be the means of solving it." Sinclair had not yet understood to what this introduction was leading, but already he felt a vague premonition of disaster. "It may occur to you to wonder why I have chosen you personally as the subject of this experiment," Dr. Ainsworth continued, assuming more and more the manner of a lecturer. "I have had two reasons for that. In the first place, it was necessary for me to find a man of keenly sensitive imagination, as you will realize later. And in the second place, you are aware that I regret with the greatest distaste your intention of marrying my niece Mildred. The idea of such a marriage is, in the highest degree, repugnant to me. However, considerations such as those must always come second to a man of science. I only mention them as affording an additional ground for my reasons in selecting you. The psychological experiment is, of course, the main thing." By now, Sinclair had serious doubts as to the sanity of this extraordinary old man. His feeling of unease was rapidly giving place to one of serious alarm. "You have not yet explained why you have fastened me to this chair," he reminded the smiling scientist. "At least, I suppose it is you that I have to thank for it." Dr. Ainsworth nodded brightly. "I am coming to that. I decided to use you, as I said, for my experiment. As you will remember, the problem is this. If a man is faced with the choice of alternatives, one of which leads to certain death, and the other to some unknown fate which may range from freedom on the one hand, to a slow, revolting form of torture ending in a loathsome death on the other hand, if he is faced with choice, which alternative will he select? That is our problem, and this evening I look to you to decide that problem by being faced with just such a choice." Taking no notice of the young man's startled exclamation of horror, he continued blandly. "It was, of course, comparatively easy to bring you to this laboratory of mine, and, as you entered, to inject you with a drug that at once rendered you senseless, while I fastened you to this chair to ensure your continued presence during our little experiment. It was a more difficult question to reconstruct the factors of the problem. I have given some considerable thought to this matter. You may not have noticed very carefully the chair in which you are sitting. I recommend it to your careful study." He paused a moment to allow his next words their full significance. "It is an electric chair, such as is used in executions in America," the doctor went on. "On your head, as you have seen in the mirror, is a metal cap to which are attached two wires connected with the storage batteries, which you cannot see, but which are close behind you. Near your right hand," the doctor indicated a small table set close to the chair, which Sinclair noticed for the first time, "you will see a switch. Press that switch to the right, and the current of electricity of enormous power, I need not weary you with the exact figures, will run through the metal cap on your head, through the metal chair on which you sit, and, passing through your body, it will make a complete circuit, with the result that you will be instantaneously and painlessly electrocuted. That constitutes one horn of the dilemma. That is the way of certain and known death. You will recognize that that corresponds to the firing party in the original story. Do I make myself clear?" Sinclair shivered. The doctor had made himself only too clear. "We now come to the alternative," Ainsworth continued, "the uncertain factor." He opened a drawer and took out a small syringe and held it up to the light. Sinclair could see that it was filled with a colorless liquid like water. "You may have heard, my dear Sinclair, of some researches I have made into the causes of certain diseases. I have succeeded in isolating the germs of a number of the better-known diseases, and of some others less widely known. Around this room you can see test tubes filled with various liquids. Each of these contains a bacillus of some disease or other. This, for instance, he picked up one at random, contains germs of a disease generally known as meningitis. In short, there are enough germs in this room, he waved his arm to the line of glass tubes, to destroy the whole of Europe. He picked up the syringe once more and held it lightly in his right hand. What does this contain? That is the question, isn't it? You see, you are to have the choice between electrocuting yourself or injecting yourself with a liquid in this phial. You remember that you gave it as your opinion that the men in the story would have chosen the unknown fate which, as a matter of fact, led to freedom. Well, you may do the same. You may choose, if you wish, the contents of this phial. It may have the same result. It may, perhaps, contain merely water, in which case you will be none the worse for your little adventure. On the other hand, it may contain the same as this tube. He again picked up a tube in which were stored the germs of meningitis. In that case, you will not have long to wait for your fate. In 3 or 4 days the symptoms should develop, and in about 3 weeks you will be dead. Not a very pleasant form of death, perhaps, but comparatively rapid. Then, of course, there is the cerebrospinal variety of meningitis. It may be that. Also, I fear, not very pleasant. Or tetanus, what you call lockjaw. That would be rather disagreeable. His voice had sunk to a sort of drone, and now he hardly glanced at his victim in the chair. All his attention seemed focused on the glass tubes, which he picked up one by one and named, dwelling on them, as if to handle them gave him pleasure. "This is lupus," he went on. "It is an Eastern disease. I have a model of a sufferer from this disease." He went across the room and came back with a glass case containing a model in wax of a man's head. The nose had completely rotted away. The teeth were entirely outside the mouth, and festooned around the protruding tongue like a necklace. It was difficult to imagine anything more revolting. Of course, the model was taken from a patient in the last stages. In your case, the disease would develop in a year or 2, but you would not reach the stage I have shown you for many years. Here is the consumption bacilli. I'm afraid you might go in fear of that all your life. Diphtheria, leprosy. He picked up one tube after another. Rabies. That would be particularly disagreeable, and might not show itself for a couple of years. A curious disease. But I weary you with this recital. You will see for yourself that there are many more tubes from which I may have chosen. He waved a hand to indicate the array of phials. The diseases, in the case of some of these, would develop in a few days. In others, it might remain for several years in the system before it showed itself. I think I have said enough to convince you that if you choose to inject yourself with the contents of this hypodermic syringe, you will go in fear of death, or some form of disease that is 1,000 times more horrible than death, for a number of years at least. On the other hand, the contents may be perfectly harmless. See, I place it beside your left hand. You will find you have sufficient freedom of movement to inject yourself with it, or, if you prefer it, to push over the switch and electrocute yourself painlessly and immediately. The choice is yours. He stopped and regarded his victim with interested eyes, trying to mark what emotions were racing through the young man's mind. Presently he resumed his lecture. You will have a half an hour in which to make your decision. With a great effort, Sinclair threw off the horror that was seizing hold of him, and when he spoke he had succeeded in infusing some degree of calmness into his manner. "But this is perfectly ridiculous," he protested. "I don't know whether you consider it a practical joke or not. If so, it seems to me to be in extraordinarily bad taste. In any case, I shall certainly refuse to make either one choice or the other." The doctor looked down at him thoughtfully. "I had anticipated that," he remarked. "For a time I was at some loss to devise a means which would force you to a choice. I think you will admit I have succeeded. In the days of your war service, and very distinguished service it was, permit me to say, you were doubtless familiar with the poison gas used by our enemies. To a man of science, such devices have an element of cruelty, and the gases used were not so powerful as they might have been. I have devoted some attention to that subject, and I think I may say that I have evolved a gas that is infinitely superior to anything used during the late war." The doctor walked across the room and came back dragging with him a large metal cylinder, which he placed just in front of the other man. "I have a supply of this gas here," he continued. "You will notice this wire." He indicated a length of tubing. "One end is attached to a tap valve on the cylinder. The other end I shall attach to the clock in the corner of the room in such a manner that when the clock strikes the hour, the tap will automatically be opened and the gas released. I am quite sure that you, with your knowledge of the effect of even the comparatively ineffective German gases, will certainly make a definite choice rather than allow these gases to be released on you." The doctor had never raised his voice. All the time he had spoken in a quiet, calm manner that served only to lend an added horror to the proceedings. Sinclair passed his tongue over his lips, which had become quite dry. "How am I to know the whole thing is not a bluff?" he demanded. "It is, of course, very important that you should be convinced on that point," the doctor admitted. "Otherwise, the whole psychological value of the experiment will be lost. I think this little experiment will satisfy you." He disappeared behind Sinclair's chair. When he returned, he carried a small metal cage. "Here, as you see, I have a rat in a cage. Please watch what I do." After setting down the cage on a bench at some distance from Sinclair, he came across to the chair. "I now detach the terminals from your skull cap and attach them to the bars of this cage. So. Next, I fastened this piece of rubber tubing to the tap of the gas cylinder. So. Now I connect this wire from the gas cylinder to the striker of the clock. We will move back the hands to 2 minutes to 9 for the purposes of this experiment. There. As we are dealing with only a small animal, a whiff of gas will be sufficient, and I shall turn off the tap almost immediately. You will not require a mask, but it is as well to be on the safe side." He saturated a handkerchief in some liquid and tilted it in front of Sinclair's mouth and nose. He then saturated a similar handkerchief for himself. "This will protect us," he remarked. "Now, when I give the word, I want you to press your switch over. You see, I have adjusted the current of that also to our needs." He made some adjustment to the switch. "There is still 1 minute to go. Watch." The next 60 seconds seemed like an eternity to Sinclair, whose eyes wandered backward and forward between the clock and the doomed rat. At last the clock began to strike, and as it did so, Sinclair observed that the wire had jerked open the gas cylinder. Almost immediately, the doctor reached out a hand and closed it again. But the gas had already served its purpose. The mouth of the rubber tube leading from the cylinder had been within a few inches of the cage. Suddenly, The rat rolled over on the floor of its cage and commenced to struggle violently. For a moment, the doctor watched its convulsions. Then, "Switch on," he commanded suddenly. Mechanically, Sinclair pressed over the switch by his right hand. A blue spark flashed at the bars of the cage. The rat gave a tiny shiver, and its struggles ceased forever. "You see, it is quite dead," the doctor remarked. "Switch off." For a minute there was a silence in the room. The doctor busied himself refastening the electric terminals to Sinclair's skullcap and rearranging the mechanism of the clock, which he had again set at the correct time, 9:30. When he had quite satisfied himself with these procedures, he turned back to his victim. "That the electrocuting machine and the gas cylinder at least are no bluff, I'm sure you are convinced. The injecting syringe may be, of course." Sinclair felt the sweat break out on his forehead. "But this is sheer murder," he made a last protest. "Don't you realize that you will hang if I am found dead in this room?" The doctor smiled. "Your solicitude for my welfare is charming," he said. "But be sure that the small knowledge of science to which I may perhaps lay claim has not left me without effective means of disposing, both of the electricity and by chemicals, of any trace of your body. Always supposing, of course, that your tastes lead you toward the electric switch. I shall leave you now. You have half an hour in which to make your choice. At 10 o'clock the gas cylinder will come into action. I shall come back a few seconds earlier to disconnect that if you have already chosen. If not, be under no delusion that I shall interfere. I give you my solemn word of honor that I shall not do so. I need hardly say that I await the result of your deliberations with the liveliest interest." Ainsworth crossed toward the door. At the threshold he paused. "Just one more word. The walls of this room are specifically constructed to shut down from the rest of the house the noise of explosions that occasionally become necessary during my researches. To shout would be the merest waste of breath on your part." A moment later, the door had closed behind him. 4. Almost inevitably, Sinclair employed the first few minutes of his half hour in shouting for help, only to discover that Ainsworth had spoken no more than the truth when he called the room soundproof. He soon desisted and attempted to focus his mind on his situation, but the horror of it was such that only with the greatest difficulty could he escape from the paralysis that had seized his brain. Sheer numbing terror gripped him. The grisly experiment with the rat had convinced him that it was indeed no bluff with which he was dealing. Meanwhile, the hands of the clock inexorably traveled toward the moment when even deliberate choice would be denied him by an agency more terrible than either horn of his dilemma could be. Helplessly, his eyes traveled from the switch, so conveniently close to his right hand, to the hypodermic syringe equally handy on his left. Gradually, he forced himself to realize that it must be one or the other. He looked at the electrical switch. Certain, instantaneous, painless, but death. The syringe looked harmless enough. Water, perhaps. That would not do a fellow any harm. But then one couldn't be sure. One wouldn't even know afterward, not for years perhaps, not for 2, 3, 4, even longer. How could one go on dreading from day to day the outbreak of some awful disease, like the man in the model? Good God, death were better 1,000 times than that. But on the other hand, there was always hope. Hope springs eternal. Yes, and fear also. Still, to die suddenly with all the world bright and inviting, and love... This brought another aspect of the problem to his tortured mind. Suppose he chose the syringe, and kept his life for a time at least. What was he to do with it? One couldn't marry and have children, perhaps, with a thing like that, maybe in one's blood. That dream was ended either way. Pretty damnable. Just what would life be like? Love shut off, fear sitting daily on one's shoulders. If one only knew when it would strike. But one would never know, never know. That was the constant terror of his mental travail. Always his mind came back to that. One would never know. After all, what was death? Clean, swift. When one had seen 5 years of war, death wasn't quite the staring horror it seemed to the man in the street. Pretty rotten, of course. One hated to be snuffed out like that. But there were worse things. His mind went back by a freakish turn to the story of the captured spies who preferred the death they knew. He remembered his own unbelief. Damn it, the fellows were right, he cried bitterly. It was just 3 minutes to 10 when he shut his eyes tight, gave a little gasp, and pushed over the switch. 5. The doctor had returned to the dining room. He had no intention of joining his niece until he knew the result of his experiment. He lit himself another cigar and sat down to wait and to speculate. He was interrupted in this reverie by his niece, who suddenly appeared at the door. "However much longer are you going to be?" she demanded. Then, coming into the room, she perceived that the doctor was alone. "Why, what have you done with Arthur?" Ainsworth looked at his watch. It was 9:45. "We are having a little experiment. A very fascinating experiment," the doctor continued. "Listen, dear, and tell me what you think will be the outcome. For myself, I am unable to make up my mind." He thereupon went over the facts of the case to the girl, speaking as he would have spoken of any other scientific experiment of his. He did not even notice the horror in his hearer's face. "Why, you're murdering him, Uncle!" she cried, springing up. The doctor looked at her agitation with surprise. Then he smiled a slow smile. "My dear, it's quite harmless," he said. "There is no danger. When I came out of the room, I disconnected the current of the batteries. He can do himself no harm." "But the other thing, he may have chosen that." Ainsworth laughed outright. "Water, dear, water. I shall, of course, tell him afterwards, when he has made his choice. There only remains the gas, and that is disconnected also. You see, dear, it is quite bloodless." The clock then pointed to 5 minutes to 10. "Oh, hurry, Uncle, hurry!" the girl panted. "It's torture. I think you must be mad. It's cruel, cruel." "On the contrary, dear, it is as fascinating an experiment as any I have undertaken. Doubtless he is making his decision now." He had allowed the girl to drag him upstairs. I have always supposed that experiments with the human mind would be of all experiments the most fascinating, and I see now that I was right in supposing so, he remarked on the way up. "By the way, if by any chance this young man of yours has chosen to face the uncertainty of the injection, and if, suspecting his blood to be tainted, he asks to be released from his engagement to you before knowing the injection to be harmless, I shall entirely withdraw my opposition to your marriage. A most fascinating problem." He had reached the door of the laboratory and fumbled with the handle. "Oh, hurry, Uncle, hurry! He must have had such a terrible fright." The old man chuckled. "I dare say he has." And he had. When they reached him, he was quite dead. The end of The Electric Chair, by George Waite. The Ghost Eater, by C.M. Eddy, Jr., with H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Ghost Eater, by C.M. Eddy, Jr., with H.P. Lovecraft. 1. Moon madness, a touch of fever? I wish I could think so, but when I am alone after dark in the waste places where my wanderings take me, and hear across infinite voids the demoned echoes of those screams and snarls and that detestable crunching of bones, I shudder again at the memory of that eldritch night. I knew less of woodcraft in those days, though the wilderness called just as strongly to me as it does now. Up to that night I had always been careful to employ a guide, but circumstances now suddenly forced me to a trial of my own skill. It was midsummer in Maine, and despite my great need to get from Mayfair to Glendale by the next noon, I could find no one willing to pilot me. Unless I took the long route through Pottawasin, which would not bring me to my goal in time, there would be dense forests to penetrate. Yet, whenever I asked for a guide, I was met with refusal and evasion. Stranger that I was, it seemed odd that everyone should have glib excuses. There was too much important business on hand for such a sleepy village, and I knew that the natives were lying. But they all had imperative duties, or said that they had, and would do no more than assure me that the trail through the woods was very plain, running due north, and not in the least difficult for a vigorous young fellow. If I started while the morning was still early, they averred, I could get to Glendale by sundown and avoid a night in the open. Even then I suspected nothing. The prospect seemed good, and I resolved to try it alone, let the lazy villagers hang back as they might. Probably I would have tried it even had I suspected, for youth is stubborn, and from childhood I had only laughed at superstition and old wives' tales. So before the sun was high, I had started off through the trees at a swinging stride, lunch in my hand, Guardian automatic in my pocket, and belt filled with crisp bills of large denominations. From the distance given me and a knowledge of my own speed, I had figured on making Glendale a little after sunset, but I knew that even if detained overnight through some miscalculation, I had plenty of camping experience to fall back on. Besides, my presence at my destination was not really necessary until the following noon. It was the weather that set my plans awry. As the sun rose higher, it scorched through even the thickest of the foliage, and burnt up my energy at every step. By noon, my clothes were soaked with perspiration, and I felt myself faltering in spite of all my resolution. As I pushed deeper into the woods, I found the trail greatly obstructed with underbrush, and at many points nearly effaced. It must have been weeks, perhaps months, since anyone had broken his way through, and I began to wonder if I could, after all, live up to my schedule. At length, having grown very hungry, I looked for the deepest patch of shade I could find, and proceeded to eat the lunch which the hotel had prepared for me. There were some indifferent sandwiches, a piece of stale pie, and a bottle of very light wine, by no means scrumptious fare, but welcome enough to one in my state of overheated exhaustion. It was too hot for smoking to be of any solace, so I did not take out my pipe. Instead, I stretched myself at full length under the trees when my meal was done, intent on stealing a few moments' rest before commencing the last lap of my journey. I suppose I was a fool to drink that wine, for, light though it was, it proved just enough to finish the work the sultry, oppressive day had begun. My plan called for the merest momentary relaxation, yet with scarcely a warning yawn, I dropped off into a sound slumber. 2. When I opened my eyes, twilight was closing in about me. A wind fanned my cheeks, restoring me quickly to full perception, and as I glanced up at the sky, I saw with apprehension that black racing clouds were leading on a solid wall of darkness, prophetic of violent thunderstorm. I knew now that I could not reach Glendale before morning, but the prospect of a night in the woods, my first night of lone forest camping, became very repugnant under these trying conditions. In a moment I decided to push along for a while at least, in the hope of finding some shelter before the tempest should break. Darkness spread over the woods like a heavy blanket. The lowering clouds grew more threatening, and the wind increased to a veritable gale. A flash of distant lightning illuminated the sky, followed by an ominous rumble that seemed to hint of malignant pursuit. Then I felt a drop of rain on my outstretched hand, and, though still walking on automatically, resigned myself to the inevitable. Another moment and I had seen the light of a window through the trees and the darkness. Eager only for shelter, I hastened toward it. Would to God that I had turned and fled. There was a sort of imperfect clearing on the further side of which, with its back against the primeval wood, stood a building. I had expected a shanty or log cabin, but stopped short in surprise when I beheld a neat and tasteful little house of 2 stories, some 70 years old by its architecture, yet still in a state of repair betokening the closest and most civilized attention. Through the small panes of one of the lower windows a bright light shone, and toward this, spurred by the impact of another raindrop, I presently hurried across the clearing, rapping loudly on the doors as soon as I gained the steps. With startling promptness my knock was answered by a deep, pleasant voice, which urged the single syllable, "Come." Pushing open the unlocked door, I entered a shadowy hall lighted by an open doorway at the right, beyond which was a book-lined room with a gleaming window. As I closed the outer door behind me, I could not help noticing a peculiar odor about the house, a faint, elusive, scarcely definable odor, which somehow suggested animals. My host, I surmised, must be a hunter or trapper, with his business conducted on the premises. The man who had spoken sat in a capricious easy-chair beside a marble-topped center table, a long lounging robe of gray swathing his lean form. The light from the powerful argent lamp threw his features into prominence, and as he eyed me curiously, I studied him in no less detail. He was strikingly handsome, with thin, clean-shaven face, glossy, flaxen hair neatly brushed, long, irregular eyebrows that met in a slanted angle above the nose, shapely ears set low and well back on the head, and large, expressive gray eyes, almost luminous in their animation. When he smiled a welcome, he showed a magnificent set of firm white teeth, and as he waved me to a chair, I was struck by the fitness of his slender hands, with their long, tapering fingers, whose ruddy, almond-shaped nails were slightly curved and exquisitely manicured. I could not help wondering why a man of such engaging personality should choose the life of a recluse. "Sorry to interrupt," I ventured, "but I've given up the hope of making Glendale before morning, and there's a storm coming on, which sent me looking for cover." As if to corroborate my words, there came at this point a vivid flash, a crashing reverberation, and the first breaking of the torrential downpour that beat maniacally against the windows. My host seemed oblivious to the elements and flashed me another smile when he answered. His voice was soothing and well modulated, and his eyes held a calmness almost hypnotic. "You are welcome to whatever hospitality I can offer, but I'm afraid it won't be much. I've a game leg, so you'll have to do most of the waiting on yourself. If you're hungry, you'll find plenty in the kitchen, plenty of food, if not of ceremony." It seemed to me that I could detect the slightest trace of a foreign accent in his tone, though his language was fluently correct and idiomatic. Rising to an impressive height, he headed for the door with long, limping steps, and I noticed the huge, hairy arms that hung at his side in such curious contrast to his delicate hands. "Come," he suggested, "bring the lamp along with you. I might as well sit in the kitchen as here." I followed him into the hall and the room across it, and at his direction ransacked the woodpile in the corner and the cupboard on the wall. A few moments later, when the fire was going nicely, I asked him if I might not prepare food for both, but he courteously declined. "It's too hot to eat," he told me. "Besides, I had a bite before you came." After washing the dishes left from my lone meal, I sat down for a while, smoking my pipe contentedly. My host asked a few questions about neighboring villages, but lapsed into sullen taciturnity when he learned I was an outsider. As he brooded there silently, I could not help feeling a quality of strangeness in him, some subdued alienage that could hardly be analyzed. I was quite certain, for one thing, that he was tolerating me because of the storm rather than welcoming me with genuine hospitality. As for the storm, it seemed almost to have sped itself. Outside it was already growing lighter, for there was a full moon behind the clouds, and the rain had dwindled to a trivial drizzle. Perhaps, I thought, I could now resume my journey after all, an idea that I suggested to my host. "Better wait till morning," he remarked. "You said you're afoot, and it's a good 3 hours to Glendale. I have 2 bedrooms upstairs, and you're welcome to one of them, if you care to stay." There was a sincerity about his invitation that dispelled any doubts I had held regarding his hospitality, and I now concluded that his silences must be the result of long isolation from his fellows in this wilderness. After sitting without a word through 3 fillings of my pipe, I finally began to yawn. "It's been a rather strenuous day for me," I admitted, "and I guess I'd better be making tracks for bed. I want to be up at sunrise, you know, and on my way." My host waved his arm toward the door, through which I could see the hall and the staircase. "Take the lamp with you," he instructed. "It's the only one I have, but I don't mind sitting in the dark, really. Half the time, I don't light it at all when I'm alone. Oil is so hard to get out here, and I go to the village so seldom. Your room is the one on the right, at the head of the stairs." Taking the lamp and turning in the hall to say good night, I could see his eyes glowing almost phosphorescently in the darkened room I had left, and I was half reminded for a moment of the jungle and the circles of eyes that sometimes glow just beyond the radius of the campfire. Then I started upstairs. As I reached the second floor, I could hear my host limping across the hall to the other room below, and perceived that he moved with owlish sureness despite the darkness. Truly, he had but little need of the lamp. The storm was over, and as I entered the room assigned me, I found it bright with the rays of a full moon that streamed now on the bed from an uncurtained south window. Blowing out the lamp, and leaving the house in darkness but for moonbeams, I sniffed at the pungent odor that rose above the scent of the kerosene, the quasi-animal odor I had noticed on first entering the place. I crossed to the window and threw it wide, breathing deep of the cool, fresh night air. When I started to undress, I paused almost instantly, recalling my money belt, still in its place about my waist. Possibly, I reflected, it would be well not to be too hasty or unguarded, for I had read of men who seized just such an opportunity to rob and even murder the stranger within their dwelling. So, arranging the bedclothes to look as if they covered a sleeping figure, I drew the room's only chair into the concealing shadows, filled and lighted my pipe again, and sat down to rest or watch, as the occasion might demand. 3. I could not have been sitting there long when my sensitive ears caught the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. All the old lore of robber landlords rushed on me afresh. Then another moment revealed that the steps were plain, loud, and careless, with no attempt at concealment, while my host's treads, as I had heard from the head of the staircase, was a soft, limping stride. Shaking the ashes from my pipe, I slipped it in my pocket. Then, seizing and drawing my automatic, I rose from the chair, tiptoed across the room, and crouched tensely in a spot which the opening door would cover. The door opened, and into the shaft of moonlight stepped a man I had never seen before. Tall, broad-shouldered, and distinguished, his face half hidden by a huge square-cut beard, and his neck buried in a high black stock of a pattern long obsolete in America. He was indubitably a foreigner. How he could have entered the house without my knowledge was quite beyond me, nor could I believe for an instant that he had been concealed in either of the two rooms or the hall below me. As I gazed intently at him in the insidious moonbeams, it seemed to me that I could see directly through his sturdy form. But perhaps this was only an illusion that came from my shock of surprise. Noticing the disarray of the bed, but evidently missing the intended effect of occupancy, the stranger muttered something to himself in a foreign tongue and proceeded to disrobe. Flinging his clothes onto the chair I had vacated, he crept into bed, pulling the covers over him, and in a moment or two was breathing with the regular respiration of a sound sleeper. My first thought was to seek out my host and demand an explanation, but a second later I deemed it better to make sure that the whole incident was not a mere delusive after-effect of my wine-drugged sleep in the woods. I felt weak and faint, and despite my recent supper, was as hungry as if I had not eaten since that noonday lunch. I crossed to the bed, reached out, and grabbed at the shoulder of the sleeping man. Then, barely checking a cry of mad fright and dizzy astonishment, I fell back with pounding pulse and dilated eyes, for my clutching fingers had passed directly through the sleeping form and seized only the sheet below. A complete analysis of my jarring and jumbling sensation would be futile. The man was intangible, yet I could still see him there, hear his regular breathing, and watch his figure as it half turned beneath the clothes. and then, as I was quite certain of my own madness or hypnosis, I heard other footsteps on the stairs, soft, padded, dog-like, limping footsteps, pattering up, 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 and again that pungent animal smell, this time in redoubled volume. Dazed and dream-drowsed, I crept once more behind the protecting open door, shaken to the marrow, but now resigned to any fate known or nameless. Then into that shaft of eerie moonlight stepped the gaunt form of a great gray wolf. Limped, I should have said, for one hind foot was held in the air, as though wounded by some stray shot. The beast turned its head in my direction, and as it did so, the pistol dropped from my twitching fingers and clattered unheeded to the floor. The ascending succession of horrors was fast paralyzing my will and consciousness, for the eyes that now glared toward me from the hellish head were the gray, phosphorescent eyes of my host, as they had peered at me through the darkness of the kitchen. I did not yet know whether it saw me. The eyes turned from my direction to the bed, and gazed gluttonously on the spectral sleeping form there. Then the head tilted back, and from that demon throat came the most shocking ululation I have ever heard. A thick, nauseous, lupine howl that made my heart stand still. The form on the bed stirred, opened his eyes, and shrank from what he saw. The animal crouched, quivering, and then, as the ethereal figure uttered a shriek of mortal human anguish and terror that no ghost of legend could counterfeit, sprang straight for its victim's throat, its white, firm, even teeth flashing in the moonlight as they closed on the jugular vein of the screaming phantasm. The scream ended in a blood-choked gurgle, and the frightened human eyes turned glassy. That scream had roused me to action, and in a second I had retrieved my automatic and emptied its contents into the wolfish monstrosity before me. But I heard the unhindered thud of each bullet as it embedded itself in the opposite wall. My nerves gave way. Blind fear hurled me toward the door, and blind fear prompted the one backward glance in which I saw that the wolf had sunk its teeth into the body of its quarry. Then came that culminating sensory impression and the devastating thought to which it gave birth. This was the same body I had thrust my hand through a few moments before. And yet, as I plunged down that black nightmare staircase, I could hear the crunching of bones. 4. How I found the trail to Glendale, or how I managed to traverse it, I suppose I shall never know. I only know that sunrise found me on the hill at the edge of the woods, with the steepled village outspread before me, and the blue thread of the Catterick sparkling in the distance. Hatless, coatless, ashen-faced, and as soaked with perspiration as if I had spent the night aboard the Storm, I hesitated to enter the village till I had recovered at least some outward semblance of composure. At last I picked my way down the hill and through the narrow streets, with their flagstone sidewalks and colonial doorways, till I reached the Lafayette House, whose proprietor eyed me askance. "Where from so early, son? And why the wild look?" "I just came through the woods from Mayfair." "You came through the Devil's Woods last night, and alone?" The old man stared with a queer look of alternate horror and incredulity. "Why not?" I countered. "I couldn't have made it in time through Pottawhisant. I had to be here not later than this noon." And last night was the full moon. My God!" He eyed me curiously. "See anything of Vasily Okrannikov or the Count? Say, do I look that simple? What are you trying to do, jolly me?" But his tone was as grave as a priest's as he replied, "You must be new to these parts, sonny. If you weren't, you'd know all about the Devil's Woods and the full moon and Vasily and the rest." I felt anything but flippant, yet knew I must not seem serious after my earlier remarks. "Go on. I know you're dying to tell me. I'm like a donkey, all ears." Then he told me the legend in his dry way, stripping it of vitality and convincingness through lack of coloring, detail, and atmosphere. But for me, it needed no vitality or convincingness that any poet could have given. Remember what I had witnessed, and remember that I had never heard of the tale until after I had experienced and fled from the terror of those crunching phantom bones. There used to be quite a few Russians scattered betwixt here and Mayfair. They came after one of their nihilist troubles back in Russia. Vasily Okrannikov was one of them, a tall, thin, handsome chap with shiny yellow hair and a wonderful manner. They say, though, that he was the servant of the devil, a werewolf, an eater of men. He built him a house in the woods about a third of the way from here to Mayfair, and lived all alone. Every once in a while, a traveler would come out of the woods with some pretty strange tale about being chased by a big wolf with shining human eyes, like Okrannikov's. One night, someone took a pot shot at the wolf, and the next time the Russian came into Glendale, he walked with a limp. That settled it. There wasn't any mere suspicion now, but hard facts. Then he sent to Mayfair for the Count. His name was Fedor Chernevsky, and he had bought the old gamble roof Fowler place up State Street. Took him out to see him. They all warned the Count, for he was a fine man and splendid neighbor, but he said he could take care of himself all right. It was the night of the full moon. He was brave as they make 'em, and all he did was to tell some men he had around the place to follow him to Vasily's if he didn't show up in decent time. They did. And you tell me, sonny, that you've been through those woods at night? Sure, I tell you. I tried to appear nonchalant. I'm no count, and here I am to tell the tale. But what did the men find at Okrannikov's house? They found the Count's mangled body, sonny, and a gaunt gray wolf hovering over it with blood-slavered jaws. You can guess who the wolf was. And the folks do say that every full moon... But, sonny, didn't you see or hear anything? Not a thing, Pop. And say, what became of the wolf? Or of Vasily Okrannikov? Why, son, they killed it. Filled it full of lead and buried it in the house, and then burned the place down. You know all this was 60 years ago, when I was a little shaver, but I remember it as if 'twas yesterday. I turned away with a shrug of my shoulders. It was all so quaint and silly and artificial in the full light of day. But sometimes when I am alone after dark in the waste places and hear the demoned echoes of those screams and snarls and that detestable crunching of bones, I shudder again at the memory of that eldritch night. The end of The Ghost Eater by C. M. Eddy, Jr. with H. P. Lovecraft.
A Ghostly Wife by Lal Bihari Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chinmay Kumar Hota, Bhubaneswar, India. A Ghostly Wife by Lal Bihari Dey. Once on a time there lived a Brahman who had married a wife and who lived in the same house with his mother. Near his house was a tank, on the embankment of which stood a tree, on the boughs of which lived a ghost of the kind called Sankhchinni. Sankhchinnis are female ghosts of white complexion. They usually stand at the dead of the night at the foot of trees and look like sheets of white cloth. One night, the Brahman's wife had occasion to go to the tank, and as she went, she brushed by a Sankhchinni who stood near, on which the she-ghost got very angry with the woman, seized her by the throat, climbed into her tree, and thrust her into a hole in the trunk. There the woman lay almost dead with fear. The ghost put on the clothes of the woman and went into the house of the Brahman. Neither the Brahman nor his mother had any inkling of the change. The Brahman thought his wife returned from the tank, and the mother thought that it was her daughter-in-law. Next morning, the mother-in-law discovered some change in her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law, she knew, was constitutionally weak and languid, and took a long time to do the work of the house. But she had apparently become quite a different person. All of a sudden, she had become very active. She now did the work of the house in an incredibly short time. Suspecting nothing, the old woman said nothing either to her son or to her daughter-in-law. On the contrary, she inly rejoiced that her daughter-in-law had turned over a new leaf. But her surprise became every day greater and greater. The cooking of the household was done in much less time than before. When the mother-in-law wanted the daughter-in-law to bring anything from the next room, it was brought in much less time than was required in walking from one room to the other. The ghost, instead of going inside the next room, would stretch a long arm, for ghosts can lengthen or shorten any limb of their bodies, from the door and get the thing. One day the old woman observed the ghost doing this. She ordered her to bring a vessel from some distance, and the ghost unconsciously stretched her hand to several yards distance and brought it in a trice. The old woman was struck with wonder at the sight. She said nothing to her, but spoke to her son. Both mother and son began to watch the ghost more narrowly. One day the old woman knew that there was no fire in the house, and she knew also that her daughter-in-law had not gone out of doors to get it. And yet, strange to say, the hearth in the kitchen room was quite in a blaze. She went in and, to her infinite surprise, found that her daughter-in-law was not using any fuel for cooking, but had thrust into the oven her food, which was blazing brightly. The old mother told her son what she had seen, and they both concluded that the young woman in the house was not his real wife, but a sea-ghost. The son witnessed those very acts of the ghost which his mother had seen. An oja, or an exorcist, was therefore sent for. The exorcist came and wanted in the first instance to ascertain whether the woman was a real woman or a ghost. For this purpose he lighted a piece of turmeric and set it below the nose of the supposed woman. Now this was an infallible test, as no ghost, whether male or female, can put up with the smell of burnt turmeric. The moment the lighted turmeric was taken near her, she screamed aloud and ran away from the room. It was now plain that she was either a ghost or a woman possessed by a ghost. The woman was caught hold of by main force and asked who she was. At first she refused to make any disclosures, on which the Oja took up his slippers and began belaboring her with them. Then the ghost said, with a strong nasal accent, for all ghosts speak through nose, that she was a Sankachini, that she lived on a tree by the side of the tank, that she had seized the young Brahmani and put her in the hollow of a tree because one night she had touched her, and that if any person went to the hole, the woman would be found. The woman was brought from the tree almost dead. The ghost was again so beaten, after which process, on her declaring solemnly that she would not again do any harm to the Brahman and his family, she was released from the spell of the Oja and sent away. And the wife of the Brahman recovered slowly, after which the Brahman and his wife lived many years happily together and begat many sons and daughters. End of The Ghostly Wife.
The Ghosts of Austerlitz, A Christmas Story by William Waldorf Astor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Ghosts of Austerlitz, A Christmas Story by William Waldorf Astor. On the 25th day of December, in the year of grace 1890, Captain Blythe, formerly of the 10th Rifles, sat in his cosy bachelor rooms in Piccadilly, luxuriously idling away the afternoon, partly in reverie of things past, partly in the pursuit of that volume of Thiers' fascinating history of the campaigns of the great Napoleon, which bears the suggestive title, Austerlitz. He had pictured the armies confronting one another, the sunrise over the misty snowfields, the storming of the heights of Pratzen, diluting the martial story once or twice with milder reminiscences of his own campaignings in the Crimea and in Zululand, and had finally checked the French pursuit of the Allies for a comfortable anticipation of the turkey and champagne to come by and by. And thinking of the Christmas dinners that would that day be eaten in London, he asked himself who should speak so eloquently of the things that grace the season and link themselves with the memory of bygone Christmas days. The bright lights and happy voices, the full stockings and trinket-laden trees, the sleek congregations, the smoking joints and rare old fruity vintages, as that starving poet whom after 20 years he had met at the church door, and whom he had bidden to dine that evening. Fine material that, he mused, with a glance at the holly wreath hanging in the window, to kindle a poet's fancy with cheerful suggestions of this frosty season, placed midway between the decline of autumn and that flowery spring with whose promise one seeks to wreathe the future. And settling himself at ease before the fire, he thought of his schoolmates trooping 50 years ago across the hayfields, of the honours he took at 16, of that ill-fated courtship at 20. Oh, shame upon thee, faithless Arabella! of his poverty-stricken battle with the world, of journeyings and camp scenes in far countries, of that assegai thrust at a Lundy, and of the murderous look on the face of that Zulu as he fell, shot through the head. The captain was a sentimental man, despite all the hard knocks of life, and was wont to comfort himself with the reflection that every momentous experience adds a string to the lute, from the high note of success to the bass of sorrow, so that the accords of our nature should grow fuller and richer, if softer, with time. It was pleasanter to remember Arabella years ago as the slip of a girl she was the night of that midsummer moonlight walk, than as the stately matron she had grown, surrounded by her rich and obedient husband and her half-dozen more or less unruly offspring. The clock struck 4, and lights were brought. In the next house a German Fräulein was lustily singing Der Erlkönig, and Captain Blythe could faintly distinguish the weird sweet ballad of the knightly and romantic Rhine, of the haunted ride amid storm and darkness, of the irresistibly persuasive goblin and his fairy daughters. Yet as the words Erlkönig hat mir ein Leid gethan rippled away, he stirred the fire and pooh-poohed the song, and growled that none but a German would have dreamt such nonsense as this of a boy lured to death in the land of spirits through his own imagination, while bodily clasped in his father's arms. He walked to the window and peered through the wintry twilight upon the noiseless passers. The contrast which a bleak evening and flickering gas lamps and such indistinct forms presented to his blazing fireside usually offered a comforting suggestion, but on this particular day the figures flitted hither and thither with more serious meaning. Some were perhaps returning to cheerless homes, a few to carry the burden of a secret sorrow into the midst of the carefree. This or that one to watch this Christmas night beside a bed of illness. Bah! Little concern it was of his whither they went, or what their errands. He resumed his book, and finished the tragic story of the carnage and rout of the Russian and Austrian troops, until, in the quiet of that long afternoon, his eyes closed for the 40 winks an elderly gentleman may allow himself before dinner. He had been asleep but a moment, when, in the first impression of what rapidly became a vivid dream, a cold hand closed roughly upon his wrist, and to his bewilderment he found himself in the grasp of a Cossack soldier, one of the very horsemen about whom he had been reading, and it seemed to him that they walked by night across the snowfields of Austerlitz, passing between great frosted poplars with glimmering campfires in the distance, and the stars shining in transcendent splendour overhead. "Where are you taking me?" he gasped in such scanty Russian as he had picked up at Sebastopol. "To the Tsar," was the curt answer. "He has need of you." "To the Tsar? In dressing-gown and slippers?" "His Majesty is too busy to notice." "But I shall freeze to death." To this objection the Russian vouchsafed only a muttered word that resembled the snarl of a dog not to be trifled with. And looking more closely at his companion, Captain Blythe was startled to discover that it was Arabella's husband disguised as a Cossack, but with an eyeglass in the right eye, and one hand chinking the sovereigns in his trousers pocket, as in life. They walked, it seemed, for an hour, coming frequently upon vedettes and other tokens of the presence of a vast army. Once they nearly stumbled over the body of a dead Russian soldier, with a bullet through his brain, just where the captain had shot the Zulu, and bearing in the darkness an astonishing resemblance to the black and distorted features of that ill-favoured savage. Farther on they passed the village church, which would be fired and stormed on the following morning, and whose graveyard would be strewn with Austrian dead. But now, in the silent and luminous starlight, and beneath the solemn snow-flecked trees, the headstones and crosses stood out like the sails of a fleet of phantom galleys, frozen to a motionless repose. A distant noise behind them caught the ear, and he and his guide instinctively turned to listen. It was the tumultuous shouting of many voices a mile away, and with the faint sound, as it moved from one side of the French camp to the other, went a sparkle of torches. Captain Blythe knew that it was the frenzied acclamation of the French soldiers to their emperor, as he made his famous visit to their bivouacs on the night before his greatest victory. An acclamation that to this day rings in the ear of whoever reads the story of Austerlitz. The thrilling vibration smote the air like the defiance of a nation, and seemed as prophetic of victory as the jubilant clamour of Gideon. It sounded human, yet savouring the roar of some ferocious animal, and amid the cheers of an army glorifying in its strength could be heard that exultant greeting, "Vive l'Empereur! Vive l'Empereur!" The clock on the mantel struck 6, and the sound reached the sleeper indistinctly, like distant land bells heard at sea, and instantly their reverberation wove itself into his dream in a rhythmical cadence of the bells of the chapel they had left behind. Softly from afar it came, with poesy of incantation, that ringing melody whose voice awakes our happiest and our saddest memories. Its pealing was filled with harmonies of surpassing intensity, like the whisper of breaking waves. All the gladness of youth, all the ecstasy of love, rang in the old man's soul through the music of those faint, far-sounding bells, until, with the mystery of an unutterable meaning, their ringing faltered and was heard no more. Captain Blythe and the Cossack resumed their walk, and dawn appeared as they sighted the Allied headquarters. Already the Austrian and Russian camps were astir with drumbeat and bugle blast, and these reveillés, sounding in a confused medley, impressed the captain with their droll resemblance to dogs barking at daybreak to one another. A moment later he stood in the presence of the Tsar Alexander and of the Emperor Francis of Austria. Both were seated at a camp table, one side of which was covered with a map, whereon the Tsar's eyes frequently rested, while upon the other had been spread a frugal breakfast of coffee, biscuit, and ham and eggs, to which the Austrian was applying himself. From a crackling fire of green logs without rose a cloud of aromatic smoke, and before it bent 2 liveried moujiks trying to coax forth a brighter blaze. The Tsar was a man of fine presence, with florid face, clear grey eyes, thin sandy hair, and salient cheekbones, which gave an appearance of force to his countenance. He wore a tight green dress coat with aiglettes, white buckskin breeches, and long polished boots with silver spurs. Upon his shoulders was a mantle, and his cocked hat lay on a chair near by. The Austrian emperor looked equally splendid in a white dress coat with gold collar and tight breeches and boots, and he also, while sipping his coffee, held a cloak about him. His intellectual feebleness was apparent as he asked in guttural German, "Have my officers their queues properly powdered this morning?" But before Blythe could declare his ignorance upon this particular, the Tsar addressed him in excellent French, with quick, incisive utterance. "I have sent for you, Monsieur le Capitaine, because you know this field of battle. You have read Thiers' Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire, which is more than I have been able to do. You have studied the course the action took 85 years ago, and should be able to guard us against a repetition of our blunders. It is not paying you an extravagant compliment to say that you are worth more to me than any of my generals, and that I hold you responsible for Austerlitz." "Ach, Hilge Maria!" murmured Kaiser Franz, raising his hand to his thick lips. "Verily these eggs are hot." At the words "responsible for Austerlitz," Captain Blythe realized the weird nature of his position. He understood as never before that in principle the sleeping intelligence is responsible. For who shall say that the mind which consents to wilful wrong, albeit in the fiction of a dream, sustains no moral blemish? He perceived that the dreamland to which he had passed was a reality, and felt himself under the control of a ghostly influence he could neither shake off nor resist. He was conscious that the scene before him was no more an hallucination than any of the seeming realities of life which vanish at a touch or fade like melting dreams. And for the moment he was appalled at the thought of what might befall him in a trance where the actual pressed so closely upon the visionary, and where the sleeper was answerable to forces and figures apparently as real as himself. He would fain have declined the weighty honour thrust upon him, but the watchful Cossack whispered, "Tush, fool, think you to bandy reasons with a Tsar?" Thus tersely admonished, Captain Blythe made desperate efforts to recall the details of the narrative he had so lately read, to fix the blunders of the fateful battle, the confusion of conflicting orders, the loss of the heights of Pratzen, the catastrophe on the frozen lakes. In the midst of this mental struggle, the Tsar buckled on his sword and rode away to where his generals waited, and poor Blythe was left to the maunderings of the Austrian emperor about his pretty battalions, with their immaculate coats rendered yellow by exposure. What would the Viennese say if they could see them now? Would they laugh or swear? The steady tramp of marching troops was heard, and the blare of drums and trumpets drew near. The captain beheld a regiment of Austrian Kaiserlics thronging to the front, with great brass-plated conical shakos and close-fitting coats, and skin-tight trousers that gave them a wasp-like appearance. At their head went a band that filled the air with passionate refrains, stirring the heart with fire of brave deeds. In his sleep the old man's pulse kindled rapturously, and his face flushed with joy, for the proud air seemed a familiar strain he had sought all his life. To find it at last in the enchantment of a dream? Past him they went, the horns, the cornets, the fifes, the drums, the clashing cymbals, their music filled with martial triumph, and touched with the thrilling sweetness of Tyrolean echoes, till, as the march died in the distance, there arose a babel of commands. Austrian troops speaking German to Hungarian troops, cavalry shouting in Polish to Croat infantry, Italians, Bohemians, Galatians, Illyrians, side by side, each using their native dialect, to which Russian officers galloping about added the bewilderment of a language intelligible to few but themselves. Before him extended a marvellous panorama. Immediately in front rose the heights of Pratzen, covered with cannon and infantry. To the right and left stretched long lines of troops, the green Russian uniforms contrasting with the Austrian white. Farther away were Hungarian hussars in dolmans and kolbaks, and braided breeches suggestive of fancy dress, and behind them followed the ubiquitous Cossacks with their shaggy horses and long lances. In the wintry stillness of the Moravian fields, between the assembled armies, rose straight lines of poplars standing like sentinels between the gathering hosts, and above them came the flush of day and the radiant splendour of the sun of Austerlitz. The smoke of an expiring campfire floated lazily across the turquoise-tinted sky, and the snow-crested hilltops glistened as though touched by an aureole. All sounds were hushed now, and a marvellous quiet prevailed, that to the dreamer was intensified by the thought of the storm about to burst. The instant seemed to him one of unspeakable repose, as though the calm of nature, like a perfect benediction, had overspread and silenced the passions of man. The sunrise was one of more than earthly beauty, with such effulgence of transcendent beams, such opalescent hues across the heavens, that the captain, in his bewilderment, with thoughts of Christmas still fresh in his mind, fancied something of the mystical light of Bethlehem must lie behind that brilliant orient, to touch the earth with such incomparable glory. The Tsar was gesticulating excitedly to his generals, and the Austrian Emperor had finished his ham and eggs, when from the mist in the ravine beneath Pratzen emerged the French infantry and artillery, with glittering squadrons on the flanks. As the fusillade commenced, the Tsar motioned Captain Blythe to him. "You perceive," he said, "the solemnity of this hour. Every form you behold is a spectre, the semblance of its former self. The fates granted that, when the last of those who fought at Austerlitz had died, the field should be fought over by their ghosts. The last of them, a Russian drummer, aged 15 in December 1805, joined us this morning. All now are here. The men, the vivandiers, the horses, even the dogs with their little wagons that draw the big drums in the Austrian bands. For 65 years I have watched them gather, and you, who live on earth, and have the anguish to see your loved ones taken from you, know not the joy that spirits feel as, in our place of waiting, our comrades reappear and greet us as of old." And as he spoke, Blythe noticed hundreds of great birds, crows and vultures they seemed, flying at a distance, and wondered if these too were spectres. Then the Tsar touched him on the shoulder, and added, "Remember your duty. Follow near, and keep me from the faults and failures of the flesh." The battle had commenced, and the first mistake of 1805 had already repeated itself with a strange fatality. Through a misunderstanding of orders, a division of Russian cavalry had taken position on the heights of Pratzen, thus causing a delay in the advance of the second infantry line. It seemed as though the force of destiny could make itself felt even in the land of dreams. The Tsar turned upon Blythe with a reproachful look. "Could not you," he cried, "have saved us the repetition of that folly?" The French advanced rapidly, and at sight of his battalions recoiling before their impetuous onset, the Tsar's face darkened under a sinister presentiment. Nevertheless, Miloradovich, who commanded the Allied centre, exposed himself with daring courage at the front of the division bearing his name, while approaching from behind could be seen the Russian Guard, which, by a further repetition of error, had been stationed too far to the rear to be immediately available. At its head rode the Cuirassier Life Guards, the élite of the Muscovite army, resplendent in steel and brass, with floating plumes and long, straight swords. This corps instantly fell upon one of Van Damme's regiments, which it crushed before the very eyes of Napoleon, capturing its faded and tattered tricolour flag, the emblem of the conquering revolution. This its captor carried back to the two emperors with personal triumph undiminished by a bayonet gash through his face, from which the blood trickled slowly down upon the sparkling decoration at his breast. Captain Blythe looked on with breathless interest, for never had he beheld so splendid an onset, and moreover he vaguely remembered reading years ago, it seemed, in Thiers' pages, of this charge and capture of a flag. The Tsar smiled and spoke to the wounded officer, and the Austrian Emperor, with a sour grimace, remarked, like the philosopher he was, "What shabby standards these Frenchmen bear!" The battle had become engaged as far as the eye could reach, and as the fire grew hotter, and the cannon balls whizzed through the air or ploughed the ground, Blythe wondered that none of their group of brilliant staff officers had been struck. But now, simultaneously with the sharp crackling of the fire in his room, a violent explosion rent the air, and an Austrian general near by fell from his horse face downwards. The Tsar beckoned Captain Blythe to his side. "You are mismanaging this," he exclaimed. "These occurrences are merely a renewal of what happened, and if you do not have a care the result will be no better. Already I see you have allowed Buxhoveden on the left yonder to mire his troops on ground Thiers must have told you proved untraversable. Look for yourself and see that his artillery is embedded to the axles." The Englishman saw indeed not only that the Allied left was upon dangerous ground, but that a portion of the French centre, wheeling to the right, was marching to strike it in flank. Swiftly he beheld the dire catastrophe that followed. The Russian infantry shattered and driven upon the frozen lakes, the storm of cannonballs that rent the ice, struggling and drowning soldiers, the abandonment of artillery, the flight of the survivors. And now the Allied centre, violently assailed by Soult, gave way. The Austrian soldiers, casting aside their heavy muskets and brass-plated charcots, fled bareheaded and weaponless. Whole batteries of curiously fashioned cannon that had been drawn from Moscow 1,000 miles were deserted. Half a dozen of the gaudy flags of both armies, emblazoned with ravenous open-mouthed eagles, lay on the ground in apt token of the woeful fall of those imperial birds, while about them were dead or wounded soldiers, the Austrians in their white blood-stained coats, presenting a ghastly appearance. Captain Blythe was recalled from the fugitives by a menacing gesture. It was the Tsar, his broad face flushed with anger, his lips trembling as though with muttered imprecations. He motioned to some of his infantry, who lingered, and pointed fiercely at the Englishman, and in that gesture was a sentence of death. Half a dozen men formed in line, and the Cossack, whose features were those of Arabella's husband, charged now with satanic malignity, gave the word of command. Captain Blythe felt that he was not dreaming. He had drifted from dreamland into the realm of spirits, about to become for him the realm of death. The scene before him and the events that he had witnessed were not visionary. There was the sun in the sky, and yonder the leafless December branches. He stamped on the snow, and the crisp crystal grains flew from under his foot. The inanimate objects, as well as the men before him, were as real as himself. He watched the motions of the soldiers with the resignation of a brave man. Every detail of their equipment was distinct. Their dingy uniforms frayed after 2 months' campaigning, their leather shakos with long pompons, their clumsy flintlocks and iron bayonets of a previous reign. He heard the brief order, saw the men tear the paper cartridges with their teeth and ram them home. Then followed the click of the ramrods striking upon the bullets that were to tear his body. In that supreme instant he had neither heroic thoughts nor useless regrets. It merely seemed infinitely sad to fancy this beautiful earth without him, this earth where, in the focus of his own small sphere, he seemed to have filled so important a place, yet whence his removal would not even be noticed. His heart throbbed violently. "Ready! Aim!" The flintlocks glittered in the sun. There was a loud report. His heart quivered and stood still. And Captain Blythe lay dying in his armchair before his Christmas fireside. The door had been opened by a valet, who came to remind him of the hour. Dinner would be served at 7, and it was time to dress. The words faltered on his lips as he perceived that his master was unconscious. In a few moments a physician had been summoned, and soon after arrived the poet, who had been bidden to his friend's Christmas dinner, and who seated himself at the side of what was to prove Captain Blythe's deathbed. For an hour the sufferer remained speechless, and when at last his lips moved, his words were so strange that those about him listened in silent wonder to the reiteration. "Responsible for Austerlitz, and shot to death." Nor could he be wholly recalled from the phantom land to which he believed that he had wandered, and where he declared he had met his fate. With slow and difficult utterance that at times sank to a whisper, he told the story of his ghostly adventure. "But, my dear fellow," said the poet soothingly, observing that the extraordinary recital agitated him, "you are safe in your own room, which you have not left for an instant." "Not left in body," replied the dying man, "but in spirit I have been far from here, and those I met have done me a mortal hurt. Believe me, the song of the Erlkönig is founded upon a truth, and the boy's life was charmed from him as he listened." The doctor applied restoratives and watched attentively. "It is an aneurysm of the heart," he mused within himself. Then the ill man turned, as if with faculties supernaturally keen he had divined the thought. "No," he ejaculated, "it is the Russian bullets." And nothing could dispel this weird hallucination. He believed that at the cost of life he had touched one of the secrets of occult science, and until final unconsciousness his mind was persistently running upon the ghostly bourne into which he had strayed, and whither his spirit was about to return. But his vision gradually assumed a softer aspect, and from the words he muttered, It appeared that the scene before him had changed to one of matchless beauty, where stretched a winding river with sunlit castles and vineyards, rich with the radiance of a transfigured morning, and beside him the elf-king whispered words of irresistible persuasion, sweet as the song of birds at break of day, and the elf-king's phantom daughters beckoned from the night of earth towards the shining river. And when his last breath had passed, the poet, bending at the bedside, was so possessed by the mystery of his fate that he thought of the friend whose cold hand he still clasped, as of one who had fallen a victim to the spectres upon whose domain he had unwittingly trespassed. The end of The Ghosts of Austerlitz, a Christmas Story. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Horror of the Heights by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neil J.B. The idea that the extraordinary narrative, which has been called the Joyce Armstrong fragment, is an elaborate practical joke evolved by some unknown person, cursed by a perverted and sinister sense of humour, has now been abandoned by all who have examined the matter. The most macabre and imaginative of plotters would hesitate before linking his morbid fancies with the unquestioned and tragic facts which reinforce the statement. Though the assertions contained in it are amazing and even monstrous, it is none the less forcing itself upon the general intelligence that they are true, and that we must readjust our ideas to the new situation. This world of ours appears to be separated by a slight and precarious margin of safety from a most singular and unexpected danger. I will endeavour in this narrative, which reproduces the original document in its necessarily somewhat fragmentary form, to lay before the reader the whole of the facts up to date, prefacing my statement by saying that, if there be any who doubt the narrative of Joyce Armstrong, there can be no question at all as to the facts concerning Lieutenant Myrtle, R.N., and Mr. Hay Connor, who undoubtedly met their end in the manner described. The Joyce Armstrong fragment was found in the field which is called Lower Haycock, lying 1 mile to the westward of the village of Withyham, upon the Kent and Sussex border. It was on the 15th September last that an agricultural labourer, James Flynn, in the employment of Matthew Dodd, farmer, of the Chantry Farm, Withyham, perceived a briar pipe lying near the footpath which skirts the hedge in Lower Haycock. A few paces further on he picked up a pair of broken binocular glasses. Finally, among some nettles in the ditch, he caught sight of a flat, canvas-backed book which proved to be a notebook with detachable leaves, some of which had come loose and were fluttering along the base of the hedge. These he collected, but some, including the first, were never recovered, and leave a deplorable hiatus in this all-important statement. The notebook was taken by the labourer to his master, who in turn showed it to Dr. J. H. Atherton of Hartfield. This gentleman at once recognised the need for an expert examination, and the manuscript was forwarded to the Aero Club in London, where it now lies. The first 2 pages of the manuscript are missing. There is also one torn away at the end of the narrative, though none of these affect the general coherence of the story. It is conjectured that the missing opening is concerned with the record of Mr. Joyce Armstrong's qualifications as an aeronaut, which can be gathered from other sources and are admitted to be unsurpassed among the air pilots of England. For many years he has been looked upon as among the most daring and the most intellectual of flying men, a combination which has enabled him to both invent and test several new devices, including the common gyroscopic attachment, which is known by his name. The main body of the manuscript is written neatly in ink, but the last few lines are in pencil and are so ragged as to be hardly legible, exactly, in fact, as they might be expected to appear if they were scribbled off hurriedly from the seat of a moving airplane. There are, it may be added, several stains, both on the last page and on the outside cover, which have been pronounced by the Home Office experts to be blood, probably human, and certainly mammalian. The fact that something closely resembling the organism of malaria was discovered in his blood, and that Joyce Armstrong is known to have suffered from intermittent fever, is a remarkable example of the new weapons which modern science has placed in the hands of our detectives. And now a word as to the personality of the author of this epoch-making statement. Joyce Armstrong, according to the few friends who really knew something of the man, was a poet and a dreamer, as well as a mechanic and an inventor. He was a man of considerable wealth, much of which he had spent in the pursuit of his aeronautical hobby. He had 4 private airplanes in his hangars near Devizes, and is said to have made no fewer than 170 ascents in the course of last year. He was a retiring man with dark moods, in which he would avoid the society of his fellows. Captain Dangerfield, who knew him better than anyone, says that there were times when his eccentricity threatened to develop into something more serious. His habit of carrying a shotgun with him in his aeroplane was one manifestation of it. Another was the morbid effect which the fall of Lieutenant Myrtle had upon his mind. Myrtle, who was attempting the height record, fell from an altitude of something over 30,000 feet. Horrible to narrate, his head was entirely obliterated, though his body and limbs preserved their configuration. At every gathering of airmen, Joyce Armstrong, according to Dangerfield, would ask with an enigmatic smile, "And where, pray, is Myrtle's head?" On another occasion after dinner, at the mess of the flying school on Salisbury Plain, he started a debate as to what will be the most permanent danger which airmen will have to encounter. Having listened to successive opinions as to air pockets, faulty construction, and overbanking, he ended by shrugging his shoulders and refusing to put forward his own views, though he gave the impression that they differed from any advanced by his companions. It is worth remarking that after his own complete disappearance, it was found that his private affairs were arranged with a precision which may show that he had a strong premonition of disaster. With these essential explanations, I will now give the narrative exactly as it stands, beginning at page 3 of the blood-soaked notebook. Nevertheless, when I dined at Rheims with Coselli and Gustave Raymond, I found that neither of them was aware of any particular danger in the higher layers of the atmosphere. I did not actually say what was in my thoughts, but I got so near to it that if they had any corresponding idea, they could not have failed to express it. But then they are 2 empty, vainglorious fellows with no thought beyond seeing their silly names in the newspaper. It is interesting to note that neither of them had ever been much beyond the 20,000-foot level. Of course, men have been higher than this, in both balloons and in the ascent of mountains. It must be well above that point that the aeroplane enters the danger zone, always presuming that my premonitions are correct. Aeroplaning has been with us now for more than 20 years, and one might well ask, why should this peril be only revealing itself in our day? The answer is obvious. In the old days of weak engines, when 100 horsepower gnome or green was considered ample for every need, the flights were very restricted. Now that 300 horsepower is the rule rather than the exception, visits to the upper layers have become easier and more common. Some of us can remember how, in our youth, Garros made a worldwide reputation by attaining 19,000 feet, and it was considered a remarkable achievement to fly over the Alps. Our standard now has been immeasurably raised, and there are 20 high flights for one in former years. Many of them have been undertaken with impunity. The 30,000-foot level has been reached time after time with no discomfort beyond cold and asthma. What does this prove? A visitor might descend upon this planet 1,000 times and never see a tiger. Yet tigers exist, and if he chanced to come down into a jungle, he might be devoured. There are jungles of the upper air, and there are worse things than tigers which inhabit them. I believe, in time, they will map these jungles accurately out. Even at the present moment, I could name 2 of them. One of them lies over the Pau-Biarritz district of France. Another is just over my head as I write here in my house in Wiltshire. I rather think there is a third in the Homburg-Wiesbaden district. It was the disappearance of the airman that first set me thinking. Of course, everyone said that they had fallen into the sea, but that did not satisfy me at all. First there was Verrières in France. His machine was found near Bayonne, but they never got his body. There was the case of Baxter also, who vanished, though his engine and some of the iron fixings were found in a wood in Leicestershire. In that case, Dr. Middleton of Amesbury, who was watching the flight with a telescope, declares that just before the clouds obscured the view, he saw the machine, which was at an enormous height, suddenly rise perpendicularly, upwards, in a succession of jerks, in a manner that he would have thought to be impossible. That was the last seen of Baxter. There was a correspondence in the papers, but it never led to anything. There were several other similar cases, and then there was the death of Hay Connor. What a cackle there was about an unsolved mystery of the air, and what columns in the halfpenny papers, and yet how little was ever done to get to the bottom of the business. He came down in a tremendous volplane from an unknown height. He never got off his machine and died in the pilot's seat. Died of what? Heart disease, said the doctors. Rubbish. Hay Connor's heart was as sound as mine is. What did Venables say? Venables was the only man who was at his side when he died. He said that he was shivering and looked like a man who had been badly scared. Died of fright, said Venables, but could not imagine what he was frightened about. Only said one word to Venables, which sounded like monstrous. They could make nothing of that at the inquest, but I could make something of it. Monsters. That was the last word of poor Harry Hay Connor. And he did die of fright, just as Venables thought. And then there was Myrtle's head. Do you really believe, does anyone really believe, that a man's head could be driven clean into his body by the force of a fall? Well, perhaps it may be possible, but I, for one, have never believed that it was so with Myrtle. And the grease upon his clothes, all slimy with grease, said somebody at the inquest. Queer that nobody got thinking after that. I did. But then I had been thinking for a good long time. I've made 3 ascents. How Dangerfield used to chaff me about my shotgun. But I've never been high enough. Now, with this new light pull Verona machine at its 175 Rober, I should easily touch the 30,000 tomorrow. I'll have a shot at the record. Maybe I shall have a shot at something else as well. Of course, it's dangerous. If a fellow wants to avoid danger, he had best keep out of flying altogether, and subside finally into flannel slippers and a dressing-gown. But I'll visit the air jungle tomorrow, and if there's anything there, I shall know it. If I return, I'll find myself a bit of a celebrity. If I don't, this notebook may explain what I am trying to do, and how I lost my life in doing it. But no drivel about accidents or mysteries, if you please. I chose my Paul Verona monoplane for the job. There's nothing like a monoplane when real work is to be done. Beaumont found that out in very early days. For one thing, it doesn't mind damp, and the weather looks as if we should be in the clouds all the time. It's a bonny little model, and answers my hand like a tender-mouthed horse. The engine is a 10-cylinder rotary Rober, working up to 175. It has all the modern improvements, enclosed fuselage, high-curved landing skids, brakes, gyroscopic steadiers, and 3 speeds, worked by an alteration of the angle of the planes upon the Venetian blind principle. I took a shotgun with me, and a dozen cartridges filled with buckshot. You should have seen the face of Perkins, my old mechanic, when I directed him to put them in. I was dressed like an Arctic explorer, with 2 jerseys under my overalls, thick socks inside my padded boots, a storm cap with flaps and my talc goggles. It was stifling outside the hangars, but I was going for the summit of the Himalayas and had to dress for the part. Perkins knew there was something on and implored me to take him with me. Perhaps I should if I were using the biplane, but a monoplane is a one-man show, if you want to get the last foot of life out of it. Of course, I took an oxygen bag. The man who goes for the altitude record without one will either be frozen or smothered, or both. I had a good look at the planes, the rudder bar, and the elevating lever before I got in. Everything was in order, so far as I could see. Then I switched on my engine and found that she was running sweetly. When they let her go, she rose almost at once upon the lowest speed. I circled my home field once or twice just to warm her up, and then, with a wave to Perkins and the others, I flattened out my planes and put her on her highest. She skimmed like a swallow downwind for 8 or 10 miles, until I turned her nose up a little, and she began to climb in a great spiral for the cloud bank above me. It's all important to rise slowly and adapt yourself to the pressure as you go. It was a close, warm day for an English September, and there was the hush and heaviness of impending rain. Now and then there came sudden puffs of wind from the southwest, one of them so gusty and unexpected that it caught me napping and turned me half round for an instant. I remember the time when gusts and whirls and air pockets used to be things of danger, before we learned to put an overmastering power into our engines. Just as I reached the cloud banks, with the altimeter marking 3,000, down came the rain. My word, how it poured! It drummed upon my wings and lashed against my face, blurring my glasses so that I could hardly see. I got down onto a low speed, for it was painful to travel against it. As I got higher, it became hail, and I had to turn tail to it. One of my cylinders was out of action. A dirty plug, I should imagine, but still I was rising steadily, with plenty of power. After a bit the trouble passed, whatever it was, and I heard the full, deep-throated purr, the 10 singing as one. That's where the beauty of our modern silences comes in. We can at least control our engines by ear. How they squeal and squeak and sob when they are in trouble! All those cries for help were wasted in the old days, when every sound was swallowed up by the monstrous racket of the machine. If only the early aviators could come back to see the beauty and perfection of the mechanism which had been bought at the cost of their lives. About 9:30 I was nearing the clouds. Down below me, all blurred and shadowed with the rain, lay the vast expanse of Salisbury Plain. Half a dozen flying machines were doing hack work at the 1,000-foot level, looking like little black swallows against the green background. I dare say they were wondering what I was doing up in Cloudland. Suddenly a grey curtain drew across beneath me, and the wet folds of vapours were swirling around my face. It was clammily cold and miserable, but I was above the hailstorm, and that was something gained. The cloud was as dark and thick as a London fog. In my anxiety to get clear, I cocked her nose up until the automatic alarm bell rang, and I actually began to slide backwards. My sopped and dripping wings had made me heavier than I thought, but presently I was in lighter cloud, and soon had cleared the first layer. There was a second, opal-coloured and fleecy, at a great height above my head, a white, unbroken ceiling above, and a dark, unbroken floor below, with the monoplane labouring upwards upon a vast spiral between them. It is deadly lonely in these cloud spaces. Once a great flight of some small water-birds went past me, flying very fast to the westwards. The quick whir of their wings and their musical cry were cheery to my ear. I fancy that they were teal, but I am a wretched zoologist. Now that we humans have become birds, we must really learn to know our brethren by sight. The wind down beneath me whirled and swayed the broad cloud plain. Once a great eddy formed in it, a whirlpool of vapour, and through it, as down a funnel, I caught sight of the distant world. A large white biplane was passing at a vast depth beneath me. I fancy it was the morning mail service betwixt Bristol and London. Then the drift swirled inwards again, and the great solitude was unbroken. Just after 10 I touched the lower edge of the upper cloud stratum. It consisted of fine diaphanous vapour drifting swiftly from the westwards. The wind had been steadily rising all this time, and it was now blowing a sharp breeze, 28 an hour by my gauge. Already it was very cold, though my altimeter only marked 9,000. The engines were working beautifully, and we went droning steadily upwards. The cloud bank was thicker than I had expected, but at last it had thinned out into a golden mist before me, and then, in an instant, I had shot out from it, and there was an unclouded sky and a brilliant sun above my head, all blue and gold above, all shining silver below, one vast glimmering plain as far as my eyes could reach. It was 10:15, and the barograph needle pointed to 12,800. Up I went, and up, my ears concentrated upon the deep purring of my motor, my eyes busy always with the watch, the revolution indicator, the petrol lever, and the oil pump. No wonder aviators are said to be a fearless race. With so many things to think of, there is no time to trouble about oneself. About this time I noted how unreliable is the compass when above a certain height from the earth. At 15,000 feet mine was pointing east and a point south. The sun and the wind gave me my true bearings. I had hoped to reach an eternal stillness in these high altitudes, but with every 1,000 feet of ascent the gale grew stronger. My machine groaned and trembled in every joint and rivet as she faced it, and swept away like a sheet of paper when I banked her on the turn, skimming downwind at a greater pace, perhaps, than ever mortal man has moved. Yet I had always to turn again and tuck up in the wind's eye, for it was not merely a height record that I was after. By all my calculations, it was above Little Wiltshire that my air jungle lay, and all my labour might be lost if I struck the outer layers at some farther point. When I reached the 19,000-foot level, which was about midday, the wind was so severe that I looked with some anxiety to the stays of my wings, expecting momentarily to see them snap or slacken. I even cast loose the parachute behind me and fastened its hook into the ring of my leathern belt, so as to be ready for the worst. Now was the time when a bit of scamped work by the mechanic is paid for by the life of the aeronaut. But she held together bravely. Every cord and strut was humming and vibrating like so many harp strings, but it was glorious to see how, for all the beating and buffeting, she was still the conqueror of nature and the mistress of the sky. There is surely something divine in man himself that he should rise so superior to the limitations which creation seemed to impose. Rise, too, by such unselfish, heroic devotion as this air conquest has shown. Talk of human degeneration! When has such a story as this been written in the annals of our race? These were the thoughts in my head as I climbed that monstrous inclined plane, with the wind sometimes beating in my face, and sometimes whistling behind my ears, while the cloudland beneath me fell away to such a distance that the folds and hammocks of silver had all smoothed out into one flat, shining plain. But suddenly I had a horrible and unprecedented experience. I have known before what it is to be in what our neighbours have called a tourbillon, but never on such a scale as this. That huge, sweeping river of wind, of which I have spoken, had, as it appears, whirlpools within it which were as monstrous as itself. Without a moment's warning, I was dragged suddenly into the heart of one. I spun round for a minute or two with such velocity that I almost lost my senses, and then fell, suddenly, left wing foremost, down the vacuum funnel into the centre. I dropped like a stone and lost nearly 1,000 feet. It was only my belt that kept me in my seat, and the shock and breathlessness left me hanging half insensible over the side of the fuselage. But I am always capable of a supreme effort. It is my one great merit as an aviator. I was conscious that the descent was slower. The whirlpool was a cone rather than a funnel, and I had come to the apex. With a terrific wrench, throwing my weight all to one side, I levelled my planes and brought her head away from the wind. In an instant I had shot out of the eddies and was skimming down the sky. Then, shaken but victorious, I turned her nose up and began once more my steady grind on the upward spiral. I took a large sweep to avoid the danger spot of the whirlpool, and soon I was safely above it. Just after 1 o'clock, I was 21,000 feet above the sea level. To my great joy, I had topped the gale, and with every 100 feet of ascent the air grew stiller. On the other hand, it was very cold, and I was conscious of that peculiar nausea which goes with rarefaction of the air. For the first time I unscrewed the mouth of my oxygen bag and took an occasional whiff of the glorious gas. I could feel it running like a cordial through my veins, and I was exhilarated almost to the point of drunkenness. I shouted and sang as I soared upwards into the cold, still, outer world. It is very clear to me that the insensibility which came upon Glacier, and in a lesser degree upon Coxwell, when in 1862 they ascended in a balloon to the height of 30,000 feet, was due to the extreme speed with which a perpendicular ascent is made. Doing it at an easy gradient and accustoming oneself to the lessened barometric pressure by slow degrees, there are no such dreadful symptoms. At the same great height I found that even without my oxygen inhaler I could breathe without undue distress. It was bitterly cold, however, and my thermometer was at 0 Fahrenheit. At 1:30 I was nearly 7 miles above the surface of the earth and still ascending steadily. I found, however, that the rarefied air was giving markedly less support to my planes, and that my angle of ascent had to be considerably lowered in consequence. It was already clear that even with my light weight and strong engine power, there was a point in front of me where I should be held. To make matters worse, one of my sparking plugs was in trouble again, and there was intermittent misfiring in the engine. My heart was heavy with the fear of failure. It was about that time that I had a most extraordinary experience. Something whizzed past me in a trail of smoke and exploded with a loud hissing sound, sending forth a cloud of steam. For the instant I could not imagine what had happened. Then I remembered that the earth is forever being bombarded by meteor stones, and would be hardly inhabitable were they not in nearly every case turned to vapour in the outer layers of the atmosphere. Here is a new danger for the high-altitude man, for 2 others passed me when I was nearing the 40,000-foot mark. I cannot doubt that at the edge of the earth's envelope the risk would be a very real one. My barograph needle marked 41,300 when I became aware that I could go no farther. Physically, the strain was not as yet greater than I could bear, but my machine had reached its limit. The attenuated air gave no firm support to the wings, and the least tilt developed into side-slip, while she seemed sluggish on her controls. Possibly, had the engine been at its best, another 1,000 feet might have been within our capacity, but it was still misfiring, and 2 out of the 10 cylinders appeared to be out of action. If I had not already reached the zone for which I was searching, then I should never see it upon this journey. But was it not possible that I had attained it? Soaring in circles like a monstrous hawk upon the 40,000-foot level, I let the monoplane guide itself, and with my Mannheim glass I made a careful observation of my surroundings. The heavens were perfectly clear. There was no indication of those dangers which I had imagined. I have said that I was soaring in circles. It struck me suddenly that I would do well to take a wider sweep and open up a new air tract. If the hunter entered an earth jungle, he would drive through it if he wished to find his game. My reasoning had led me to believe that the air jungle which I had imagined lay somewhere over Wiltshire. This should be to the south and west of me. I took my bearings from the sun, for the compass was hopeless and no trace of earth was to be seen, nothing but the distant silver cloud plain. However, I got my direction as best I might, and kept her head straight to the mark. I reckoned that my petrol supply would not last for more than another hour or so, but I could afford to use it to the last drop, since a single magnificent volplane could at any time take me to the earth. Suddenly I was aware of something new. The air in front of me had lost its crystal clearness. It was full of long, ragged wisps of something which I can only compare to very fine cigarette smoke. It hung about in wreaths and coils, turning and twisting slowly in the sunlight. As the monoplane shot through it, I was aware of a faint taste of oil upon my lips, and there was a greasy scum upon the woodwork of the machine. Some infinitely fine organic matter appeared to be suspended in the atmosphere. There was no life there. It was inchoate and diffuse, extending for many square acres, and then fringing off into the void. No, it was not life. But might it not be the remains of life? Above all, might it not be the food of life, of monstrous life, even as the humble grease of the ocean is the food for the mighty whale? The thought was in my mind when my eyes looked upwards, and I saw the most wonderful vision that ever man has seen. Can I hope to convey it to you, even as I saw it myself last Thursday? Conceive a jellyfish, such as sails in our summer seas, bell-shaped and of enormous size, far larger, I should judge, than the dome of St. Paul's. It was of a light pink colour, veined with a delicate green, but the whole huge fabric so tenuous that it was but a fairy outline against the dark blue sky. It pulsated with a delicate and regular rhythm. From it there depended 2 long drooping green tentacles, which swayed slowly backwards and forwards. This gorgeous vision passed gently with noiseless dignity over my head, as light and fragile as a soap bubble, and drifted upon its stately way. I had half turned my monoplane, that I might look after this beautiful creature, when, in a moment, I found myself amidst a perfect fleet of them, of all sizes, but none so large as the first. Some were quite small, but the majority about as big as an average balloon, and with much the same curvature at the top. There was in them a delicacy of texture and colouring which reminded me of the finest Venetian glass. Pale shades of pink and green were the prevailing tints, but all had a lovely iridescence where the sun shimmered through their dainty forms. Some hundreds of them drifted past me, a wonderful fairy squadron of strange unknown argosies of the sky. Creatures whose forms and substance were so attuned to these pure heights that one could not conceive anything so delicate within actual sight or sound of earth. But soon my attention was drawn to a new phenomenon, the serpents of the outer air. These were long, thin, fantastic coils of vapour-like material, which turned and twisted with great speed, flying round and round at such a pace that the eyes could hardly follow them. Some of these ghost-like creatures were 20 or 30 feet long, but it was difficult to tell their girth, for their outline was so hazy that it seemed to fade away into the air around them. These air snakes were of a very light grey or smoke colour, with some darker lines within, which gave the impression of a definite organism. One of them whisked past my face, and I was conscious of a cold, clammy contact. But their composition was so unsubstantial that I could not connect them with any thought of physical danger, any more than the beautiful bell-like creatures which had preceded them. There was no more solidity in their frames than in the floating spume from a broken wave. But a more terrible experience was in store for me. Floating downwards from a great height there came a purplish patch of vapour, small as I saw it first, but rapidly enlarging as it approached me, until it appeared to be hundreds of square feet in size. Though fashioned of some transparent, jelly-like substance, it was none the less of much more definite outline and solid consistence than anything which I had seen before. There were more traces, too, of a physical organisation, especially 2 vast, shadowy, circular plates upon either side, which may have been eyes, and a perfectly solid white projection between them, which was as curved and cruel as the beak of a vulture. The whole aspect of this monster was formidable and threatening, and it kept changing its colour from a very light mauve to a dark, angry purple, so thick that it cast a shadow as it drifted between my monoplane and the sun. On the upper curve of its huge body there were 3 great projections which I can only describe as enormous bubbles, and I was convinced as I looked at them that they were charged with some extremely light gas which served to buoy up the misshapen and semi-solid mass in the rarefied air. The creature moved swiftly along, keeping pace easily with the monoplane, and 20 miles or more it formed my horrible escort, hovering over me like a bird of prey which is waiting to pounce. Its method of progression, done so swiftly that it was not easy to follow, was to throw out a long glutinous streamer in front of it, which in turn seemed to draw forward the rest of the writhing body. So elastic and gelatinous was it, that never for 2 successive minutes was it the same shape, and yet each change made it more threatening and loathsome than the last. I knew that it meant mischief. Every purple flush of its hideous body told me so. The vague, goggling eyes which were turned always upon me were cold and merciless in their viscid hatred. I dipped the nose of my monoplane downwards to escape it. As I did so, as quick as a flash there shot out a long tentacle from this mass of floating blubber, and it fell as light and sinuous as a whiplash upon the front of my machine. There was a loud hiss as it lay for a moment across the hot engine, and it whisked itself into the air again, while the huge flat body drew itself together as if in sudden pain. I dipped to a vol pique, but again a tentacle fell over the monoplane and was shorn off by the propeller as easily as it might have cut through a smoke wreath. A long, gliding, sticky, serpent-like coil came from behind and caught me round the waist, dragging me out of the fuselage. I tore at it, my fingers sinking into the smooth, glue-like surface, and for an instant I disengaged myself, but only to be caught around the boot by another coil, which gave me a jerk that tilted me almost onto my back. As I fell over, I blazed off both barrels of my gun, though indeed it was like attacking an elephant with a pea-shooter to imagine that any human weapon could cripple that mighty bulk. And yet I aimed better than I knew, for with a loud report one of the great blisters upon the creature's back exploded with the puncture of the buckshot. It was very clear that my conjecture was right, and that these vast, clear bladders were distended with some lifting gas, for in an instant the huge, cloud-like body turned sideways, writhing desperately to find its balance, while the white beak snapped and gaped in horrible fury. But already I had shot away on the steepest glide that I dared to attempt, my engine still full on, the flying propeller and the force of gravity shooting me downwards like an aerolite. Far behind me I saw a dull, purplish smudge, growing swiftly smaller and merging into the blue sky behind it. I was safe, out of the deadly jungle of the outer air. Once out of danger, I throttled my engine, for nothing tears a machine to pieces quicker than running on full power from a height. It was a glorious spiral volplane from nearly 8 miles of altitude, first to the level of the silver cloud bank, then to that of the storm cloud beneath it, and finally, in beating rain, to the surface of the earth. I saw the Bristol Channel beneath me as I broke from the clouds, but, having still some petrol in my tank, I got 20 miles inland before I found myself stranded in a field half a mile from the village of Ashcombe. There I got 3 tins of petrol from a passing motor car, and at 10 minutes past 6 that evening I alighted gently in my own home meadow at Devizes, after such a journey as no mortal upon earth has ever yet taken and lived to tell the tale. I have seen the beauty, and I have seen the horror of the heights, and greater beauty or greater horror than that is not within the ken of man. And now it is my plan to go once again before I give my results to the world. My reason for this is that I must surely have something to show by way of proof before I lay such a tale before my fellow man. It is true that others will soon follow and will confirm what I have said, and yet I should wish to carry conviction from the first. Those lovely iridescent bubbles of the air should not be hard to capture. They drift slowly upon their way, and the swift monoplane could intercept their leisurely course. It is likely enough that they would dissolve in the heavier layers of the atmosphere, and that some small heap of amorphous jelly might be all that I should bring to earth with me. And yet something there would surely be by which I could substantiate my story. Yes, I will go, even if I run a risk by doing so. These purple horrors would not seem to be numerous. It is probable that I shall not see one. If I do, I shall dive at once. At the worst, there is always the shotgun and my knowledge of... Here, a page of the manuscript is unfortunately missing. On the next page is written, in large, straggling writing, 43,000 feet. I shall never see earth again. They are beneath me, 3 of them. God help me. It is a dreadful death to die. Such, in its entirety, is the Joyce Armstrong statement. Of the man, nothing has since been seen. Pieces of his shattered monoplane have been picked up in the preserves of Mr. Budd Lushington upon the borders of Kent and Sussex, within a few miles of the spot where the notebook was discovered. If the unfortunate aviator's theory is correct, that this air jungle, as he called it, existed only over the southwest of England, then it would seem that he had fled from it at the full speed of his monoplane, but had been overtaken and devoured by these horrible creatures at some spot in the outer atmosphere, above the place where the grim relics were found. The picture of that monoplane, skimming down the sky with the nameless terrors flying as swiftly beneath it, and cutting it off always from the earth while they gradually closed in upon their victim, is one upon which a man who valued his sanity would prefer not to dwell. There are many, as I am aware, who still jeer at the facts which I have here set down, but even they must admit that Joyce Armstrong has disappeared, and I would commend them to his own words. This notebook may explain what I am trying to do, and how I lost my life in doing it, but no drivel about accidents or mysteries, if you please. End of The Horror of the Heights.
The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain. Extended version. Part 1. By Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain, by Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton. A friend of mine, who is a man of letters and a philosopher, said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met, I have discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." "Really haunted? And by what? Ghosts?" "Well, I can't answer these questions. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago, I and my wife were in search of a furnished apartment. Passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, "Apartments furnished." The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the third day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. What did you see? Excuse me. I have no desire to be ridiculed as a superstitious dreamer. Nor, on the other hand, could I ask you to accept on my affirmation what you would hold to be incredible without the evidence of your own senses. Let me only say this. It was not so much what we saw or heard, in which you might fairly suppose that we were the dupes of our own excited fancy, or the victims of imposture in others, that drove us away, as it was an undefinable terror which seized both of us whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room, in which we neither saw nor heard anything. And the strangest marvel of all was, that for once in my life I agreed with my wife, silly woman though she be, and allowed, after the third night, that it was impossible to stay a fourth in that house. Accordingly, on the fourth morning I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us, and we would not stay out our week. She said, dryly, "I know why. You have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stayed a second night, none before you a third. But I take it they have been very kind to you." "They? Who?" I asked, affecting a smile. "Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago, when I lived in this house, not as a servant. But I know they will be the death of me some day. I don't care. I'm old, and must die soon anyhow, and then I shall be with them, and in this house still." The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her father. I paid for my week, and too happy were I and my wife to get off so cheaply. "You excite my curiosity," said I. "Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray, give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously." My friend gave me the address, and when we parted, I walked straight towards the house thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy collecting pewter pots at the neighbouring areas said to me, "Do you want anyone in that house, sir?" "Yes, I heard it was to let." "Let? Why, The woman who kept it is dead. Has been dead these 3 weeks, and no one can be found to stay there, though Mr. J offered ever so much. He offered mother, who charged for him, £1 a week just to open and shut the windows, and she would not. Would not? And why? The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed, with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her. Pooh! And you speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house? Yes. Where does he live? In G Street, number. What is he? In any business? No, sir, nothing in particular. A single gentleman. I gave the potboy the gratuity earned by his liberal information, and proceeded to Mr. J. in G Street, which was close by the street that boasted the haunted house. I was lucky enough to find Mr. J. at home, an elderly man with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal a reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege whatever he might be inclined to ask. Sir, said Mr. J., with great courtesy, the house is at your service for as short or as long a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The obligation will be on my side, should you be able to discover the cause of the strange phenomena which at present deprive it of all value. I cannot let it, for I cannot even get a servant to keep it in order or answer the door. Unluckily, the house is haunted, if I may use that expression, not only by night, but by day, though at night the disturbances are of a more unpleasant and sometimes of a more alarming character. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper, whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family, and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest, which gave it a notoriety in the neighbourhood, I have so despaired of finding any person to take charge of it, much more a tenant, that I would willingly let it rent-free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes. How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character? That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it, between 30 and 40 years ago. The fact is that my life has been spent in the East Indies and in the civil service of the company. I returned to England last year on inheriting the fortune of an uncle, amongst whose possessions was the house in question. I found it shut up and uninhabited. I was told that it was haunted, that no one would inhabit it. I smiled at what seemed to me so idle a story. I spent some money in repainting and roofing it, added to its old-fashioned furniture a few modern articles, advertised it, and obtained a lodger for a year. He was a colonel, retired on half-pay. He came in with his family, a son and a daughter, and 4 or 5 servants. They all left the house the next day, and although they deponed that they had all seen something different, that something was equally terrible to all. I really could not in conscience sue or even blame the colonel for breach of agreement. Then I put in the old woman I have spoken of, and she was empowered to let the house in apartments. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no 2 lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please. Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house? Yes. I passed not a night, but 3 hours in broad daylight alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid, and unless your interest be exceedingly eager and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house." "My interest is exceedingly keen," said I, "and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house." Mr. J. said very little more. He took the keys of the house out of his bureau, gave them to me, and, thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudice as any one I could think of. "F," said I, "you remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition? Well, I have heard of a house in London which, I have reason to hope, is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there to-night. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard. Something, perhaps, excessively horrible. Do you think, if I take you with me, I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen?" "Oh, sir, pray trust me," answered F., grinning with delight. "Very well. Then here are the keys of the house. This is the address. Go now. Select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire. Air the bed well. See, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger. So much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well. And if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen." I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honour. I dined alone and very late, and while dining read, as is my habit. The volume I selected was one of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of the healthfulness in the style and practical life in the subjects that it would serve as an antidote against the influences of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket and strolled leisurely towards the haunted house. I took with me a favourite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull-terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats. A dog of dogs for a ghost. It was a summer night, but chilly, the sky somewhat gloomy and overcast. Still there was a moon, faint and sickly, but still a moon, and if the clouds permitted, after midnight it would be brighter. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened with a cheerful smile. "All right, sir, and very comfortable." "Oh," said I, rather disappointed. "Have you not seen nor heard anything remarkable?" "Well, sir, I must own that I have heard something queer." "What? What?" "The sound of feet pattering behind me, and once or twice small noises like whispers close at my ear. Nothing more." "You are not at all frightened?" "I? Not a bit of it, sir." And the man's bold look reassured me on one point, viz. that, happen what might, he would not desert me. We were in the hall, the street door closed, and my attention was now drawn to my dog. He had at first ran in eagerly enough, but had sneaked back to the door, and was scratching and whining to get out. After patting him on the head, and encouraging him gently, the dog seemed to reconcile himself to the situation, and followed me and F through the house, but keeping close at my heels, instead of hurrying inquisitively in advance, which was his usual and normal habit in all strange places. We first visited the subterranean apartments, the kitchen and other offices, and especially the cellars, in which last there were 2 or 3 bottles of wine still left in a bin, covered with cobwebs, and evidently, by their appearance, undisturbed for many years. It was clear that the ghosts were not wine-bibbers. For the rest, we discovered nothing of interest. There was a gloomy little backyard with very high walls. The stones of this yard were very damp, and what with the damp, and what with the dust and smoke grime on the pavement, our feet left a slight impression as we passed. And now appeared the first strange phenomenon witnessed by myself in this strange abode. I saw, just before me, the print of a foot suddenly form itself, as it were. I stopped, caught hold of my servant, and pointed to it. In advance of that footprint, as suddenly dropped another. We both saw it. I advanced quickly to the place. The footprint kept advancing before me, a small footprint, the foot of a child. The impression was too faint thoroughly to distinguish the shape, but it seemed to us both that it was the print of a naked foot. This phenomenon ceased when we arrived at the opposite wall, nor did it repeat itself on returning. We remounted the stairs and entered the rooms on the ground floor, a dining parlour, a small back parlour, and a still smaller third room that had been probably appropriated to a footman, all as still as death. We then visited the drawing rooms, which seemed fresh and new. In the front room I seated myself in an armchair. F placed on the table the candlestick with which he had lighted us. I told him to shut the door. As he turned to do so, a chair opposite me moved from the wall quickly and noiselessly, and dropped itself about a yard from my own chair, immediately fronting it. "Why, this is better than the turning tables," said I, with a half-laugh, and, as I laughed, my dog put back his head and howled. F, coming back, had not observed the movement of the chair. He employed himself now in stilling the dog. I continued to gaze on the chair, and fancied I saw on it a pale blue misty outline of a human figure, but an outline so indistinct that I could only distrust my own vision. The dog now was quiet. "Put back that chair opposite to me," said I to F. "Put it back to the wall." F obeyed. "Was that you, sir?" said he, turning abruptly. "I? What?" "Why, something struck me. I felt it sharply on the shoulder, just here." "No," said I, "but we have jugglers present, and though we may not discover their tricks, we shall catch them before they frighten us." We did not stay long in the drawing-rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing-rooms, a precaution which, I should observe, we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposite to the fire, which burned clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left, between the bed and the window, communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. This last was a small room with a sofa-bed, and had no communication with the landing-place, no other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard, without locks, flushed with the wall, and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards. Only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments, and lighted my cigar, I then, still accompanied by F, went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing-place there was another door. It was closed firmly. "Sir," said my servant in surprise, "I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It cannot have got locked from the inside, for it is a—" Before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us then was touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first. My servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture. A few empty boxes and hampers in a corner. A small window. The shutters closed. Not even a fireplace. No other door but that by which we had entered. No carpet on the floor, and the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there, as was shown by the whiter patches on the wood. But no living being, and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing around, the door by which we had entered closed as quietly as it had opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time I felt a creep of undefinable horror. Not so my servant. "Why, they don't think to trap us, sir. I could break that trumpery door with a kick of my foot." "Try first if it will open to your hand," said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, "while I open the shutters and see what is without." I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little backyard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing but sheer descent. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. F, meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force. And I should here state, in justice to the servant, that, far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amidst circumstances so extraordinary compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly gave him the permission he required, but though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing place. We both saw a large, pale light, as large as the human figure, but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us and ascend the stairs that led from the landing into the attics. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered, to the right of the landing, a small garret, of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered, and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it, a half-tester such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it we perceived an old faded silk kerchief, with the needle still left in a rent half repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it had belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear, but we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor, just before us. We went through the other attics, in all 4, the footfall still preceding us. Nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs, I distinctly felt my wrist seized. and a faint, soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire, and trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened a little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close at my bedhead, and then occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him little. The letters were short. They were dated, the dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress, or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment there was a kind of rough, wild love, but here and there were dark, unintelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. "We ought to love each other," was one of the sentences I remember, "for how everyone else would execrate us if all was known." Again, "Don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night. You talk in your sleep." And again, "What's done can't be undone, and I tell you there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life." Here there was underlined, in a better handwriting, a female's, "They do." At the end of the letter latest in date, the same female hand had written these words: "Lost at sea, the 4th of June, the same day as—" I put down the letters, and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvellous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself dressed upon the bed, and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone, I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bedhead. I placed my watch beside the weapons, and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Opposite to me the fire burned clear, and on the hearthrug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek, like a sudden draught. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing place, must have got open, but no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left, and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed as by a wind. At the same moment the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly, softly, no visible hand. It was gone. I sprang up, seizing the revolver with the one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked round the floor. No sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bedhead. My servant called out, "Is that you, sir?" "No. Be on your guard." The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backwards and forwards. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentrated all my attention on himself. Slowly he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid, and with the same wild stare. I had no time, however, to examine the dog. Presently my servant emerged from his room, and if ever I saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognised him had we met in the streets, so altered was every lineament. He passed by me quickly, saying in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run, run! "It is after me." He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop, but, without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters and taking several steps at a time. I heard, where I stood, the street door open, heard it again clap to. I was left alone in the haunted house. It was for but a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror. I again carefully examined the walls to see if there were any concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How, then, had the thing, whatever it was, which had so scared him, obtained ingress, except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally trying to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognise me. Whoever has seen at the Zoological Gardens a rabbit fascinated by a serpent cowering in a corner may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Finding all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as if in the madness of hydrophobia, I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my Macaulay. Perhaps, in order not to appear seeking credit for a courage, or rather a coolness, which the reader may conceive I exaggerate, I may be pardoned if I pause to indulge in one or two egotistical remarks. As I hold presence of mind, or what is called courage, to be precisely proportioned to familiarity with the circumstance that led to it, so I should say that I have been long sufficiently familiar with all experiments that appertain to the marvellous. I had witnessed many very extraordinary phenomena in various parts of the world, phenomena that would be either totally disbelieved if I stated them, or ascribed to supernatural agencies. Now, my theory is that the supernatural is the impossible, and that what is called supernatural is only a something in the laws of nature of which we have been hitherto ignorant. Therefore, if a ghost rise before me, I have not the right to say, "So, then, the supernatural is possible," but rather, "So, then, the apparition of a ghost is, contrary to received opinion, within the laws of nature, i.e., not supernatural." Now, in all that I had hitherto witnessed, and indeed in all the wonders which the amateurs of mystery in our age record as facts, a material living agency is always required. On the continent you will find still magicians who assert that they can raise spirits. Assume for the moment that they assert truly. Still the living material form of the magician is present, and he is the material agency by which, from some constitutional peculiarities, certain strange phenomena are represented to your natural senses. Accept again, as truthful, the tales of spirit manifestation in America, musical or other sounds, writings on paper, produced by no discernible hand, articles of furniture moved without apparent human agency, or the actual sight and touch of hands to which no bodies seem to belong. Still there must be found the medium or living being with constitutional peculiarities capable of obtaining these signs. In fine, in all such marvels, supposing even that there is no imposture, there must be a human being like ourselves, by whom, or through whom the effects presented to human beings are produced. It is so with the now familiar phenomena of mesmerism or electrobiology. The mind of the person operated on is affected through a material, living agent. Nor, supposing it true that a mesmerized patient can respond to the will or passes of a mesmerizer 100 miles distant, is the response less occasioned by a material being. It may be through a material fluid, call it electric, call it odic, call it what you will, which has the power of traversing space and passing obstacles, that the material effect is communicated from one to the other. Hence all that I had hitherto witnessed, or expected to witness, in this strange house, I believed to be occasioned through some agency or medium as mortal as myself, and this idea necessarily prevented the awe with which those who regard as supernatural things that are not within the ordinary operations of nature might have been impressed by the adventures of that memorable night. As, then, it was my conjecture that all that was presented, or would be presented, to my senses, must originate in some human being gifted by constitution with the power so to present them, and having some motive so to do, I felt an interest in my theory which, in its way, was rather philosophical than superstitious. And I can sincerely say that I was in as tranquil a temper for observation as any practical experimentalist could be in awaiting the effects of some rare, though perhaps perilous, chemical combination. Of course, the more I kept my mind detached from fancy, the more the temper fitted for observation would be obtained, and I therefore riveted eye and thought on the strong daylight sense in the page of my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up, and I saw what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself out of the air in a very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than anything else. As it stood, wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished two eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I seemed to distinguish them clearly, the next they seemed gone. But still, two rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted, that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak. My voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, is this fear? It is not fear. I strove to rise. In vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irresistible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to my volition. That sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond men's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather, perhaps, the shock of the ocean, I felt morally. Opposed to my will was another will, as far superior to its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of men. And now, as this impression grew on me, now came, at last, horror. Horror to a degree that no words can convey. Still, I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, "This is horror," but it is not fear. Unless I fear, I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear. With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand towards the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side, powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but their flames seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes, the room was in utter darkness. The dread that came over me, to be thus in the dark with that dark thing, whose power was so intensely felt, brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax that either my senses must have deserted me, or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found voice, though the voice was a shriek. I remember that I broke forth with words like these: "I do not fear! My soul does not fear!" And at the same time I found the strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom I rushed to one of the windows, tore aside the curtain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was, light! And when I saw the moon high, clear, and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon. There was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted, slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow, which seemed the shadow of that shade, against the opposite wall. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand, seemingly, as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person, lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the 2 letters that lay on the table. Hand and letters both vanished. There then came the same 3 loud, measured knocks I had heard at the bedhead before this extraordinary drama had commenced. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose, as from the floor, sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-coloured, green, yellow, fire-red, azure. Up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o'-the-wisps, the sparks moved, slow or swift, each at its own caprice. A chair, as in the drawing-room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency, and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair there grew a shape, a woman's shape. It was distinct as a shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange, mournful beauty. The throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned towards me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape, equally distinct, equally ghastly, a man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms, and there was something incongruous, grotesque yet fearful, in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like aspect and ghost-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all three for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the two phantasms were as if in the grasp of the shadow that towered between them, and there was a blood-stain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword, and blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles, from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up. They were gone. And again the bubbles of light shot and sailed and undulated, growing thicker and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came the form of a woman, aged. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close, and behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen, then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated, bleached, seaweed tangled in its dripping hair, and at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child, a miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony, but still youth. And the shadow darted forth and darkened over these phantasms as it had darkened over the last. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed, till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant serpent eyes. And the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disordered, irregular, turbulent maze mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them, except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in a drop of water. Things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other. Forms like naught ever beheld by the naked eye. As the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came round me and round, thicker and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in involuntary command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutch as of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear, I should be in bodily peril, and I concentrated all my faculties in the single focus of resisting, stubborn will. And I turned my sight from the shadow, above all from those strange serpent eyes, eyes that had now become distinctly visible. For there, though in naught else around me, I was aware that there was a will, and a will of intense, creative, working evil, which might crush down on my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden, as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the room vibrated. Again were heard the 3 measured knocks. And again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow, as if out of that darkness all had come, into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly, as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully into sight. The 2 doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall into which he had so convulsively niched himself lay the dog. I called to him. No movement. I approached. The animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth, the froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms. I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favourite, acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died of fright. But what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken, actually twisted out of the vertebrae. Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand, human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it. I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Another surprising circumstance. My watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn, but it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn, nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange, erratic way for a few hours, and then comes to a dead stop. It is worthless. End of The House and the Brain, Extended Version, Part 1, by Edward Bulwer Lytton. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain, Extended Version, Part 2, by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain, by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night, nor, indeed, had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Not till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt, as I stood on its floor, the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not, indeed, bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me, and when I opened the street door I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own home, expecting to find my runaway servant there, but he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect: "Honoured Sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think I deserve it, unless, which Heaven forbid, you saw what I did. I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself, and as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law at Melbourne. The ship sails to-morrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honoured sir, to order my clothes, and whatever wages are due me, to be sent to my mother's at Woolworth. John knows her address." The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia, and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation of that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. My own theory remains unshaken. I returned in the evening to the house, to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there, with my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that still, on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall in advance. On leaving the house, I went to Mr. J's. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed, when he stopped me, and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in a mystery which none had ever solved. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as of the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared, and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who had died in the house, and if there were anything in her early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J. seemed startled, and, after musing a few moments, answered, "I know but little of the woman's earlier history, except, as I before told you, that her family were known to mine. But you revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice. I will make inquiries, and inform you of their result. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit, as a restless spirit, the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died. You smile. What would you say?" "I would say this, that I am convinced, if we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency."
"What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object?"
"Not an imposture in the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep, from which you could not wake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to when awake, tell you what money you had in your pocket, nay, describe your very thoughts, it is not necessarily an imposture, any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be, unconsciously to myself, under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by previous rapport."
"Granting mesmerism, so far carried, to be a fact, you are right. And you would infer from this that a mesmerizer might produce the extraordinary effects you and others have witnessed over inanimate objects, fill the air with sights and sounds,
"Or impress our senses with the belief in them, we never having been en rapport with the person acting on us? No. What is commonly called mesmerism could not do this. But there may be a power akin to mesmerism, and superior to it, the power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter, I do not say, but if so, it would not be against nature, only a rare power in nature, which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities, and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree. That such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain, and compel not that which ought properly to be called the soul, and which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth, to make itself apparent to our senses, is a very ancient, though obsolete, theory, upon which I will hazard no opinion. But I do not conceive the power would be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, and which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cites as credible. A flower perishes. You burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone, dispersed, you know not whither. You can never discover nor recollect them. But you can, by chemistry, out of the burnt dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has so much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still, you may make a spectrum of it. And this phantom, though in the popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but the eidolon of the dead form. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be soul, that is, of superior, emancipated intelligence. They come for little or no object. They seldom speak, if they do come. They utter no ideas above that of an ordinary person on earth. These American spirit seers have published volumes of communication in prose and verse, which they assert to be given in the names of the most illustrious dead, Shakespeare, Bacon, heaven knows whom. Those communications, taking the best, are certainly not a whit of higher order than would be communications from living persons of fair talent and education. They are wondrously inferior to what Bacon, Shakespeare, and Plato said and wrote when on earth. Nor, what is more notable, do they ever contain an idea that was not on the earth before. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful, I see much that philosophy may question, nothing that is incumbent on philosophy to deny, viz. Nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or other, we have not yet discovered the means, from one mortal brain to another. Whether, in doing so, tables walk of their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness, such as presented itself to me, freeze our blood, still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as by electric wires, to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions there is a natural chemistry, and those may produce chemic wonders. In others a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these produce electric wonders. But they differ in this from normal science. They are alike objectless, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure I am that of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator, and I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced, for this reason. No two persons, you say, have ever told you that they experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experience exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain now far distant, that the brain had no distinct volition in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put into action and invested with a semi-substance. That this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive, I believe. Some material force must have killed my dog. It might, for aught I know, have sufficed to kill myself, had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog, had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance in my will.
It killed your dog? That is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house, not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it.
The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle, because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory?
Yes, though imperfectly, and I accept any crotchet, pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house, the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house?
I will tell you what I would do. I am convinced from my own internal feelings that the small unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house, and I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building.
And you think, if I did that,
you would cut off the telegraph wires? Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right that I will pay half the expense if you will allow me to direct the operations.
Nay, I am well able to afford the cost. For the rest, allow me to write to you.
About 10 days afterwards I received a letter from Mr. J, telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found the 2 letters I had described replaced in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them with misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the date of the letters, she had married against the wish of her relatives an American of very suspicious character. In fact, he was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople, and had served in the capacity of a nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had one child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames, near London Bridge. There seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest in any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having by his will left his sister the guardian of his only child, and in the event of the child's death, the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterwards. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. The neighbours deposed to have heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who had examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterwards. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed. She went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower, from housekeeper down to maid of all work, never long retaining a place, though nothing peculiar against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still nothing prospered with her, and so she had dropped into the workhouse, from which Mr. J. had taken her to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J. added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impressions of dread while there were so great, though he had neither heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work, and would commence any day I would name. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. We went into the blind, dreary room, took up the skirting, and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trap door, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these, we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently for many years. By the help of candles we examined this place. It still retained some mouldering furniture, 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall, in which we found, half rotted away, old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank, costly steel buckles and buttons, like those yet worn in court dresses, a handsome court sword, in a waistcoat which had once been rich with gold lace, but which was now blackened and foul with damp. We found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal, hermetically stopped. They contained colourless, volatile essences, of what nature I shall say no more than that they were not poisons. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes, and a small pointed rod of iron, with a large lump of rock crystal, and another of amber, also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retaining the freshness of its colours most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a most peculiar face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. The strange thing was this. The instant I saw the miniature, I recognised a startling likeness to one of the rarest portraits in the world, the portrait of a man of a rank only below that of royalty, who, in his own day, had made a considerable noise. History says little or nothing of him, but search the correspondence of his contemporaries, and you will find reference to his wild daring, his bold profligacy, his restless spirit, his taste for the occult sciences. While still in the meridian of life, he died, and was buried, so say the chronicles, in a foreign land. He died in time to escape the grasp of the law, for he was accused of crimes which would have given him to the headsman. After his death, the portraits of him, which had been numerous, for he had been a munificent encourager of art, were bought up and destroyed, it was supposed by his heirs, who might have been glad could they have raised his very name from their splendid line. He had enjoyed a vast wealth. A large portion of this was believed to have been embezzled by a favourite astrologer or soothsayer. At all events, it had unaccountably vanished at the time of his death. One portrait alone of him was supposed to have escaped the general destruction. I had seen it in the house of a collector some months before. It had made on me a wonderful impression, as it does on all who behold it, a face never to be forgotten. And there was that face in the miniature that lay within my hand. True, that in the miniature the man was a few years older than in the portrait I had seen, or than the original was, even at the time of his death. But a few years! Why, between the date in which flourished that direful noble and the date in which the miniature was evidently painted, there was an interval of more than 2 centuries. While I was thus gazing, silent and wondering, Mr. J. said, "But is it possible? I have known this man." "How? Where?" I cried. "In India. He was high in the confidence of the Rajah of, and well nigh drew him into a revolt which would have lost the Rajah his dominions. The man was a Frenchman, his name de V. Clever, bold, lawless. We insisted on his dismissal and banishment. It must be the same man. No 2 faces like his. Yet this miniature seems nearly 100 years old." Mechanically I turned round the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle. In the middle of the pentacle a ladder, and the 3rd step of the ladder was formed by the date 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Within inside the lid was engraved, "Mariana, to thee, be faithful in life and in death too." Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so, and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J., to whom, reluctantly, I resigned the miniature. We had found no difficulty in opening the first drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the second. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid, On that liquid floated a kind of compass with a needle shifting rapidly round, but instead of the usual points of a compass were 7 strange characters, not very unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A very peculiar, but not strong nor displeasing, odour came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterwards discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odour, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room, a creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As I did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilt, the saucer was broken, the compass rolled to the end of the room, and at that instant the walls shook to and fro as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trap-door, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile, I had opened the tablet. It was bound in a plain red leather with a silver clasp. It contained but 1 sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed, within a double pentacle, words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: "On all that it can reach within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so work my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers therein." We found no more. Mr. J. burnt the tablet and its anathema. He razed to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently he let it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. But my story is not yet done. A few days after Mr. J. had removed into the house, I paid him a visit. We were standing by the open window and conversing. A van containing some articles of furniture which he was moving from his former house was at the door. I had just urged on him my theory that all those phenomena regarded as supermundane had emanated from a human brain, adducing the charm, or rather curse, we had found and destroyed in support of my philosophy. Mr. J. was observing in reply that even if mesmerism, or whatever analogous power it might be called, could really thus work in the absence of the operator, and produce effects so extraordinary, still could those effects continue when the operator himself was dead? And if the spell had been wrought, and, indeed, the room walled up, more than 70 years ago, the probability was that the operator had long since departed this life. Mr. J., I say, was thus answering, when I caught hold of his arm, and pointed to the street below. A well-dressed man had crossed from the opposite side, and was accosting the carrier in charge of the van. His face, as he stood, was exactly fronting our window. It was the face of the miniature we had discovered. It was the face of the portrait of the noble 3 centuries ago. "Good heavens!" cried Mr. J. "That is the face of De V, and scarcely a day older than when I saw it in the Rajah's court in my youth." Seized by the same thought, we both hastened downstairs. I was first into the street, but the man had already gone. I caught sight of him, however, not many yards in advance, and in another moment I was by his side. I had resolved to speak to him, but when I looked into his face
I felt as if it were impossible to do so. That eye, the eye of the serpent, fixed and held me spellbound. And withal, about the man's whole person there was a dignity, an air of pride and station and superiority that would have made anyone habituated to the usages of the world hesitate long before venturing upon a liberty or impertinence. And what could I say? What was it I would ask? Thus ashamed of my first impulse, I fell a few paces back, still, however, following the stranger, undecided what else to do. Meanwhile he turned the corner of the street. A plain carriage was in waiting, with a servant out of livery, dressed like a valet de place, at the carriage door. In another moment he had stepped into the carriage, and it drove off. I returned to the house. Mr. J. was still at the street door. He had asked the carrier what the stranger had said to him. Merely asked whom that house now belonged to. The same evening I happened to go with a friend to a place in town called the Cosmopolitan Club, a place open to men of all countries, all opinions, all degrees. One orders one's coffee, smokes one's cigar. One is always sure to meet agreeable, sometimes remarkable, persons. I had not been 2 minutes in the room before I beheld at a table, conversing with an acquaintance of mine, whom I will designate by the initial G, the man, the original of the miniature. He was now without his hat, and the likeness was yet more startling, only I observed that while he was conversing there was less severity in the countenance. There was even a smile, though a very quiet and very cold one. The dignity of mien I had acknowledged in the street was also more striking, a dignity akin to that which invests some prince of the East, conveying the idea of supreme indifference and habitual, indisputable, indolent, but resistless power. G. soon after left the stranger, who then took up a scientific journal which seemed to absorb his attention. I drew G. aside. Who and what is that gentleman? That? Oh, a very remarkable man indeed. I met him last year amidst the caves of Petra, the scriptural Edom. He is the best Oriental scholar I know. We joined company, had an adventure with robbers, in which he showed a coolness that saved our lives. Afterwards he invited me to spend a day with him in a house he had bought at Damascus, a house buried amongst almond blossoms and roses, the most beautiful thing. He had lived there for some years, quite as an Oriental, in grand style. I half suspect he is a renegade, immensely rich, very odd. By the by, a great mesmerizer. I have seen him with my own eyes produce an effect on inanimate things. If you take a letter from your pocket and throw it to the other end of the room, he will order it to come to his feet, and you will see the letter wriggle itself along the floor till it has obeyed his command. 'Pon my honour, 'tis true. I have seen him affect even the weather, disperse or collect clouds, by means of a glass tube or wand. But he does not like talking of these matters to strangers. He has only just arrived in England, says he has not been here for a great many years. Let me introduce him to you." "Certainly. He is English, then? What is his name?" "Oh, a very homely one. Richards." "And what is his birth, his family?" "How do I know? What does it signify? No doubt some parvenu, but rich. So infernally rich." G. drew me up to the stranger, and the introduction was effected. The manners of Mr. Richards were not those of an adventurous traveller. Travellers are, in general, constitutionally gifted with high animal spirits. They are talkative, eager, imperious.
Mr. Richards was calm and subdued in tone, with manners which were made distant by the loftiness of punctilious courtesy, the manners of a former age. I observed that the English he spoke was not exactly of our day. I should even have said that the accent was slightly foreign. But then Mr. Richards remarked that he had been little in the habit for many years of speaking in his native tongue. The conversation fell upon the changes in the aspect of London since he had last visited our metropolis. G. then glanced off to the moral changes, literary, social, political, the great men who were removed from the stage within the last 20 years, the new great men who were coming on. In all this Mr. Richards evinced no interest. He had evidently read none of our living authors, and seemed scarcely acquainted by name with our younger statesmen. Once, and only once, he laughed. It was when G. asked him whether he had any thoughts of getting into Parliament, and the laugh was inward, sarcastic, sinister, a sneer raised into a laugh. After a few minutes G. left us to talk to some other acquaintances who had just lounged into the room, and then I said quietly, "I have seen a miniature of you, Mr. Richards, in the house you once inhabited, and perhaps built, if not wholly, at least in part, in Street. You passed by that house this morning. Not till I had finished did I raise my eyes to his, and then his fixed my gaze so steadfastly that I could not withdraw it, those fascinating serpent eyes. But involuntarily, and if the words that translated my thought were dragged from me, I added in a low whisper, "I have been a student in the mysteries of life and nature. Of those mysteries I have known the occult professors. I have the right to speak to you thus." And I uttered a certain password. "Well," said he dryly, "I concede the right. What would you ask?" "To what extent human will, in certain temperaments, can extend." "To what extent can thought extend? Think, and before you draw breath, you are in China." "True, but my thought has no power in China." "Give it expression, and it may have. You may write down a thought which, sooner or later, may alter the whole condition of China. What is a law but a thought? Therefore thought is infinite. Therefore thought has power, not in proportion to its value. A bad thought may make a bad law as potent as a good thought can make a good one. Yes, what you say confirms my own theory. Through invisible currents, one human brain may transmit its ideas to other human brains with the same rapidity as a thought promulgated by visible means. And as thought is imperishable, as it leaves its stamp behind it on the natural world even when the thinker has passed out of this world, so the thought of the living may have power to rouse up and revive the thoughts of the dead, such as those thoughts were in life, though the thought of the living cannot reach the thoughts which the dead now may entertain. Is it not so?" "I decline to answer if, in my judgment, thought has the limit you would fix to it. But proceed. You have a special question you wish to put." "Intense malignity in an intense will, engendered in a peculiar temperament and aided by natural means within the reach of science, may produce effects like those ascribed of old to evil magic. It might thus haunt the walls of a human habitation with spectral revivals of all guilty thoughts and guilty deeds once conceived and done within those walls. All
in short, with which the evil will claims rapport and affinity, imperfect, incoherent, fragmentary snatches at the old dramas acted therein years ago, thoughts thus crossing each other, haphazard, as in the nightmare of a vision, growing up into phantom sights and sounds, and all serving to create horror, not because those sights and sounds are really visitations from a world without, but that they are ghastly, monstrous renewals of what have been in this world itself, set into malignant play by a malignant mortal. And it is through the material agency of that human brain that these things would acquire even a human power, would strike as with the shock of electricity, and might kill, if the thought of the person assailed did not rise superior to the dignity of the original assailer, might kill the most powerful animal, if unnerved by fear, but not injure the feeblest man, if, while his flesh crept, his mind stood out fearless. Thus, when in old stories we read of a magician rent to pieces by the fiends he evoked, or still more, in Eastern legends, that one magician succeeds by arts in destroying another, there may be so far truth that a material being has clothed from its own evil propensities certain elements and fluids, usually quiescent or harmless, with awful shape and terrific force, just as the lightning that had lain hidden and innocent in the cloud becomes by natural law suddenly visible, takes a distinct shape to the eye, and can strike destruction on the object to which it is attracted. You are not without glimpses of a very mighty secret, said Mr. Richards, composedly. According to your view, could a mortal obtain the power you speak of, he would necessarily be a malignant and evil being. If the power were exercised as I have said, most malignant and most evil, though I believe in the ancient traditions that he could not injure the good. His will could only injure those with whom it has established an affinity, or over whom it forces unresisted sway. I will now imagine an example that may be within the laws of nature, yet seem wild as the fables of a bewildered monk. You will remember that Albertus Magnus, after describing minutely the process by which spirits may be invoked and commanded, adds emphatically that the process will instruct and avail only to the few, that a man must be born a magician, that is, born with a peculiar physical temperament, as a man is born a poet. Rarely are men in whose constitution lurks this occult power of the highest order of intellect. Usually in the intellect there is some twist, perversity, or disease. But on the other hand, they must possess to an astonishing degree the faculty to concentrate thought on a single object, the energic faculty that we call will. Therefore, though their intellect be not sound, it is exceedingly forcible for the attainment of what it desires. I will imagine such a person, preeminently gifted with this constitution and its concomitant forces. I will place him in the loftier grades of society. I will suppose his desires emphatically those of the sensualist. He has, therefore, a strong love of life. He is an absolute egotist. His will is concentrated in himself. He has fierce passions. He knows no enduring, no holy affections, but he can covet eagerly what for the moment he desires. He can hate implacably what opposes itself to his objects. He can commit fearful crimes, yet feel small remorse. He resorts rather to curses upon others than to penitence for his misdeeds. Circumstances to which his constitution guides him lead him to a rare knowledge of the natural secrets which may serve his egotism. He is a close observer where his passions encourage observation. He is a minute calculator
not from love of truth, but where love of self sharpens his faculties. Therefore he can be a man of science. I suppose such a being, having by experience learned the power of his arts over others, trying what may be the power of will over his own frame, and studying all that in natural philosophy may increase that power. He loves life, he dreads death, he wills to live on. He cannot restore himself to youth, he cannot entirely stay the progress of death, he cannot make himself immortal in the flesh and blood, but he may arrest for a time so prolonged as to appear incredible if I said it, that hardening of the parts which constitutes old age. A year may age him no more than an hour ages another. His intense will, scientifically trained into system, operates, in short, over the wear and tear of his own frame. He lives on. That he may not seem a portent or a miracle, he dies from time to time, seemingly to certain persons. Having schemed the transfer of a wealth that suffices to his wants, he disappears from one corner of the world, and contrives that his obsequies shall be celebrated. He reappears in another corner of the world, where he resides undetected, and does not revisit the scenes of his former career till all who could remember his features are no more. He would be profoundly miserable if he had affections. He has none but for himself. No good man would accept his longevity, and to no men, good or bad, would he, or could he, communicate its true secret. Such a man might exist. Such a man as I have described, I see now before me, Duke of, in the court of, dividing time between lust and brawl, alchemists and wizards. Again, in the last century, charlatan and criminal, with name less noble, domiciled in the house at which you gazed today, and flying from the law you had outraged, none knew whither. Traveller once more revisiting London, with the same earthly passions which filled your heart when races now no more walked through yonder streets. Outlaw from the school of all the nobler and diviner mystics, execrable image of life in death and death in life, I warn you back from the cities and homes of healthful men, back to the ruins of departed empires, back to the deserts of nature unredeemed. There answered me a whisper so musical, so potently musical, that it seemed to enter into my whole being and subdue me despite myself. Thus it said, "I have sought one like you for the last 100 years. Now I have found you. We part not till I know what I desire. The vision that sees through the past and cleaves through the veil of the future is in you at this hour, never before, never to come again. The vision of no puling fantastic girl, of no sick-bed somnambule, but of a strong man with a vigorous brain. Soar and look forth." As he spoke, I felt as if I rose out of myself upon eagle wings. All the weight seemed gone from air. Roofless the room, roofless the dome of space. I was not in the body. Where, I knew not, but aloft, over time, over earth. Again I heard the melodious whisper, "You say right. I have mastered great secrets by the power of will. True, by will and by science I can retard the process of years. But death comes not by age alone. Can I frustrate the accidents which bring death upon the young? No, every accident is a providence. Before a providence snaps every human will. Shall I die at last, ages and ages hence, by the slow, though inevitable, growth of time, or by the cause that I call accident? By a cause
you call accident. Is not the end still remote? Asked the whisper, with a slight tremor. Regarded as my life regards time, it is still remote. And shall I, before then, mix with the world of men as I did ere I learned these secrets, resume eager interest in their strife and their trouble, battle with ambition, and use the power of the sage to win the power that belongs to kings? You will yet play a part on the earth that will fill earth with commotion and amaze. For wondrous designs have you, a wonder yourself, been permitted to live on through the centuries. All the secrets you have stored will then have their uses. All that now makes you a stranger amidst the generations will contribute then to make you their lord. As the trees and the straws are drawn into a whirlpool, as they spin round, are sucked to the deep, and again tossed aloft by the eddies, so shall races and thrones be plucked into the charm of your vortex. Awful destroyer! But in destroying, made, against your own will, a constructor. And that date, too, is far off. Far off. When it comes, think your end in this world is at hand. How and what is the end? Look east, west, south, and north. In the north, where you never yet trod towards the point whence your instincts have warned you, there a spectre will seize you. 'Tis death. I see a ship. It is haunted. 'Tis chased. It sails on. Baffled navies sail after that ship. It enters a region of ice. It passes a sky red with meteors. 2 moons stand on high over ice reefs. I see the ship locked between white defiles. They are ice rocks. I see the dead strew the decks, stark and livid, green mould on their limbs. All are dead but one man. It is you. But years, though so slowly they come, have then scathed you. There is the coming of age on your brow, and the will is relaxed in the cells of the brain. Still, that will, though enfeebled, exceeds all that man knew before you. Through the will you live on, gnawed with famine, and nature no longer obeys you in that death-spreading region. The sky is a sky of iron, and the air has iron clamps, and the ice rocks wedge in the ship. Hark, how it cracks and groans! Ice will embed it as amber embeds a straw. And man has gone forth, living yet, from the ship, and it's dead. And he has clambered up the spikes of an iceberg, and the 2 moons gaze down upon his form. That man is yourself, and terror is on you. Terror! And terror has swallowed your will. And I see swarming up the steep ice rock grey, grisly things. The bears of the north have scented their quarry. They come near you and nearer, shambling and rolling their bulk. And in that day every moment shall seem to you longer than the centuries through which you have passed. And heed this: after life, moments continued make the bliss or the hell of eternity. Hush, said the whisper, but the day, you assure me, is far off, very far. I go back to the almond and rose of Damascus. Sleep. The room swam before my eyes. I became insensible. When I recovered, I found G holding my hand and smiling. He said, "You who have always declared yourself proof against mesmerism have succumbed at last to my friend Richard's."
Where is Mr. Richards? Gone, when you passed into a trance, saying quietly to me, your friend will not wake for an hour. I asked, as collectedly as I could, where Mr. Richards lodged. At the Trafalgar Hotel. Give me your arm, said I to G. Let us call on him. I have something to say. When we arrived at the hotel, we were told that Mr. Richards had returned 20 minutes before, paid his bill, left directions with his servant, a Greek, to pack his effects and proceed to Malta by the steamer that should leave Southampton the next day. Mr. Richards had merely said of his own movements that he had visits to pay in the neighbourhood of London, and it was uncertain whether he should be able to reach Southampton in time for that steamer. If not, he should follow in the next one. The waiter asked me my name. On my informing him, he gave me a note that Mr. Richards had left for me, in case I called. The note was as follows. I wished you to utter what was in your mind. You obeyed. I have, therefore, established power over you. For 3 months from this day you can communicate to no living man what has passed between us. You cannot even show this note to the friend by your side. During 3 months, silence complete as to me and mine. Do you doubt my power to lay on you this command? Try to disobey me. At the end of the 3rd month, the spell is raised. For the rest, I spare you. I shall visit your grave 1 year and a day after it has received you. So ends this strange story, which I ask no one to believe. I write it down exactly 3 months after I received the above note. I could not write it before, nor could I show to G, in spite of his urgent request, the note which I read under the gas lamp by his side. End of The House and the Brain, extended version, by Edward Bulwer Lytton. Recording by Rafe Ball.
The Living Nightmare by Anton M. Oliver. From Weird Tales, April 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. One Creepy Night in a House of Death. The Living Nightmare by Anton M. Oliver. You mean to tell me, demanded Jim Brown, that those people left town and expect you to stay in the house alone tonight? Why, yes, said McMullen, preparing to leave. They've gone to Virginia and will be back Thursday, when the funeral will take place. And they left the body lying in the living room? Of course. Where did you expect them to leave it? On the porch? And you're going to sleep in the house alone with the corpse? Yes, what of it? There's nothing to be afraid of. Taking his hat and coat, McMullen departed. Pleasant dreams, called Brown as the door slammed behind him. The night was cold and the atmosphere was clear and hard. The snow cracked under his feet as he walked. Silly idea, he muttered. But he couldn't help wondering why the Mitchells, with whom he'd made his home, had left the house on the same day that Mrs. Mitchell's grandmother had passed away. In his mind, he went over Mrs. Mitchell's explanation. She had told him that they were going to Wheeling, the deceased lady's old home, where a sister lived, and would remain there until the funeral. And she had asked, "You're not afraid to stay there alone, are you?" No, of course he was not afraid, but it was strange that they should leave the corpse in his charge and depart. Then it came to him. Funny he hadn't thought of it before. The Mitchells must be superstitious. They probably had some silly notion about the house being haunted while the corpse was in it, or something of that sort. That must be it. But how ridiculous. Still, the Mitchells were a little queer anyway, reflected Mac as he turned up the ice-covered path to the Mitchell residence. It stood surrounded by high buildings and stores in a section of town which, in days gone by, had been the very heart of the city's social life. It was one of the largest and oldest homes in the city, and now it was an outcast, so to say, among the monuments to industry and progress. Built years ago by the husband of the woman who now lay dead within its walls, it was in a style of architecture long since abandoned. Everything about it was high and narrow, the building itself, the windows, the doors, the porch columns, and the roof high up among the tree branches. Mac walked unhesitatingly toward the big dark house, but somehow the formidable brick walls that always looked so inviting seemed cold and inhospitable tonight. Strange shadows were playing in the windows. He looked up at his own window. He didn't exactly fancy the idea of going past the room where lay the dead woman, he admitted to himself, but he certainly was not afraid. Not he. With grim resolution, he thrust the key, which he had taken from his pocket while coming up the walk, into the lock in the front door. The huge glass-paned door squeaked as he did so, and he was almost startled by his own reflection in the shining glass. He turned the key in its lock, and threw the door wide open with unnecessary vigor. A hot wave of air greeted him. The house was warm, surprisingly so, considering that it had been unoccupied all day. His heart, for some unexplainable reason, was beating rather fast as he entered the dark hall. He turned sharply to the left and reached for the electric light switch. His hand had often turned that switch, had often found it instantly in the dark, but tonight he had to feel for it. He turned it once, twice, 3 times, but the hall remained dark. The dark suddenly seemed to give him almost physical pain. Listening acutely, he tried to account for this. Why were the lights out? The street lights were on, and there was light in several of the homes he had passed. He stood motionless. There was no sound. The dark house was buried in death-like silence. Then, with nerve-shattering suddenness, came a sound as real as that of his heart, which was beating so the blood was throbbing in his ears. He whirled to face it, but as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. With clenched teeth and damp forehead, Mac stood motionless. Then it came again, a sound like the distant scream of a siren. Gradually, he collected his senses, and reason took the place of bewilderment. He reached for his matches, and, striking one, he stepped over to the gas chandelier, turned the valve, and presently a blue flame leapt high from the lamp, which had not been adjusted for months. With somewhat trembling hands, he turned the air adjustment, then the gas, until finally the familiar yellow light illuminated the hallway. Then he again heard the noise, this time a little louder and nearer. His decision to investigate suddenly left him. He stood motionless, unable to move, for he not only heard, he also felt. Then, with a sudden resolve, he stepped swiftly to his room, which was on the same floor and adjoined the library. The light from the hall cast a long, distorted shadow on the floor before him. It was so still now that the silence surged in his ears. Lighting his own gas lamp, he locked and bolted his door. His pipe lay on the dresser, and he lit it nervously. Then he looked at himself in the mirror. "How ridiculous," he said, half aloud, with a forced laugh. Then he began slowly to undress. All was quiet and peaceful here in his room. How foolish to let himself get so excited! The lights had probably gone out all over the city since he had entered the house. And, as for that noise, it was probably outdoors somewhere, and in his mind he had associated it with a perfectly harmless corpse lying in the next room. "Darn Brown," he muttered. "He got me all wrought up over nothing with his kidding." And, having finished undressing, he retired, leaving his light on full, however. In spite of the fact that his own explanation of the origin of the strange sounds had, in a measure, satisfied him, he lay awake for a considerable length of time. He was drifting off on the first slow currents of sleep when he suddenly sat up with a jerk. He had heard a noise. His lamp was flickering weirdly, and he could hear its faint singing, barely audible. Yet it seemed to his ears like the mighty rush of steam from the boiler, for his ears were strained to hear a different sound, a sound he must hear again, the source of which he must locate. His body began to ache from sitting rigid in one position. Still, all was silent. Suddenly, with a sense of being jerked to consciousness, he again heard the noise, like the shriek of a siren. It seemed distant yet close. His heart labored so hard that he could feel its beat all through his body. The shriek continued for several moments, and then all was silent again. He wanted to rise, but he could not. He was not afraid, he told himself, and yet... Suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps, steps that seemed to come from the interior of the wall, pass through his room, and die away gradually. Holding his breath, he listened. The big clock in the front room struck the hour of midnight. He counted every beat as it rang through the house. He was wide awake now. The white curtains seemed to glimmer like the sunlit snow, and the clock chimes, in the deathly silence, sounded like those of a mighty tower clock. As the last note died away, Mac suddenly remembered that the clock had been stopped by Mrs. Mitchell, as a mark of respect to her who, in the adjoining room, was awaiting burial. A sudden feeling of relief came over Mac. It was clear now somebody had come back, Mrs. Mitchell perhaps. That explained everything. Confidently, Mac got out of bed and, unlocking his door, stepped into the hall. How different everything looked, how natural and homelike. The light that had had such a ghostly appearance a short time ago seemed friendly and quite natural now. At the foot of the stairs, Mac stopped and called. He called louder and louder, but all remained silent. Suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, he approached the door of the room next to his, seized the doorknob resolutely, and, with a sudden push, swung the door open. The rays of the gaslight in the hall fell directly into the room, and what they revealed sent a cold shudder of horror through him. Before him stood two empty pedestals. The body had disappeared. Turning violently, he almost ran to the front door and pulled it open. An icy gust of wind hit his thinly clad body. For several moments he stood breathing the cold night air. Then, with a sudden determination, he slammed the big oak door shut. As the door slammed, there came a sharp report, like the snapping of a wire, followed by a thunder and crashing and wailing. The electric light came on, and the same footsteps that had sounded through the house before came closer and closer. He felt a sharp pain, like the thrust of a knife, between his shoulder blades. Then he fell in a swoon. Weeks passed before Mac was well again. Excessive exposure had brought on pneumonia. As soon as he recovered, he summoned me to the hospital and begged me to find a new lodging for him and remove his belongings from the Mitchell house. I tried in vain to explain that he misunderstood Mrs. Mitchell regarding the disposal of the corpse, for they had taken the body with them for burial in Wheeling, and it was not in the house at any time after their departure. But Mac was resolute. He listened indulgently, patiently. Then, laying his white-hot hand upon my shoulder, he looked earnestly into my eyes, and with a voice that carried conviction, he said, "I know what I felt in that room that night. It had a hold on me, and it was waiting for me, and I am not going back." Mac is well again now, and one can see him at the club most any night. But whenever anyone starts to speak of the hereafter, he rises and hurriedly leaves the room. The end of The Living Nightmare by Anton M. Oliver.
The Mark of the Beast by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mark of the Beast by Rudyard Kipling. Your gods and my gods, do you or I know which are the stronger? Native Proverb. East of Suez, some hold, the direct control of Providence ceases. Man being there handed over to the power of the gods and devils of Asia, and the Church of England Providence only exercising an occasional and modified supervision in the case of Englishmen. This theory accounts for some of the more unnecessary horrors of life in India. It may be stretched to explain my story. My friend Strickland of the police, who knows as much of natives of India as is good for any man, can bear witness to the facts of the case. Dumoise, our doctor, also saw what Strickland and I saw. The inference which he drew from the evidence was entirely incorrect. He is dead now. He died in a rather curious manner, which has been elsewhere described. When Fleet came to India, he owned a little money and some land in the Himalayas, near a place called Dharamsala. Both properties had been left him by an uncle, and he came out to finance them. He was a big, heavy, genial, and inoffensive man. His knowledge of natives was, of course, limited, and he complained of the difficulties of the language. He rode in from his place in the hills to spend New Year in the station, and he stayed with Strickland. On New Year's Eve there was a big dinner at the club, and the night was excusably wet. When men foregather from the uttermost ends of the empire, they have a right to be riotous. The frontier had sent down a contingent of catch-em-alive-os who had not seen 20 white faces for a year, and were used to ride 15 miles to dinner at the next fort, at the risk of a Khyberee bullet where their drinks should lie. They profited by their new security, for they tried to play pool with a curled-up hedgehog found in the garden, and one of them carried the marker round the room in his teeth. Half a dozen planters had come in from the south and were talking horse to the biggest liar in Asia, who was trying to cap all their stories at once. Everybody was there, and there was a general closing up of ranks and taking stock of our losses in dead or disabled that had fallen during the past year. It was a very wet night, and I remember that we sang Auld Lang Syne with our feet in the Polo Championship Cup and our heads among the stars, and swore that we were all dear friends. Then some of us went away and annexed Burma, and some tried to open up the Sudan and were opened up by fuzzies in that cruel scrub outside Suakim, and some found stars and medals, and some were married, which was bad, and some did other things which were worse, and the others of us stayed in our chains and strove to make money on insufficient experiences. Fleet began the night with sherry and bitters, drank champagne steadily up to dessert, then raw, rasping Capri with all the strength of whisky, took Benedictine with his coffee, 4 or 5 whiskies and sodas to improve his pool strokes, beer and bones at 2:30, winding up with old brandy. Consequently, when he came out at 3:30 in the morning into 14 degrees of frost, he was very angry with his horse for coughing, and tried to leap-frog into the saddle. The horse broke away and went to his stables, so Strickland and I formed a guard of dishonour to take Fleet home. Our road lay through the bazaar, close to a little temple of Hanuman, the monkey god, who is a leading divinity worthy of respect. All gods have good points, just as have all priests. Personally, I attach much importance to Hanuman, and am kind to his people, the great grey apes of the hills. One never knows when one may want a friend. There was a light in the temple, and as we passed we could hear voices of men chanting hymns. In a native temple, the priests rise at all hours of the night to do honour to their god. Before we could stop him, Fleet dashed up the steps, patted 2 priests on the back, and was gravely grinding the ashes of his cigar butt into the forehead of the red stone image of Hanuman. Strickland tried to drag him out, but he sat down and said solemnly, "See that? Mark of the beast. I made it. Isn't it fine?" In half a minute the temple was alive and noisy, and Strickland, who knew what came of polluting gods, said that things might occur. He, by virtue of his official position, long residence in the country, and weakness for going among the natives, was known to the priests, and he felt unhappy. Fleet sat on the ground and refused to move. He said that good old Hanuman made a very soft pillow. Then, without any warning, a silver man came out of a recess behind the image of the god. He was perfectly naked in that bitter, bitter cold, and his body shone like frosted silver, for he was what the Bible calls a leper as white as snow. Also he had no face, because he was a leper of some years' standing, and his disease was heavy upon him. We 2 stooped to haul Fleet up, and the temple was filling and filling with folk who seemed to spring from the earth, when the silver man ran in under our arms, making a noise exactly like the mewing of an otter, caught Fleet round the body, and dropped his head on Fleet's breast, before we could wrench him away. Then he retired to a corner, and sat mewing, while the crowd blocked all the doors. The priests were very angry until the silver man touched Fleet. That nuzzling seemed to sober them. At the end of a few minutes' silence, one of the priests came to Strickland and said in perfect English, "Take your friend away. He has done with Hanuman, but Hanuman has not done with him." The crowd gave room, and we carried Fleet onto the road. Strickland was very angry. He said that we might all 3 have been knifed, and that Fleet should thank his stars that he had escaped without injury. Fleet thanked no one. He said that he wanted to go to bed. He was gorgeously drunk. We moved on, Strickland silent and wrathful, until Fleet was taken with violent shivering fits and sweating. He said that the smells of the bazaar were overpowering, and he wondered why slaughter-houses were permitted so near English residences. "Can't you smell the blood?" said Fleet. We put him to bed at last, just as dawn was breaking, and Strickland invited me to have another whisky and soda. While we were drinking, he talked of the trouble in the temple and admitted that it baffled him completely. Strickland hates being mystified by natives because his business in life is to overmatch them with their own weapons. He has not yet succeeded in doing this, but in 15 or 20 years he will have made some small progress. "They should have mauled us," he said, "instead of mewing at us. I wonder what they meant. I don't like it one little bit." I said that the managing committee of the temple would, in all probability, bring a criminal action against us for insulting their religion. There was a section of the Indian Penal Code which exactly met Fleet's offence. Strickland said he only hoped and prayed that they would do this. Before I left, I looked into Fleet's room and saw him lying on his right side, scratching his left breast. Then I went to bed, cold, depressed, and unhappy, at 7 o'clock in the morning. At 1 o'clock I rode over to Strickland's house to inquire after Fleet's head. I imagined that it would be a sore one. Fleet was breakfasting and seemed unwell. His temper was gone, for he was abusing the cook for not supplying him with an underdone chop. A man who can eat raw meat after a wet night is a curiosity. I told Fleet this, and he laughed. "You breed queer mosquitoes in these parts," he said. "I've been bitten to pieces, but only in one place." "Let's have a look at the bite," said Strickland. "It may have gone down since this morning." While the chops were being cooked, Fleet opened his shirt and showed us, just over his left breast, a mark, the perfect double of the black rosettes, the 5 or 6 irregular blotches arranged in a circle on a leopard's hide. Strickland looked and said, "It was only pink this morning. It's grown black now." Fleet ran to a glass. "By Jove," he said, "this is nasty. What is it?" We could not answer. Here the chops came in, all red and juicy, and Fleet bolted 3 in a most offensive manner. He ate on his right grinders only, and threw his head over his right shoulder as he snapped the meat. When he had finished, it struck him that he had been behaving strangely, for he said apologetically, "I don't think I ever felt so hungry in my life. I've bolted like an ostrich." After breakfast, Strickland said to me, "Don't go. Stay here, and stay for the night." Seeing that my house was not 3 miles from Strickland's, this request was absurd. But Strickland insisted, and was going to say something, when Fleet interrupted by declaring, in a shamefaced way, that he felt hungry again. Strickland sent a man to my house to fetch over my bedding and a horse, and we 3 went down to Strickland's stables to pass the hours until it was time to go out for a ride. The man who has a weakness for horses never wearies of inspecting them, and when 2 men are killing time in this way, they gather knowledge and lies, the one from the other. There were 5 horses in the stables, and I shall never forget the scene as we tried to look them over. They seemed to have gone mad. They reared and screamed, and nearly tore up their pickets. They sweated and shivered and lathered, and were distraught with fear. Strickland's horses used to know him as well as his dogs, which made the matter more curious. We left the stable for fear of the brutes throwing themselves in their panic. Then Strickland turned back and called me. The horses were still frightened, but they let us gentle and make much of them, and put their heads in our bosoms. "They aren't afraid of us," said Strickland. "Do you know, I'd give 3 months' pay if Outrage here could talk." But Outrage was dumb, and could only cuddle up to his master and blow out his nostrils, as is the custom of horses when they wish to explain things but can't. Fleet came up when we were in the stalls, and as soon as the horses saw him, their fright broke out afresh. It was all that we could do to escape from the place unkicked. Strickland said, "They don't seem to love you, Fleet." "Nonsense," said Fleet. "My mare will follow me like a dog." He went to her. She was in a loose box, but as he slipped the bars, she plunged, knocked him down, and broke away into the garden. I laughed, but Strickland was not amused. He took his moustache in both fists and pulled at it till it nearly came out. Fleet, instead of going off to chase his property, yawned, saying that he felt sleepy. He went to the house to lie down, which was a foolish way of spending New Year's Day. Strickland sat with me in the stables and asked if I had noticed anything peculiar in Fleet's manner. I said that he ate his food like a beast, but that this might have been the result of living alone in the hills, out of the reach of society as refined and elevating as ours, for instance. Strickland was not amused. I do not think that he listened to me, for his next sentence referred to the mark on Fleet's breast, and I said that it might have been caused by blister flies, or that it was possibly a birthmark, newly born, and now visible for the first time. We both agreed that it was unpleasant to look at, and Strickland found occasion to say that I was a fool. "I can't tell you what I think now," said he, "because you would call me a madman. But you must stay with me for the next few days, if you can. I want you to watch Fleet, but don't tell me what you think till I have made up my mind." "But I am dining out tonight," I said. "So am I," said Strickland, "and so is Fleet, at least if he doesn't change his mind." We walked about the garden, smoking but saying nothing, because we were friends, and talking spoils good tobacco, till our pipes were out. Then we went to wake up Fleet. He was wide awake and fidgeting about his room. "I say, I want some more chops," he said. "Can I get them?" We laughed and said, "Go and change. The ponies will be round in a minute." "All right," said Fleet. "I'll go when I get the chops. Underdone ones, mind." He seemed to be quite in earnest. It was 4 o'clock, and we had had breakfast at 1. Still, for a long time, he demanded those underdone chops. Then he changed into riding clothes and went out onto the veranda. His pony, the mare had not been caught, would not let him come near. All 3 horses were unmanageable, mad with fear, and finally Fleet said that he would stay at home and get something to eat. Strickland and I rode out, wondering. As we passed the temple of Hanuman, the silver man came out and mewed at us. "He is not one of the regular priests of the temple," said Strickland. "I think I should peculiarly like to lay my hands on him." There was no spring in our gallop on the racecourse that evening. The horses were stale and moved as though they had been ridden out. "That fright after breakfast has been too much for them," said Strickland. That was the only remark he made through the remainder of the ride. Once or twice I think he swore to himself, but that did not count. We came back in the dark at 7 o'clock, and saw that there were no lights in the bungalow. "Careless ruffians my servants are," said Strickland. My horse reared at something on the carriage drive, and Fleet stood up under its nose. "What are you doing, grovelling about the garden?" said Strickland. But both horses bolted and nearly threw us. We dismounted by the stables and returned to Fleet, who was on his hands and knees under the orange bushes. "What the devil's wrong with you?" said Strickland. "Nothing in the world," said Fleet, speaking very quickly and thickly. "I've been gardening, botanizing, you know. The smell of the earth is delightful. I think I'm going for a walk, a long walk, all night." Then I saw that there was something excessively out of order somewhere, and I said to Strickland, "I am not dining out." "Bless you," said Strickland. "Here, Fleet, get up. You'll catch fever there. Come in to dinner, and let's have the lamps lit. We'll all dine at home." Fleet stood up unwillingly and said, "No lamps, no lamps. It's much nicer here. Let's dine outside and have some more chops, lots of 'em and underdone, bloody ones with gristle." Now, a December evening in northern India is bitterly cold, and Fleet's suggestion was that of a maniac. "Come in," said Strickland sternly. "Come in at once." Fleet came, and when the lamps were brought, we saw that he was literally plastered with dirt from head to foot. He must have been rolling in the garden. He shrank from the light and went to his room. His eyes were horrible to look at. There was a green light behind them, not in them, if you understand, and the man's lower lip hung down. Strickland said, "There is going to be trouble, big trouble tonight. Don't you change your riding things." We waited and waited for Fleet's reappearance, and ordered dinner in the meantime. We could hear him moving about in his own room, but there was no light there. Presently from the room came the long-drawn howl of a wolf. People write and talk lightly of blood running cold and hair standing up and things of that kind. Both sensations are too horrible to be trifled with. My heart stopped as though a knife had been driven through it, and Strickland turned as white as the tablecloth. The howl was repeated, and was answered by another howl far across the fields. That set the gilded roof on the horror. Strickland dashed into Fleet's room. I followed, and we saw Fleet getting out of the window. He made beast noises in the back of his throat. He could not answer us when we shouted at him. He spat. I don't quite remember what followed, but I think that Strickland must have stunned him with the long boot-jack, or else I should never have been able to sit on his chest. Fleet could not speak. He could only snarl, and his snarls were those of a wolf, not of a man. The human spirit must have been giving way all day, and have died out with the twilight. We were dealing with a beast that had once been Fleet. The affair was beyond any human and rational experience. I tried to say hydrophobia, but the word wouldn't come because I knew that I was lying. We bound this beast with leather thongs of the punkah rope, and tied its thumbs and big toes together, and gagged it with a shoehorn, which makes a very efficient gag if you know how to arrange it. Then we carried it into the dining-room, and sent a man to Dumoise, the doctor, telling him to come over at once. After we had dispatched the messenger and were drawing breath, Strickland said, "It's no good. This isn't any doctor's work." I also knew that he spoke the truth. The beast's head was free, and it threw it about from side to side. Anyone entering the room would have believed that we were curing a wolf's pelt. That was the most loathsome accessory of all. Strickland sat with his chin in the heel of his fist, watching the beast as it wriggled on the ground, but saying nothing. The shirt had been torn open in the scuffle, and showed the black rosette mark on the left breast. It stood out like a blister. In the silence of the watching, we heard something without, mewing like a she-otter. We both rose to our feet, and, I answer for myself, not Strickland, felt sick, actually and physically sick. We told each other, as did the men in Pinafore, that it was the cat. Dumoise arrived, and I never saw a little man so unprofessionally shocked. He said that it was a heart-rending case of hydrophobia, and that nothing could be done. At least any palliative measures would only prolong the agony. The beast was foaming at the mouth. Fleet, as we told Dumoise, had been bitten by dogs once or twice. Any man who keeps half a dozen terriers must expect a nip now and again. Dumoise could offer no help. He could only certify that Fleet was dying of hydrophobia. The beast was then howling, for it had managed to spit out the shoehorn. Dumoise said that he would be ready to certify the cause of death, and that the end was certain. He was a good little man, and he offered to remain with us, but Strickland refused the kindness. He did not wish to poison Dumoise's new year. He would only ask him not to give the real cause of Fleet's death to the public. So Dumoise left, deeply agitated, and as soon as the noise of the cartwheels had died away, Strickland told me, in a whisper, his suspicions. They were so wildly improbable that he dared not say them out aloud, and I, who entertained all Strickland's beliefs, was so ashamed of owning to them that I pretended to disbelieve. Even if the Silver Man had bewitched Fleet for polluting the image of Hanuman, the punishment could not have fallen so quickly. As I was whispering this, the cry outside the house rose again, and the beast fell into a fresh paroxysm of struggling, till we were afraid that the thongs that held it would give way. "Watch," said Strickland. "If this happens 6 times, I shall take the law into my own hands. I order you to help me." He went into his room and came out in a few minutes with the barrels of an old shotgun, a piece of fishing line, some thick cord, and his heavy wooden bedstead. I reported that the convulsions had followed the cry by 2 seconds in each case, and the beast seemed perceptibly weaker. Strickland muttered, "But he can't take away the life. He can't take away the life." I said, though I knew that I was arguing against myself, "It may be a cat. It must be a cat. If the Silver Man is responsible, why does he dare to come here?" Strickland arranged the wood on the hearth, put the gun barrels into the glow of the fire, spread the twine on the table, and broke a walking stick in 2. There was 1 yard of fishing line, gut lapped with wire, such as is used for mahseer fishing, and he tied the 2 ends together in a loop. Then he said, "How can we catch him? He must be taken alive and unhurt." I said that we must trust in Providence and go out softly with polo sticks into the shrubbery at the front of the house. The man or animal that made the cry was evidently moving round the house as regularly as a night watchman. We could wait in the bushes till he came by and knock him over. Strickland accepted this suggestion, and we slipped out from a bathroom window into the front veranda, and then across the carriage drive into the bushes. In the moonlight we could see the leper coming round the corner of the house. He was perfectly naked, and from time to time he mewed and stopped to dance with his shadow. It was an unattractive sight, and thinking of poor Fleet, brought to such degradation by so foul a creature, I put away all my doubts, and resolved to help Strickland, from the heated gun barrels to the loop of twine, from the loins to the head and back again, with all tortures that might be needful. The leper halted in the front porch for a moment, and we jumped out on him with the sticks. He was wonderfully strong, and we were afraid that he might escape or be fatally injured before we caught him. We had an idea that lepers were frail creatures, but this proved to be incorrect. Strickland knocked his legs from under him, and I put my foot on his neck. He mewed hideously, and even through my riding boots I could feel that his flesh was not the flesh of a clean man. He struck at us with his hand and feet stumps. We looped the lash of a dog whip round him, under the armpits, and dragged him backwards into the hall, and so into the dining room where the beast lay. There we tied him with trunk straps. He made no attempt to escape, but mewed. When we confronted him with the beast, the scene was beyond description. The beast doubled backwards into a bow, as though he had been poisoned with strychnine, and moaned in the most pitiable fashion. Several other things happened also, but they cannot be put down here. "I think I was right," said Strickland. "Now we will ask him to cure this case." But the leper only mewed. Strickland wrapped a towel round his hand and took the gun barrels out of the fire. I put the half of the broken walking stick through the loop of fishing line and buckled the leper comfortably to Strickland's bedstead. I understood then how men and women and little children can endure to see a witch burnt alive, for the beast was moaning on the floor, and though the Silver Man had no face, you could see horrible feelings passing through the slab that took its place, exactly as waves of heat play across red-hot iron, gun barrels, for instance. Strickland shaded his eyes with his hands for a moment, and we got to work. This part is not to be printed. The dawn was beginning to break when the leper spoke. His mewings had not been satisfactory up to that point. The beast had fainted from exhaustion, and the house was very still. We unstrapped the leper and told him to take away the evil spirit. He crawled to the beast and laid his hand upon the left breast. That was all. Then he fell face down and whined, drawing in his breath as he did so. We watched the face of the beast and saw the soul of Fleet coming back into his eyes. Then a sweat broke out on the forehead, and the eyes, they were human eyes, closed. We waited for an hour, but Fleet still slept. We carried him to his room and bade the leper go, giving him the bedstead and the sheet on the bedstead to cover his nakedness, the gloves and the towels with which we had touched him, and the whip that had been hooked round his body. He put the sheet about him and went out into the early morning without speaking or mewing. Strickland wiped his face and sat down. A night gong far away in the city made 7 o'clock. "Exactly 24 hours," said Strickland, "and I've done enough to ensure my dismissal from the service, besides permanent quarters in a lunatic asylum. Do you believe that we are awake?" The red-hot gun barrel had fallen on the floor and was singeing the carpet. The smell was entirely real. That morning at 11 we two together went to wake up Fleet. We looked and saw that the black leopard rosette on his chest had disappeared. He was very drowsy and tired, but as soon as he saw us, he said, "Oh, confound you fellows! Happy New Year to you! Never mix your liquors. I'm nearly dead." "Thanks for your kindness, but you're over time," said Strickland. "Today is the morning of the 2nd. You've slept the clock round with a vengeance." The door opened, and little Dumoise put his head in. He had come on foot, and fancied that we were laving out Fleet. "I've brought a nurse," said Dumoise. "I suppose that she can come in for what is necessary." "By all means," said Fleet cheerily, sitting up in bed. "Bring on your nurses." Dumoise was dumb. Strickland led him out and explained that there must have been a mistake in the diagnosis. Dumoise remained dumb and left the house hastily. He considered that his professional reputation had been injured, and was inclined to make a personal matter of the recovery. Strickland went out too. When he came back, he said that he had been to call on the temple of Hanuman to offer redress for the pollution of the god, and had been solemnly assured that no white man had ever touched the idol, and that he was an incarnation of all the virtues labouring under a delusion. "What do you think?" said Strickland. I said, "There are more things," but Strickland hates that quotation. He says that I have worn it threadbare. One other curious thing happened which frightened me as much as anything in all the night's work. When Fleet was dressed, he came into the dining-room and sniffed. He had a quaint trick of moving his nose when he sniffed. "Horrid doggy smell here," said he. "You should really keep those terriers of yours in better order. Try sulphur, Strick." But Strickland did not answer. He caught hold of the back of a chair and, without warning, went into an amazing fit of hysterics. It is terrible to see a strong man overtaken with hysteria. Then it struck me that we had fought for Fleet's soul with the silver man in that room, and had disgraced ourselves as Englishmen for ever. And I laughed and gasped and gurgled just as shamefully as Strickland, while Fleet thought that we had both gone mad. We never told him what we had done. Some years later, when Strickland had married and was a church-going member of society for his wife's sake, we reviewed the incident dispassionately, and Strickland suggested that I should put it before the public. I cannot myself see that this step is likely to clear up the mystery, because, in the first place, no one will believe a rather unpleasant story, and, in the second, it is well known to every right-minded man that the gods of the heathen are stone and brass, and any attempt to deal with them otherwise is justly condemned. End of The Mark of the Beast by Rudyard Kipling. Recording by David Sweeney Bear.
The Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. I have never been afraid of ghostly things, attracted rather with a curious live interest, though it is always out of doors that strange presences get nearest to me, and in nature I have encountered warnings, messages, presentments, and the like, that by way of help or guidance have later justified themselves. I have therefore welcomed them. But in the little rooms of houses things of much value rarely come, for the thick air chokes the wires, as it were, and distorts or mutilates the clear delivery. But the other night, here in the carpenter's house, where my attic windows beckon to the mountains and the woods, I woke with the uncomfortably strong suggestion that something was on the way, and that I was not ready. It came along the byways of deep sleep. I woke abruptly, alarmed before I was even properly awake. Something was approaching with great swiftness, and I was unprepared. Across the lake there were faint signs of colour behind the distant Alps, but terraces of mist still lay grey above the vineyards, and the slim poplar, whose tip was level with my face, no more than rustled in the wind of dawn. A shiver, not brought to me by any wind, ran through my nerves, for I knew with a certainty, no arguing could lessen nor dispel, that something from immensely far away was deliberately now approaching me. The touch of wonder in advance of it was truly awful. Its splendour, size, and grandeur belonged to conditions I had surely never known. It came through empty spaces from another world. While I lay asleep, it had been already on the way. I stood there a moment, seeking for some outward sign that might betray its nature. The last stars were fading in the northern sky, and blue and dim lay the whole long line of the Jura, cloaked beneath its still slumbering forests. There was a rumbling of a distant train. Now and then a dog barked in some outlying farm. The night was up and walking, though as yet she moved but slowly from the sky. Shadows draped the world, and the warning that had reached me first in sleep rushed through my tingling nerves once more, with a certainty not far removed from shock. Something from another world was drawing every minute nearer, with a speed that made me tremble and half breathless. It would presently arrive. It would stand close beside me and look straight into my face, into these very eyes that searched the mist and shadow for an outward sign. It would gaze intimately, with a message brought for me alone. But into these narrow walls it could only come with difficulty. The message would be maimed. There was still time for preparation, and I hurried into clothes and made my way downstairs and out into the open air. Thus, at first, by climbing fast, I kept ahead of it, and soon the village lay beneath me in its nest of shadow, and the limestone ridges far above dropped nearer. But the awe and terrible deep wonder did not go. Among these mountain paths, whose every inch was so intimate that I could follow them even in the dark, this sense of breaking grandeur clung to my footsteps, keeping close. Nothing upon the earth, familiar, friendly, well-known little earth, could have brought this sense that pressed upon the edges of true reverence. It was the awareness that some speeding messenger from spaces far, far beyond the world would presently stand close and touch me, would gaze into my little human eyes, would leave its message as of life or death, and then depart upon its fearful way again. It was this that conveyed the feeling of apprehension that went with me. And instinctively, while rising higher and higher, I chose the darkest and most sheltered way. I sought the protection of the trees, and ran into the deepest vaults of the forest. The moss was soaking wet beneath my feet, and the 1,000 tapering spires of the pines dipped upwards into a sky already brightening with the palest gold and crimson. There was a whispering and a rustling overhead, as the trees, who know everything before it comes, announced to one another that the thing I sought to hide from was already very, very near. Plunging deeper into the woods to hide, this detail of sure knowledge followed me and laughed, that the speed of this august arrival was one which made the greatest speed I ever dreamed of, a mere standing still. I hid myself where possible in the darkness that was growing every minute more rare. Air was sharp and exquisitely fresh. I heard birds calling. The low, wet branches kissed my face and hair. A sense of glad relief came over me that I had left the closeness of the little attic chamber, and that I should eventually meet this huge newcomer in the wide, free spaces of the mountains. There must be room where I could hold myself unmanacled to meet it. The village lay far beneath me, a patch of smoke and mist and soft red-brown roofs among the vineyards. And then my gaze turned upwards, and through a rift in the close-wrought ceiling of the trees I saw the clearness of the open sky. A strip of cloud ran through it, carrying off the night's last little dream, and down into my heart dropped instantly that cold breath of awe I have known but once in life, when staring through the stupendous mouth within the Milky Way, that opening into the outer spaces of eternal darkness, unlit by a single star, men call the coal hole. The futility of escape then took me bodily, and I renounced all further flight. From this speeding messenger there was no hiding possible. His splendid shoulders already brushed the sky. I heard the rushing of his awful wings, yet, in that deep significant silence with which light steps upon the clouds of morning. And simultaneously I left the woods behind me, and stood upon a naked ridge of rock that all night long had watched the stars. Then terror passed away like magic. Cool winds from the valleys bore me up. I heard the tinkling of 1,000 cowbells from pastures far below in a score of hidden valleys. The cold departed, and with it every trace of little fears. My eyes seemed for an instant blinded, and I knew that deep sense of joy which seems so unearthly that it almost strains the sight with the veil of tears. The soul sank to her knees in prayer and worship, for the messenger from another world had come. He stood beside me on that dizzy ledge. Warmth clothed me, and I knew myself akin to deity. He stood there, gazing straight into my little human eyes. He touched me everywhere. Above the distant Alps the sun came up. His eye looked close into my own. The End of The Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes. Do you think a story could ever make you shudder with a horror too great to bear? There is one like that, and you will have to read it. The room was a very plain room. It had 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor, but it was new to Thompson because he had never seen it before. He stood in a relaxed fashion, studying it. There was a desk in the center of the room. It was gray, but Thompson could not identify the material from which it was made. A very old man with a clipped beard sat behind the desk. A candle flickered in a brass holder on top of the desk. "Pardon me," said Thompson. The old man looked at him. He had been looking at Thompson for a long time. In fact, Thompson could not remember a time when the old man had not been looking at him. "You like horror stories, I take it," the old man said. "That's why you're here. Everybody in the world likes a good horror story, at least once in their lives." "Yes," said Thompson, filled with vague relief. "I guess that's why I'm here." "Fine," said the old man. He reached into the desk where, Thompson couldn't tell, just out of sight, no drawers slid, but his hands came out and they held a white card. Again they vanished. This time they held a metal-pointed pen. There was ink in the pen. It shone with a night blue luster in the candle flame. "Name," said the old man. "James Thompson. Born." Thompson thought a minute. "March 3rd, 1902. Is all this necessary?" The old man seemed annoyed. "Of course. We must have all the records in order that you may become a full-time member." "Full-time member of what?" Thompson asked. He noticed that the pen seemed always full of ink. "The Horror Book Club, of course," the old man replied. He scratched on the card, writing down the information Thompson had given him. Then he put both card and pen, out of sight, under the desk. His hands came back up empty. "Everything has been taken care of," he said, smiling. "You've been admitted." "Is that right?" Thompson said aloud. He had begun to wonder whether membership in this club was exclusive. The candle kept on burning, but it stayed the same size. What kind of books do you have? I mean, could you let me have an idea of some of your titles? Dracula, Frankenstein, The Turn of the Screw, things like that?" The old man laughed again, this time like he was chiding a small and extremely foolish child. "Oh no, Mr. Thompson. We deal in actual, stark horror. We never use second-rate products." The hands dipped down again. Thompson wondered if it was some kind of game. They came back up. They put a book on the desk. It was a thin book, roughly a foot square. It had a whitish cover. The old man's fingers rasped on the cover when he put it on the desk. "Human skin," the old man said cheerfully. "Very good binding." Yes," said Thompson. He glanced at the cover. In square letters the cover said, "The Most Horrible Story in the World." Smaller type down near the lower right-hand corner said, "James Thompson, January 3rd, 1953. "Why, that's today's date," Thompson said. The old man waved. "A formality. We always record on the books when a new member enters the club. Keeps the record straight." "Oh," Thompson said. "Do I just start reading?" The old man shook his head and got up. He took the book in one hand, the candle in the other. "I'll conduct you to one of our reading rooms. We provide special reading rooms for the use of members." Thompson did not comment. He followed the old man. They went through an opening in the wall that he had not seen before, but it was in a dim corner, difficult to see clearly. They walked down a long hall. On each side of the hall were closed doors. The candle made shapes move on the walls. "What's that screaming?" Thompson asked, a bit puzzled. "It seems to come from behind these doors." "That's right," the old man said over his shoulder. "This is a horror book club, you know. All of our members take an active interest in their reading. They participate. They get horrified. It's really a horrible book, you know." "Is it?" Thompson felt the slight tingle of expectancy run along his back. He felt somewhat masochistic at that moment. A new thought struck him. Is that the only book you carry?" "Yes," said the old man. "We've had many editions made. It's the most horrible story in the world, you understand. The most horrible one ever conceived, and that's why all our members read it." The hall seemed to stretch on endlessly. Doors marched by, screams faded, new screams took their place. "How late are you open?" Thompson asked. "I stay here all the time," the old man said. "Members are always coming in. They usually stay for a long time. The book is irresistible." "Must be," Thompson said. Finally, they came to a door. The old man stopped. He seemed to pull at the door, and it opened, although there was no handle on it. He motioned Thompson inside. The reading room had one chair and one table. An unlit candle stood on the table. The old man applied flame from his candle. "Severe," he said, indicating the room, "but functional. All you really need to enjoy a good horror story." "Well, thanks," Thompson stammered. The old man put the book down on the table. Is it customary to pay or tip?" Thompson said awkwardly. "Oh, no. The founders take care of that." Founders. Still alive, huh?" "Oh, certainly." "Must like horror stories to set up a place like this." "They do," the old man assured him. "Well, I hope you like the book." He walked out and closed the door. Thompson said, "Well," a couple of times, saw that no one was listening, laughed foolishly, and sat down on the chair. He picked up the book, feeling the tingle on his spine once more. He opened the book. He began to read. It was a very short story. He finished it almost immediately. And it certainly was horrible, almost too horrible. He closed the book and got up. His face felt very pale. He went to the door. He tried to open it. It would not open. "Old man!" he yelled. "Old man! Old man!" He was so insistent in his yelling that he did not stop to think about the others screaming out in the hall. He expected the old man to come, and he did. The old man's voice said through the door, "Yes." "I don't like this book," Thompson said. The old man said nothing. "And the door's locked. I want to leave." "You can't." "What do you mean I can't? What kind of place is this anyway?" His tone was threatening, belligerent, and weak. "You're a member now." It was very final. Thompson felt the old man was gone. He shouted, "Old man! Old man!" There was no answer. He went back to the table. His stomach seemed to be gone. He opened the book. He read the story again. He couldn't help reading it. It had a kind of fascination. He began to see the true horror in the tale. When he had reread it for the 5th time, he started to scream. Everybody else screamed. Why shouldn't he? After all, he was in the mood. His stomach felt icy. The candle kept on burning, but it stayed the same size. His eyes showed a glazed expression of madness as the full import of what he had just read registered on his mind. And then he screamed and screamed. He alternated between periods of screaming and reading, and each time he read the book, it became more horrible. The infinity of horrible horror was something too vast to contemplate. He felt no need for food or water or sleep. The story was so horrible. Thompson stopped screaming again and opened the book, perhaps for the 1000th time. He anticipated it now, anticipated the screaming it would cause. The candle kept on burning. Thompson read the story from the book of skin with his name on it. He read it rapidly. It was a very short story. You're dead. End of The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes.
The Plant Thing by R. G. McReady. From Weird Tales Magazine, July 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Plant Thing by R.G. McReady. "This morning, Dick, I have something special for you," said Norris, the city editor of the Clarion, as I approached his desk. "Interview with Professor Carter. You've heard of him, of course." "Certainly," I replied. "There are some rather weird stories concerning him." "Exactly, and the latest of these stories is that Carter is conducting wanton vivisection on a prodigious scale. Holder of the local Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals went over yesterday to investigate, but was turned away at the gate. He laid the matter before me, and I promised to try for an interview." "Who started the vivisection story?" "Several farmers, according to Holder. During the past 4 months, they've sold Carter more than 150 pigs, sheep, and calves. It is well known that the professor is a scientist and not a stock raiser. Ergo, he dissects the animals. Can you start now?" En route to the Carter home, I stopped at the hardware store and bought a 30-foot length of rope. I foresaw difficulty in securing admittance to the professor's domain. While driving, I brought to mind everything I knew about him. 4 years ago, he had bought the old Wells place, 10 miles west of town. No sooner had it passed into his hands than he commenced the construction of a high board wall about the 5 acres, in the center of which the house was situated. The wall completed, he had moved in with a young lady, apparently his daughter, and 8 Malay retainers. From that time on, he and his household might have been dead for all the town saw of them. Our tradesmen made frequent trips to the place, but all their business was transacted with a Malay at the gate. I drove rapidly, and soon came in sight of my destination, which stood on a hill half a mile back from the road. 5 minutes later, I drew up before the gate, and, in response to my hail, the Malay appeared. He was a nice-looking young chap, dressed irreproachably, and spoke excellent English. I gave him my card, and after a perfunctory glance at it, he shook his head. "I am sorry, sir, but it is the master's order that no one be admitted, and, if you will pardon my saying so, least of all representatives of the press." "But my business is urgent. Serious charges have been laid against him, and it is possible that I might be the medium by which these charges may be refuted." The Malay's ivory teeth flashed a smile. "Thank you, sir, but I do not doubt that the master is able to take care of himself. Good day." This last was spoken in a tone of polite finality as he turned on his heel and walked away. I entered my car and drove back to the highway. However, I was determined to get that interview by crook, if not by hook. If I may say it, this policy of mine has made me a star reporter on the Clarion's staff. So I continued on down the road a few hundred yards and parked the car in the grove, where it was hidden well. I then took the coil of rope and made my way through the grove, which swung in a huge, narrow semicircle up the hillside to the northwest corner of the Carter grounds. Arrived there under a 15-foot wall, I looked cautiously about me. So far as I could see, I was unobserved. Just inside the wall grew a great oak, one whose major branches extended well outside. Quietly, I flung one end of my rope over this limb, fashioned a running noose, and drew the rope tight. Then slowly I wormed up the barrier. From the top I gazed down at a glory of wonderful, luxuriant flora. Stately ferns waved gently in the stirring air. Beautiful flowering shrubs were interspersed here and there, while everywhere in the emerald grass, still wet with dew, nodded strange, exotic plants. Ever the lover of flowers, I forgot my mission as I looked. There came to my nostrils odors more fragrant and elusive than any I had heretofore known. Suddenly I crouched low. On noiseless feet there passed beneath me a Malay who had emerged without warning from a clump of ferns. He paused for a moment to brush an insect from the shrubbery, then disappeared from view in a thicket of high green bushes. Stealthily, I slid to the ground and started toward the house, guiding myself by the observations I had made while on the wall. It was very likely indeed that the professor would kick me forth the instant he discovered my presence, but at any odds I should have something to tell the readers of the Clarion. Too, my audacity might count in my favor. I had not gone far before I became conscious of an odor utterly different from the others. It was vague, but none the less disquieting. A feeling of loathing and dread pervaded me, a desire to clamber back over the wall and return to the city. The scent came again, much stronger, and I stood irresolute for several minutes, fighting down a sense of faintness as well as a longing to take flight. Then I advanced. In 30 seconds I came to the edge of a small open space. At what I beheld, I put out a hand to a large fern to steady myself. In the middle of the tiny clearing grew a thing which, even now, I shudder to describe. In form it was a gigantic tree, unspeakably stunted, fully 12 feet in diameter at the base and 25 feet high, tapering to a thickness of 2 feet at the top, from which descended things, I cannot call them leaves, for all the world resembling human ears. The whole was of a dead, drab color. Dreadful as was the appearance of the thing, it was not that which made me reel as I looked. It was writhing and contorting, twisting itself into all manner of grotesque shapes. And eyes were boring into me, freezing the current of my blood. Something rustled in the grass. I looked down and saw an immense creeper snaking toward me. For the first time I observed that it was joined to the trunk of that frightful thing, and so near the ground that I had not seen it from the tall grass. With a cry of horror, I turned to run. The creeper leapt at me and fastened around my middle with horrible force. I felt something in me give way. Frantically, I struck and tore at the ghastly, sinuous girdle that encircled me, undulating like the tentacle of an octopus. Fruitless, fruitless. I was drawn relentlessly forward. I screamed. In the trunk of the thing there had appeared a mighty, red-lipped orifice. The tentacle tightened, and I was lifted off my feet toward the orifice. A beautiful girl was bending over me when I opened my eyes. She spoke in a musical tone. "Please do not move. One of your ribs is broken." A tall, gray-haired man, who had been standing in the background, now came to my bedside. "I am glad that I came in time, my boy. Otherwise—" He was Professor Carter. He presented the girl as his daughter, Isobel. Here one of the dark-skinned servants entered with some articles, which he deposited upon the center table. "I am going to set your rib," announced the professor, and forthwith he took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. When the job was finished to his satisfaction, I besought him to telephone the town for a taxicab. "I shall certainly do no such thing," he said. "I insist that you remain our guest until you are recovered." Isobel Carter proved a wonderful nurse during the 3 days that followed. Indeed, the moment I had first looked into her deep black eyes, I knew that I loved her. I should have liked to remain in bed indefinitely with her to care for me, but was ashamed to do so. On the 3rd morning I was moving cautiously about the house, she supporting my steps, although there was no need of it. The professor joined us. No mention had been made of my weird adventure on the grounds, but at my request he now told me how I had been saved from the hideous creature. Your first cry reached my ears as I was walking toward the house, and I immediately dashed in its direction. You were about to be swallowed when I arrived. I gave a sharp command, and my travesty released you." "It obeyed your command?" I exclaimed incredulously. "Precisely. It acknowledges me as its master. For 6 months, its period of life so far, I have superintended its growth and ministered to its needs." "But what is it?" A dreamy look came into Carter's eyes. "For many years my brother scientists have sought out the so-called missing link between man and ape. For my part, I dared to believe that I had discovered the link between vegetable and animal kingdoms. The creature out there, however, has, to my mind, not as yet passed the initial stage of its development. Whether it will attain the power of locomotion remains to be seen." He paused, gazing out the window, then continued. 20 years ago in Rhodesia, I chanced upon a carnivorous plant that gave me my clue. Since then, I have labored unremittingly, crossing and recrossing my specimens, and you have seen the result. It has cost me 3/4 of my fortune and countless trips to Asia and Africa. He indicated a vast pile of manuscript on the table. The life history, precedents included, of my travesty. It will form the basis of a work which, I do not doubt, will revolutionize science. Glancing at the clock, he rose to his feet. "It's feeding time. Do you care to accompany me?" I assented, and we went out. The thing remembered me, for the huge tentacles swept out in my direction, curling impotently in the empty air. I shuddered and kept my distance. A Malay appeared, leading a calf. It was lowing piteously, for it had sensed danger. The tentacle thrashed about, endeavoring to clutch the animal, which lunged back, wild with terror. The man wrapped his arm about it and hurled it forward. It was seized. A loud cracking of bones broke the momentary silence, and it was followed by an agonized cry. 6 feet from the ground, the great orifice gaped wide. The calf disappeared. A fleeting second, and the mouth closed. There was no sign of its location. The trunk was smooth and unbroken. A nausea had gripped me during the scene. The professor and the Malay were apparently indifferent. They conversed briefly. Then, linking his arm in mine, Carter led the way back to the house. As we walked thither, I broached the subject of departure. He would not hear of it, insisting that I stay until Saturday. While in his study, I had noticed an elephant gun in the corner. I asked him whether he had done any big game hunting. "That gun? Tala had me get it. He asserted that he could foretell tragedy in connection with the creature, that a day would come when I would lose control of it. I sconced the idea, but to humor him I purchased the weapon, which stands there loaded, in the event need of it arises. Still, it would assuredly break my heart if anything necessitated the slaying of my travesty." At the door of his study he excused himself and went in. Isobel carried me off to the veranda hammock. As we talked, it was inevitable that the subject of the plant thing should come up, and a shadow crossed her face as we discussed it. "Tala says that Father does not know how dangerous it is. He is right, but Father will not listen." The next morning I again went with Professor Carter to the little clearing. It was a sheep this time. The poor beast was paralyzed with fright and stood passive, waiting for death. A tentacle shot forth, waved a second, then encircled not the sheep, but Professor Carter, who seemed stricken by surprise. He ripped off an order. Off! The tentacle only tightened. Agony settled onto Carter's face. I sprang forward to drag him back. The tentacle released its hold for one lightning flash, then seized us both. We strove in vain against the vice-like cable. The Malay, with a wild cry, turned and rushed down the path, shouting as he ran. The thing was playing with us as a cat plays with mice it has caught. It could have crushed us effortlessly, but the tentacle tightened by degrees. In spite of all we could do, we felt that we were being dragged forward to where the frightful red mouth yawned. Our eyes bulged, and I could see Carter's face was taking on a greenish tinge. I extended my free arm, and our hands clasped. Then there was a roar of a gun at close quarters, and the tentacle gave a spasmodic jerk that flung us 20 feet. We rose, staggering. Tallis stood by, the smoking elephant gun in his hands, staring at the thing. Following his eyes, we discerned a large, ragged hole in its trunk, from which a stream of blood was flowing and forming a great pool on the ground. Even as we looked, the travesty went into the death agonies, and as it writhed, it emitted a sound that forever haunts me. Presently, its struggle ceased. The professor buried his face in his hands. I had not noticed Isabel's presence. Now I turned and saw her beside me, gazing with horror-filled eyes at the terrible, drooping form. I took her away from that tragic spot, for I knew that Professor Carter wished to be alone. The end of The Plant Thing by R. G. McReady. The Scarlet Night by William Sanford. From Weird Tales, March 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Here's an eerie thrill in The Scarlet Night by William Sanford. Dr. Langley was in love with my wife. This had been very evident to me for many weeks. Also, it was most evident to me that his love was entirely reciprocated. The doctor was a young, handsome fellow who bore the reputation of being more or less unscrupulous. An unpleasant story had followed him from another city, the story of the drowning of a young girl. Although the coroner's verdict had been that of accidental drowning, there were those, it was said, who thought that the doctor knew much more of the matter than had been brought to light, and rumor had it that he had left the place because he was no longer popular there. The doctor had a pleasing personality, however, and a way with him that had the effect of disarming any prejudice against him. He was, in brief, a ladies' man, possessing all of the little attentions and flatteries so dear to the heart of women, and he gave them all with a subtle manner of sincerity that made them doubly potent. The doctor's practice was fairly large, and he had also succeeded in having himself appointed local medical examiner for our town. He was deeply interested in his chosen profession, and still fascinated by the dissecting room. He owned a handsome touring car, with which, as I knew, my wife was very familiar. My wife was 25, 15 years my junior, pretty, and with much charm of manner, yet possessed of a certain hardness of nature and lack of sympathy for the suffering of others, unusual in a young woman of good breeding. She came of an excellent family, was well educated, and always had associated with good people. I had been somewhat addicted to strong drink before we were married, but had managed to keep it from her to a certain extent. She knew that I drank, but thought that it was no more than many men do at their clubs. Of my several wild sprees out of town, she had never heard. We had been married 2 years when Dr. Langley took up his practice in our town, and from the moment he made a professional call on my wife for some minor ailment, they had become intensely interested in each other. My drinking habits had increased rather than diminished since my marriage, and I no longer made an effort to keep occasional lurid fits of intoxication from her. My love of liquor became as much a part of my life as food or sleep. My position as assistant manager in a large wholesale house was fairly secure, however, and one not easy to fill, which perhaps accounted for the firm still holding me. One cold, bleak evening in November, while I was playing cards at my club, and, thanks to the rum runners who thrived in our town, drinking whiskey, I heard a strangely familiar voice call my name in greeting, and, looking up, I was overjoyed to behold an old friend of bygone days, whom I had not seen in several years. He had dropped off on his way to another city. The time was ripe for a celebration honoring our meeting. My friend produced a quart flask of whiskey from his suitcase, saying that it was the duplicate of one he had already sampled, and spoke to me of its age, strength, fine quality, and the high price he had been obliged to pay for it. Thereupon he presented it to me. I thanked him heartily, and opened the flask, and we all drank a couple of rounds from it. All that day, and the day previous, I had been drinking more or less heavily. Cards were resumed, and we played until after midnight, when, with many a handshake, I bade good-bye to my friend, who was obliged to catch a train to reach his destination the following noon. The card game being broken up, we had a farewell round of drinks, and I stumbled out into the night. The cool air revived my somewhat befuddled brain. Also, I was soon shaking with the cold. Remembering the generous-sized flask of whiskey in my pocket, the gift of my friend, I uncorked it and took a long drink, rejoicing in the fact that the bottle was still almost 2/3 full. Reaching my home, I went at once to my bedroom. My wife was seated in a chair by the window in her dressing gown. As I entered, she rose, and, without any preliminaries of speech, she asked that I at once give her a divorce, so that she might marry Dr. Langley. She said there was no reason why I should not do this, since I might then marry some woman who cared for me, and that she would be happy with the man she had learned to love. The abruptness of her request, together with the cold, matter-of-fact way in which she put it, dumbfounded me. But, hastily regaining my composure, I flatly refused any such action, told my wife that she must remain true to her marriage vows, and that nothing would ever induce me to give her the divorce she wanted. Furthermore, I told her that the doctor was a scoundrel, that many people believed he had murdered a girl before coming to our town. At this my wife became livid with fury, accused me of deliberately besmirching the doctor's character because of jealousy, and declared she would never live with me again. The next day, however, she seemed much changed. She was very agreeable, even tender to me. We walked about the little garden of our home, as we had often done in the early days of our marriage, and I felt confident that she had decided to put the doctor out of her mind, and allow our married life to go on as usual. We chatted pleasantly together at the dinner table that evening, and as usual I drank a cup of strong coffee after the meal. A few moments later, a heavy drowsiness came over me, and I knew no more. I awoke with a feeling of suffocation, as if 1,000 tons of weight were resting on my chest. I gasped for breath. I was suffering torture. All about me was blackness, impenetrable blackness. I moved my hands and encountered boards, above and to each side. Gradually, to my numbed senses, the horrible realization came to me, and the cold sweat started out of my body. I had been buried alive. The terrible realization had a tendency to clear my mind somewhat, in spite of the difficulty I encountered breathing. I saw it all now. My wife had given me some powerful drug in my coffee, a drug obtained from the doctor. They had planned and plotted the thing in case I refused to consent to a divorce. They probably had known I was still alive when I was buried. The doctor, as medical examiner, had filed some fictitious report of death from natural causes, and they had contrived a hasty funeral. How I had managed to breathe for so long in the coffin, while under the power of the drug, I did not know. Now that I was fully conscious again, I felt myself stifling. No power of imagination can picture the horror and torture of mind that my terrible predicament forced upon me. I must die a slow, terrible death, while those who were responsible for the hellish crime enjoyed themselves and went unpunished. The minutes seemed to drag into hours as I lay there struggling for breath. Suddenly, out of the horrible black stillness, I heard a noise above me. Listening, with each racked nerve on edge, I heard it come nearer, nearer. At first, I could not make it out, could not understand. And then, suddenly, the truth dawned upon me with a horrible intensity. The body snatchers were after me for the dissecting room. I tried to cry out, but was unable to make a sound because of my stifling condition. They reached the coffin, and I heard the shovel scraping against it. Then I felt myself being slowly lifted upward, and the coffin was dumped on the ground. Now I heard a voice, and my blood ran cold, for the voice was that of Dr. Langley. "The drug was an Oriental one," he was saying. "It caused a semblance of death that lasts a long time, but he probably died a few minutes after he was buried. I am anxious to dissect and see what effect that drug has on the human body." And then, with a terrible shock, I heard the voice of my wife. "I don't care. Do as you wish. I hated him from the moment he refused to give me a divorce. I would even watch you cut up his body." I struggled to rise in the coffin, gasping for the breath of life, and then the lid was pried off, and, summoning all my dying strength, I rose to my feet, waving my arms wildly back and forth, and inhaling a great breath of life-giving night air. The doctor let the shovel fall to the ground without a word, and staggered and sank to his knees, while my wife gave a hideous scream of terror. Then she snatched a knife from his kit of dissecting instruments and drew the razor-sharp blade across her throat. She then threw herself upon the prostrate doctor, her blood drenching his body. My senses reeled. I staggered forward, tripped over my coffin, and fell swooning to the ground. No one believes my story. Neither will you. I have told it to them all, but they will not believe it. I am in a hospital where they tell me I have been for several days. It is a prison hospital where guards in uniform patrol the corridors, lest even the sick try to escape. They ask me if I cannot remember that I came home that night from the club in a blind frenzy of drink and found my wife and Dr. Langley together. They tell me that I choked him with such ferocity and strength that my fingers broke into the flesh of his neck. They tell me that my wife, screaming with terror, tried to escape, and that just as the people in the adjoining apartment burst into the room, I seized a razor from the bureau and slashed her throat from ear to ear and through her body, with the blood streaming from the wound, across that of the doctor. Are they going to hang me for this double crime that I did not commit? They will not believe my story, yet every detail of it is as clear to me as the stars that shine in the heavens. The end of The Scarlet Night by William Sanford.
Skeleton Lake, an episode in camp by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Skeleton Lake, an episode in camp. The utter loneliness of our moose camp on Skeleton Lake had impressed us from the beginning. In the Quebec backwoods, 5 days by trail and canoe from civilization, and perhaps the singular name contributed a little to the sensation of eeriness that made itself felt in the camp circle when once the sun was down and the late October mists began rising from the lake and winding their way in among the tree trunks. For in these regions, all names of lakes and hills and islands have their origin in some actual event, taking either the name of a chief participant, such as Smith's Ridge, or claiming a place in the map by perpetuating some special feature of the journey or the scenery, such as Long Island, Deep Rapids, or Rainy Lake. All names thus have their meaning and are usually pretty recently acquired, while the majority are self-explanatory and suggest human and pioneer relations. Skeleton Lake, therefore, was a name full of suggestion, and though none of us knew the origin or the story of its birth, we all were conscious of a certain lugubrious atmosphere that haunted its shores and islands, and, but for the evidences of recent moose tracks in its neighborhood, we should probably have pitched our tents elsewhere. For several hundred miles in any direction, we knew of only one other party of whites. They had journeyed up on the train with us, getting in at North Bay and hailing from Boston way. A common goal and object had served by way of introduction. But the acquaintance had made little progress. This noisy, aggressive Yankee did not suit our fancy much as a possible neighbor, and it was only a slight intimacy between his chief guide, Jake the Swede, and one of our men that kept the thing going at all. They went into camp on Beaver Creek, 50 miles and more to the west of us. But that was 6 weeks ago, and seemed as many months, for days and nights pass slowly in these solitudes, and the scale of time changes wonderfully. Our men always seemed to know by instinct pretty well where the mother fellows was moving. But in the interval, no one had come across their trails, or once so much as heard their rifle shots. Our little camp consisted of the professor, his wife, a splendid shot and keen woodswoman, and myself. We had a guide apiece and hunted daily in pairs from before sunrise till dark. It was our last evening in the woods, and the professor was lying in my little wedge tent, discussing the dangers of hunting alone in couples in this way. The flap of the tent hung back, and let in fragrant odors of cooking over an open wood fire. Everywhere there were bustle and preparation, and one canoe already lay packed with moose horns, her nose pointing southwards. If an accident happened to one of them, he was saying, the survivor's story when he returned to camp would be entirely unsupported evidence, wouldn't it? Because, you see, and he went on, laying down the law after the manner of professors, until I became so bored that my attention began to wander to pictures and memories of the scenes we were just about to leave. Garden Lake, with its 100 islands, the rapids out of Round Pond, the countless vistas of forest, crimson and gold in the autumn sunshine, and the starlit nights we had spent watching in cold, cramped positions for the wary moose on lonely lakes among the hills. The hum of the professor's voice in time grew more soothing. A nod or a grunt was all the reply he looked for. Fortunately, he loathed interruptions. I think I could almost have gone to sleep under his very nose. Perhaps I did sleep for a brief interval. Then it all came about so quickly, and the tragedy of it was so unexpected and painful, throwing our peaceful camp into momentary confusion, that now it all seems to have happened with the uncanny swiftness of a dream. First, there was the abrupt ceasing of the droning voice, and then the running of quick little steps over the pine needles and the confusion of men's voices, and the next instant the professor's wife was at the tent door, hatless, her face white, her hunting bloomers bagging at the wrong places, a rifle in her hand, and her words running into one another anyhow. "Quick, Harry, it's Rushton. I was asleep and it woke me. Something's happened. You must deal with it." In a second we were outside the tent with our rifles. "My God!" I heard the professor exclaim, as if he had first made the discovery. "It is Rushton!" I saw the guides helping, dragging a man out of a canoe. A brief space of deep silence followed, in which I heard only the waves from the canoe washing up on the sand, and then immediately after came the voice of a man talking with amazing rapidity and with odd gaps between his words. It was Rushton telling his story, and the tones of his voice, now whispering, now almost shouting, mixed with sobs and solemn oaths and frequent appeals to the deity, somehow or other struck the false note at the very start, and before any of us guessed or knew anything at all, something moved secretly between his words, a shadow veiling the stars, destroying the peace of our little camp, and touching us all personally with an undefinable sense of horror and distrust. I can see that group to this day, with all the detail of a good photograph, standing halfway between the firelight and the darkness, a slight mist rising from the lake, the frosty stars, and our men, in silence, that was all sympathy, dragging Rushton across the rocks toward the campfire. Their moccasins crunched on the sand and slipped several times on the stones beneath the weight of the limp, exhausted body, and I can still see every inch of the pared cedar branch he had used for a paddle on that lonely and dreadful journey. But what struck me most, as it struck us all, was the limp exhaustion of his body compared to the strength of his utterance and the tearing rush of his words. A vigorous driving power was there at work, forcing out the tale, red-hot and throbbing, full of discrepancies and the strangest contradictions. And the nature of this driving power I first began to appreciate when they had lifted him into the circle of firelight, and I saw his face, gray under the tan, terror in the eyes, tears too, hair and beard awry, and listened to the wild stream of words pouring forth without ceasing. I think we all understood then, but it was only after many years that anyone dared to confess what he thought. There was Matt Morris, my guide, Silver Fizz, whose real name was unknown, and who bore the title of his favorite drink, and huge Hank Milligan, all ears and kind intention. And there was Rushton, pouring out his ready-made tale, with ever-shifting eyes, turning from face to face, seeking confirmation of details none had witnessed but himself, and one other. Silver Fizz was the first to recover from the shock of the thing, and to realize, with the natural sense of chivalry common to most genuine backwoodsmen, that the man was at a terrible disadvantage. At any rate, he was the first to start putting the matter to rights. "Never mind telling it just now," he said in a gruff voice, but with real gentleness. "Get a bite to eat first, and then let her go afterwards. Better have a horn of whiskey, too. It ain't all packed yet, I guess." "Couldn't eat or drink a thing," cried the other. "Good Lord, don't you see, man? I want to talk to someone first. I want to get it out of me, to someone who can answer. Answer! I've had nothing but trees to talk with for 3 days, and I can't carry it alone any longer. Those cursed silent trees. I've told it 'em 1,000 times. Now, just see here. It was this way. When we started out from camp—" He looked fearfully about him, and we realized it was useless to stop him. The story was bound to come, and come it did. Now, the story itself was nothing out of the way. Such tales are told by the dozen around any campfire where men who have knocked about in the woods are in a circle. It was the way he told it that made our flesh creep. He was near the truth all along, but he was skimming it, and the skimming took off the cream that might have saved his soul. Of course, he smothered it in words, odd words, too melodramatic, poetic, out-of-the-way words that lie just on the edge of frenzy. Of course, too, he kept asking us each in turn, scanning our faces with those restless, frightened eyes of his, "What would you have done? What else could I do? And was that my fault?" But that was nothing, for he was no milk and water fellow who dealt in hints and suggestions. He told his story boldly, forcing his conclusions upon us as if we had been so many wax cylinders of a phonograph that would repeat accurately what had been told us. And these questions I have mentioned he used to emphasize any special point that he seemed to think required such emphasis. The fact was, however, the picture of what had actually happened was so vivid still in his own mind that it reached ours by a process of telepathy which he could not control or prevent. All through his true-false words this picture stood forth in fearful detail against the shadows behind him. He could not veil, much less obliterate it. We knew, and I always thought, he knew that we knew. The story itself, as I have said, was sufficiently ordinary. Jake and himself in a 9-foot canoe had upset in the middle of a lake, and had held hands across the upturned craft for several hours, eventually cutting holes in her ribs to stick their arms through and grasp hands lest the numbness of the cold water should overcome them. They were miles from shore, and the wind was drifting them down upon a little island. But when they got within a few hundred yards of the island, they realized to their horror that they would, after all, drift past it. It was then the quarrel began. Jake was for leaving the canoe and swimming. Rushton believed in waiting till they actually had passed the island and were sheltered from the wind. Then they could make the island easily by swimming, canoe and all. But Jake refused to give in, and after a short struggle, Rushton admitted there was a struggle, got free from the canoe, and disappeared without a single cry. Rushton held on and proved the correctness of his theory, and finally made the island, canoe and all, after being in the water over 5 hours. He described to us how he crawled up onto the shore and fainted at once with his feet lying half in the water, how lost and terrified he felt upon regaining consciousness in the dark. The canoe had drifted away, and his extraordinary luck in finding it caught again at the end of the island by a projecting cedar branch. He told us that the little axe, another bit of real luck, had caught in the thwart when the canoe turned over, and how the little bottle in his pocket holding the emergency matches was whole and dry. He made a blazing fire and searched the island from end to end, calling upon Jake in the darkness, but getting no answer, till finally so many half-drowned men seemed to come crawling out of the water onto the rocks and vanish among the shadows when he came up with them, that he lost his nerve completely and returned to lie down by the fire till the daylight came. He then cut a bough to replace the lost paddles, and after one more useless search for his lost companion, he got into the canoe, fearing every moment he would upset again, and crossed over to the mainland. He knew roughly the position of our camping place, and after paddling day and night and making many weary portages, without food or covering, he reached us 2 days later. This more or less was the story, and we, knowing whereof he spoke, knew that every word was literally true, and at the same time went to the building up of a hideous and prodigious lie. Once the recital was over, he collapsed, and Silver Fizz, after a general expression of sympathy from the rest of us, came again to the rescue. "But now, mister, you just got to eat and drink whether you've a mind to or no." And Matt Morris, cook that night, soon had the fried trout and bacon and the wheat cakes and hot coffee passing around a rather silent and oppressed circle. So we ate round the fire ravenously, as we had eaten every night for the past 6 weeks, but with this difference, that there was one among us who was more than ravenous, and he gorged. In spite of all our devices, he somehow kept himself the center of observation. When his tin mug was empty, Morris instantly passed the tea pail. When he began to mop up the bacon grease with the dough on his fork, Hank reached out for the frying pan, and the can of steaming boiled potatoes was always by his side. And there was another difference as well. He was sick, terribly sick before the meal was over, and this sudden nausea after food was more eloquent than words of what the man had passed through on his dreadful, foodless, ghost-haunted journey of 40 miles to our camp. In the darkness he thought he would go crazy, he said. There were voices in the trees, and figures were always lifting themselves out of the water or from behind boulders to look at him and make awful signs. Jake constantly peered at him through the underbrush, and everywhere the shadows were moving, with eyes, footsteps, and following shapes. We tried hard to talk of other things, but it was no use, for he was bursting with the rehearsal of his story and refused to allow himself the chances we were so willing and anxious to grant him. After a good night's rest, he might have had more self-control and better judgment, and would probably have acted differently. But as it was, we found it impossible to help him. Once the pipes were lit and the dishes cleared away, it was useless to pretend any longer. The sparks from the burning logs zigzagged upwards into a sky brilliant with stars. It was all wonderfully still and peaceful, and the forest odors floated to us on the sharp autumn air. The cedar fire smelt sweet, and we could just hear the gentle wash of the tiny waves along the shore. All was calm, beautiful, and remote from the world of men and passion. It was indeed a night to touch the soul, and yet I think none of us heeded these things. A bull moose might almost have thrust his great head over our shoulders and have escaped unnoticed. The death of Jake the Swede, with its sinister setting, was the real presence that held the center of the stage and compelled attention. "You won't perhaps care to come along, mister," said Morris, by way of a beginning, "but I guess I'll go with one of the boys here and have a hunt for it." "Sure," said Hank. "Jake and I done some biggish trips together in the old days, and I'll do that much for him." "It's deep water, they tell me, round them islands," added Silver Fizz, "but we'll find it, sure, Pop, if it's thar." And they all spoke of the body as it. There was a minute or two of heavy silence, and then Rushton again burst out with his story in almost the identical words he had used before. It was almost as if he had learned it by heart. He wholly failed to appreciate the efforts of the others to let him off. Silver Fizz rushed in, hoping to stop him, Morris and Hank closely following his lead. "I once knew another traveling partner of his," he began quickly. "Used to live down Moose Jaw Rapids way." "Is that so?" said Hank. "Kind of useful sort of feller," chimed in Morris. All the idea the men had was to stop the tongue wagging before the discrepancies became so glaring that we should be forced to take notice of them and ask questions. But just as well tried to stop an angry bull moose on the run, or prevent Beaver Creek from freezing in midwinter by throwing in pebbles near the shore. Out it came, and though the discrepancy this time was insignificant, it somehow brought us all in a second face to face with the inevitable and dreaded climax. And so I tramped all over that little bit of an island, hoping he might somehow have gotten in without my knowing it, and always thinking I heard that awful last cry of his in the darkness. And then the night dropped down impenetrably like a damn thick blanket out of the sky, and all eyes fell away from his face. Hank poked up the logs with his boot, and Morris seized an ember in his bare fingers to light his pipe, although it was already emitting clouds of smoke. But the professor caught the ball flying. "I thought you said he sank without a cry," he remarked quietly, looking straight up into the frightened face opposite, and then riddling mercilessly the confused explanation that followed. The cumulative effect of all these forces, hitherto so rigorously repressed, now made itself felt, and the circle spontaneously broke up, everybody moving at once by a common instinct. The professor's wife left the party abruptly, with excuses about an early start next morning. She first shook hands with Rushton, mumbling something about his comfort in the night. The question of his comfort, however, devolved by force of circumstances upon myself, and he shared my tent just before wrapping up in my double blankets, for the night was bitterly cold. He turned and began to explain that he had a habit of talking in his sleep, and hoped I would wake him if he disturbed me by doing so. Well, he did talk in his sleep, and it disturbed me very much indeed. The anger and violence of his words remain with me to this day, and it was clear in a minute that he was living over again some portion of the scene upon the lake. I listened, horror-struck, for a moment or two, and then understood that I was face to face with one of two alternatives. I must continue an unwilling eavesdropper, or I must waken him. The former was impossible for me, yet I shrank from the latter with the greatest repugnance. And in my dilemma, I saw the only way out of the difficulty and at once accepted it. Cold though it was, I crawled stealthily out of my warm sleeping bag and left the tent, intending to keep the old fire alight under the stars and spend the remaining hours till daylight in the open. As soon as I was out, I noticed at once another figure moving silently along the shore. It was Hank Milligan, and it was plain enough what he was doing. He was examining the holes that had been cut in the upper ribs of the canoe. He looked half ashamed when I came up with him, and mumbled something about not being able to sleep for the cold. But there, standing together beside the overturned canoe, we both saw that the holes were far too small for a man's hand and arm, and could not possibly have been cut by two men hanging on for their lives in deep water. These holes had been made afterwards. Hank said nothing to me, and I said nothing to Hank, and presently he moved off to collect logs for the fire, which needed replenishing, for it was a piercingly cold night, and there were many degrees of frost. 3 days later, Hank and Silver Fizz followed with stumbling footsteps the old Indian trail that leads from Beaver Creek to the southwards. A hammock was slugged between them, and it weighed heavily. Yet neither of the men complained, and indeed, speech between them was almost nothing. Their thoughts, however, were exceedingly busy, and the terrible secret of the woods which formed their burden weighed far more heavily than the uncouth shifting mass that lay in the swinging hammock and tugged so severely at their shoulders. They had found it in 4 feet of water, not more than a couple of yards from the lee shore of the island, and in the back of the head was a long, terrible wound which no man could possibly have inflicted upon himself. End of Skeleton Lake, an episode in camp.
The Striding Place by Gertrude Atherton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. The Striding Place by Gertrude Atherton. Weigel, continental and detached, tired early of grouse shooting. To stand propped against a sod fence while his host's workmen routed up the birds with long poles and drove him towards the waiting guns, made him feel himself a parody on the ancestors who had roamed the moors and forests of this West Riding of Yorkshire, in hot pursuit of game worth the killing. But when in England in August, he always accepted whatever proffered for the season, and invited his host to shoot pheasants on his estates in the south. The amusements of life, he argued, should be accepted with the same philosophy as its ills. It had been a bad day. A heavy rain had made the moor so spongy that it fairly sprang beneath the feet. Whether or not the grouse had haunts of their own, wherein they were immune from rheumatism, the bag had been small. The women, too, were an unusually dull lot, with the exception of a new-minded debutante, who bothered Weigel at dinner by demanding the verbal restoration of the vague paintings on the vaulted roof above them. But it was no one of these things that sat on Weigel's mind as, when the other men went up to bed, he let himself out of the castle and sauntered down to the river. His intimate friend, the companion of his boyhood, the chum of his college days, his fellow traveler in many lands, the man for whom he possessed stronger affection than for all men, had mysteriously disappeared 2 days ago, and his track might have sprung to the upper air for all trace he had left behind him. He had been a guest on the adjoining estate during the past week, shooting with the fervor of the true sportsman, making love in the intervals to Adeline Cavan, and apparently in the best of spirits. As far as was known, there was nothing to lower his mental mercury, for his rent roll was a large one. Miss Cavan blushed whenever he looked at her, and being one of the best shots in England, he was never happier than in August. The suicide theory was preposterous, all agreed, and there was as little reason to believe him murdered. Nevertheless, he had walked out of March Abbey 2 nights ago without hat or overcoat, and had not been seen since. The country was being patrolled night and day. 100 keepers and workmen were beating the woods and poking the bogs on the moors, but as yet not so much as a handkerchief had been found. Weigel did not believe for a moment that Wyatt Gifford was dead, and although it was impossible not to be affected by the general uneasiness, he was disposed to be more angry than frightened. At Cambridge, Gifford had been an incorrigible practical joker, and by no means had outgrown the habit. It would be like him to cut across the country in his evening clothes, board a cattle train, and amuse himself touching up the picture of the sensation in West Riding. However, Weigel's affection for his friend was too deep to companion with tranquillity in the present state of doubt, and instead of going to bed early with the other men, he determined to walk until ready for sleep. He went down to the river and followed the path through the woods. There was no moon, but the stars sprinkled their cold light upon the pretty belt of water flowing placidly past wood and ruin, between green masses of overhanging rocks or sloping banks tangled with tree and shrub, leaping occasionally over stones with the harsh notes of an angry scold, to recover its equanimity the moment the way was clear again. It was very dark in the depths where Weigel trod. He smiled as he recalled a remark of Gifford's. An English wood is like a good many other things in life, very promising at a distance, but a hollow mockery when you get within. You see daylight on both sides, and the sun freckles the very bracken. Our woods need the night to make them seem what they ought to be, what they once were. Before our ancestors' descendants demanded so much more money in these so much more various days. Weigel strode along, smoking and thinking of his friend, his pranks, many of which had done more credit to his imagination than this, and recalling conversations that had lasted the night through. Just before the end of the London season, they had walked the streets one hot night after a party, discussing the various theories of the soul's destiny. That afternoon they had met at the coffin of a college friend whose mind had been a blank for the past 3 years. Some months previously they had called at the asylum to see him. His expression had been senile, his face imprinted with a record of debauchery. In death, the face was placid, intelligent, without ignoble lineation, the face of the man they had known at college. Weigel and Gifford had had no time to comment there, and the afternoon and evening were full. But coming forth from the house of festivity together, they had reverted almost at once to the topic. "I cherish the theory," Gifford had said, "that the soul sometimes lingers in the body after death. During madness, of course, it is an impotent prisoner, albeit a conscious one. Fancy its agony and its horror. What more natural than that? When the life-spark goes out, the tortured soul should take possession of the vacant skull and triumph once more for a few hours while old friends look their last. It has had time to repent while compelled to crouch and behold the result of its work, and it has shrived itself into a state of comparative purity. If I had my way, I should stay inside my bones until the coffin had gone into its niche, that I might obviate for my poor old comrade the tragic impersonality of death. And I should like to see justice done to it, as it were, to see it lowered among its ancestors with the ceremony and solemnity that are its due. I am afraid that if I dissevered myself too quickly, I should yield to curiosity and hasten to investigate the mysteries of space." "You believe in the soul as an independent entity, then that it and the vital principle are not one and the same." "Absolutely. The body and soul are twins, life comrades, sometimes friends, sometimes enemies, but always loyal in the last instance. Some day, when I am tired of the world, I shall go to India and become a Mahatma, solely for the pleasure of receiving proof during life of this independent relationship. Suppose you were not sealed up properly and returned after one of your astral flights to find your earthly part unfit for habitation. It is an experiment I don't think I should care to try, unless even juggling with soul and flesh had palled. That would not be an uninteresting predicament. I should rather enjoy experimenting with broken machinery." The high wild roar of water smote suddenly upon Weigel's ear and checked his memories. He left the wood and walked out on the huge slippery stones which nearly closed the river wharf at this point, and watched the waters boil down into the narrow pass with their furious, untiring energy. The black quiet of the woods rose high on either side. The stars seemed colder and whiter just above. On either hand, the perspective of the river might have run into a rayless cavern. There was no lonelier spot in England, nor one which had the right to claim so many ghosts, if ghosts there were. Weigel was not a coward, but he recalled uncomfortably the tales of those that had been done to death in the Strid. Wordsworth's Boy of Egremont had been disposed of by the practical Whitaker, but countless others, more venturesome than wise, had gone down into that narrow boiling course, never to appear in the still pool a few yards beyond. Below the great rocks which formed the walls of the Strid was believed to be a natural vault, onto whose shelves the dead were drawn. The spot had an ugly fascination. Weigel stood, visioning skeletons, uncoffined and green, the home of the eyeless things which had devoured all that had covered and filled that rattling symbol of man's mortality, then fell to wondering if anyone had attempted to leap the Strid of late. It was covered with slime. He had never seen it look so treacherous. He shuddered and turned away, impelled, despite his manhood, to flee the spot. As he did so, something tossing in the foam below the fall, something as white, yet independent of it, caught his eye and arrested his step. Then he saw that it was describing a contrary motion to the rushing water, an upward-backward motion. Weigel stood rigid, breathless. He fancied he heard the crackling of his hair. Was that a hand? It thrust itself still higher above the boiling foam, turned sideways, and 4 frantic fingers were distinctly visible against the black rock beyond. Weigel's superstitious terror left him. A man was there, struggling to free himself from the suction beneath the strid, swept down doubtless but a moment before his arrival, perhaps as he stood with his back to the current. He stepped as close to the edge as he dared. The hand doubled as if in imprecation, shaking savagely in the face of that force which leaves its creatures to immutable law, then spread wide again, clutching, expanding, crying for help as audibly as the human voice. Weigel dashed to the nearest tree, dragged and twisted off a branch with his strong arms, and returned as swiftly to the strid. The hand was in the same place, still gesticulating as wildly. The body was undoubtedly caught in the rocks below, perhaps already halfway along one of those hideous shelves. Weigel let himself down upon a lower rock, braced his shoulder against the mass beside him. Then, leaning out over the water, thrust the branch into the hand. The fingers clutched it convulsively. Weigel tugged powerfully. His own feet dragged perilously near the edge. For a moment he produced no impression. Then an arm shot above the waters. The blood sprang to Weigel's head. He was choked with the impression that the strid had him in her roaring hold, and he saw nothing. Then the mist cleared. The hand and arm were nearer, although the rest of the body was still concealed by the foam. Weigel peered out with distended eyes. The meager light revealed in the cuff's links of a peculiar device. The fingers clutching the branch were as familiar. Weigel forgot the slippery stones, the terrible death if he stepped too far. He pulled with passionate will and muscle. Memories flung themselves into the hot light of his brain, trooping rapidly upon each other's heels, as in the thought of the drowning. Most of the pleasures of his life, good and bad, were identified in some way with this friend. Scenes of college days, of travel, where they had deliberately sought adventure and stood between one another and death upon more occasions than one, of hours of delightful companionship among the treasures of art, and others in the pursuit of pleasure, flashed like the changing particles of a kaleidoscope. Weigel had loved several women, but he would have flouted in these moments the thought that he had ever loved any woman as he loved Wyatt Gifford. There were so many charming women in the world, and in the 32 years of his life he had never known another man to whom he had cared to give his intimate friendship. He threw himself on his face. His wrists were cracking. The skin was torn from his hands. The fingers still gripped the stick. There was life in them yet. Suddenly something gave way. The hand swung about, tearing the branch from Weigel's grasp. The body had been liberated and flung outward, though still submerged by the foam and spray. Weigel scrambled to his feet and sprang along the rocks, knowing that the danger from suction was over, and that Gifford must be carried straight to the quiet pool. Gifford was a fish in the water, and could live under it longer than most men. If he survived this, it would not be the first time that his pluck and science had saved him from drowning. Weigel reached the pool. A man in his evening clothes floated on it, his face turned towards a projecting rock over which his arm had fallen, upholding the body. The hand that had held the branch hung limply over the rock, its white reflection visible in the black water. Weigel plunged into the shallow pool, lifted Gifford in his arms, and returned to the bank. He laid the body down and threw off his coat that he might be the freer to practice the methods of resuscitation. He was glad of the moment's respite. The valiant life in the man might have been exhausted in that last struggle. He had not dared to look at his face, to put his ear to the heart. The hesitation lasted but a moment. There was no time to lose. He turned to his prostrate friend. As he did so, something strange and disagreeable smote his senses. For a half moment he did not appreciate its nature. Then his teeth clacked together. His feet, his outstretched arms pointed towards the woods. But he sprang to the side of the man and bent down and peered into his face. There was no face. End of the striding place.
The Torture by Hope by Villiers de l'Isle-Adam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Torture by Hope by Villiers de l'Isle-Adam. Many years ago, as evening was closing in, the venerable Pedro Arbuez de Espilla, sixth prior of the Dominicans of Segovia and third Grand Inquisitor of Spain, followed by a Fra Redemptor and preceded by two familiars of the Holy Office, the latter carrying lanterns, made their way to a subterranean dungeon. The bolt of a massive door creaked, and they entered a mephitic in pace, where the dim light revealed between rings fastened to the wall a blood-stained rack, a brazier, and a jug. On a pile of straw, loaded with fetters, and his neck encircled by an iron carcan, sat a haggard man of uncertain age, clothed in rags. This prisoner was no other than Rabbi Assar Abarbanel, a Jew of Aragon, who, accused of usury and pitiless scorn for the poor, had been daily subjected to torture for more than a year. Yet his blindness was as dense as his hide, and he had refused to abjure his faith. Proud of affiliation dating back thousands of years, proud of his ancestors, for all Jews worthy of the name are vain of their blood, he descended Talmudically from Athoniel and consequently from Ipsiboa, the wife of the last judge of Israel, a circumstance which had sustained his courage amid incessant torture. With tears in his eyes at the thought of this resolute soul rejecting salvation, the venerable Pedro Arbuez de Espilla, approaching the shuddering rabbi, addressed him as follows: "My son, rejoice, your trials here below are about to end. If in the presence of such obstinacy I was forced to permit with deep regret the use of great severity, my task of fraternal correction has its limits. You are the fig tree which, having failed so many times to bear fruit, at last withered, but God alone can judge your soul. Perhaps infinite mercy will shine upon you at the last moment. We must hope so. There are examples. So sleep in peace tonight. Tomorrow you will be included in the auto de fe, that is, you will be exposed to the quemadero, the symbolical flames of the everlasting fire. It burns, as you know, only at a distance, my son, and death is at least 2 hours, often 3 in coming, on account of the wet iced bandages with which we protect the heads and hearts of the condemned. There will be 43 of you. Placed in the last row, you will have time to invoke God and offer to him this baptism of fire, which is of the Holy Spirit, hope in the light, and rest." With these words, having signed to his companions to unchain the prisoner, the prior tenderly embraced him. Then came the turn of the Fra Redemptor, who, in a low tone, entreated the Jew's forgiveness for what he had made him suffer for the purpose of redeeming him. Then the two familiars silently kissed him. This ceremony over, the captive was left, solitary and bewildered in the darkness. Rabbi Assar Abarbanel, with parched lips and visage worn by suffering, at first gazed at the closed door with vacant eyes. Closed? The word unconsciously roused a vague fancy in his mind, the fancy that he had seen for an instant the light of the lanterns through a chink between the door and the wall. A morbid idea of hope, due to the weakness of his brain, stirred his whole being. He dragged himself toward the strange appearance. Then, very gently and cautiously, slipping one finger into the crevice, he drew the door toward him. Marvelous! By an extraordinary accident, the familiar who closed it had turned the huge key an instant before it struck the stone casing, so that the rusty bolt not having entered the hole, the door again rolled on its hinges. The rabbi ventured to glance outside. By the aid of a sort of luminous dusk, he distinguished at first a semicircle of walls indented by winding stairs, and opposite to him, at the top of 5 or 6 stone steps, a sort of black portal, opening into an immense corridor, whose first arches only were visible from below. Stretching himself flat, he crept to the threshold. Yes, it was really a corridor, but endless in length. A wan light illumined it. Lamps suspended from the vaulted ceiling lightened at intervals the dull hue of the atmosphere. The distance was veiled in shadow. Not a single door appeared in the whole extent, only on one side. The left, heavily grated loophole, sunk in the walls, admitted a light which must be that of evening, for crimson bars at intervals rested on the flags of the pavement. What a terrible silence! Yet yonder, at the far end of that passage, there might be a doorway of escape. The Jew's vacillating hope was tenacious, for it was the last. Without hesitating, he ventured on the flags, keeping close under the loopholes, trying to make himself part of the blackness of the long walls. He advanced slowly, dragging himself along on his breast, forcing back the cry of pain when some raw wound sent a keen pang through his whole body. Suddenly the sound of a sandaled foot approaching reached his ears. He trembled violently. Fear stifled him. His sight grew dim. Well, it was over, no doubt. He pressed himself into a niche and, half lifeless with terror, waited. It was a familiar hurrying along. He passed swiftly by, holding in his clenched hand an instrument of torture, a frightful figure, and vanished. The suspense which the rabbi had endured seemed to have suspended the functions of life, and he lay nearly an hour unable to move. Fearing an increase of tortures if he were captured, he thought of returning to his dungeon. But the old hope whispered in his soul, that divine, perhaps, which comforts us in our sorest trials. A miracle had happened. He could doubt no longer. He began to crawl toward the chance of escape. Exhausted by suffering and hunger, trembling with pain, he pressed onward. The sepulchral corridor seemed to lengthen mysteriously, while he, still advancing, gazed into the gloom where there must be some avenue of escape. Oh! He again heard footsteps, but this time they were slower, more heavy. The white and black forms of 2 inquisitors appeared, emerging from the obscurity beyond. They were conversing in low tones, and seemed to be discussing some important subject, for they were gesticulating vehemently. At this spectacle, Rabbi Asera Barbanel closed his eyes. His heart beat so violently that it almost suffocated him. His rags were damp with the cold sweat of agony. He lay motionless by the wall, his mouth wide open under the rays of a lamp, praying to the God of David. Just opposite to him, the 2 inquisitors paused under the light of the lamp, doubtless owing to some accident due to the course of their argument. One, while listening to his companion, gazed at the rabbi, and beneath the look, whose absence of expression the hapless man did not at first notice, he fancied he again felt the burning pincer scorch his flesh. He was to be once more a living wound. Fainting, breathless, with fluttering eyelids, he shivered at the touch of the monk's floating robe. But strange, yet natural fact, the inquisitor's gaze was evidently that of a man deeply absorbed in his intended reply. Engrossed by what he was hearing, his eyes were fixed, and seemed to look at the Jew without seeing him. In fact, after the lapse of a few minutes, the two gloomy figures slowly pursued their way, still conversing in low tones, toward the place whence the prisoner had come. He had not been seen. Amid the horrible confusion of the rabbi's thoughts, the idea darted through his brain. Can I be already dead that they did not see me? A hideous impression aroused him from his lethargy, and looking at the wall against which his face was pressed, he imagined he beheld two fierce eyes watching him. He flung his head back in a sudden frenzy of fright, his hair fairly bristling, yet no. His hand groped over the stones. It was the reflection of the Inquisitor's eyes, still retained in his own, which had been refracted from two spots on the wall. Forward! He must hasten toward that goal which he fancied, absurdly no doubt, to be deliverance, toward the darkness from which he was now barely 30 paces distant. He pressed forward faster on his knees, his hands at full length, dragging himself painfully along, and soon entered the dark portion of this terrible corridor. Suddenly the poor wretch felt a gust of cold air on the hands resting upon the flags. It came from under the little door, to which the two walls led. Oh, heaven! If that door should open outward! Every nerve in the miserable fugitive's body thrilled with hope. He examined it from top to bottom, though scarcely able to distinguish its outlines in the surrounding darkness. He passed his hand over it. No bolt, no lock, a latch! He started up. The latch yielded to the pressure of his thumb. The door silently swung open before him. "Hallelujah!" murmured the rabbi in a transport of gratitude as, standing on the threshold, he beheld the scene before him. The door had opened into the gardens, above which arched a starlit sky, into spring, liberty, life. It revealed the neighboring fields, stretching toward the Sierras, whose sinuous blue lines were relieved against the horizon. Yonder lay freedom. Oh, to escape! He would journey all night through the lemon groves whose fragrance reached him. Once in the mountains, and he was safe. He inhaled the delicious air. The breeze revived him. His lungs expanded. He felt in his swelling heart the veni foras of Lazarus. And to thank once more the God who had bestowed this mercy upon him, he extended his arms, raising his eyes toward heaven. It was an ecstasy of joy. Then he fancied he saw the shadow of his arms approach him, fancied that he felt these shadowy arms enclose, embrace him, and that he was pressed tenderly to someone's breast. A tall figure actually did stand directly before him. He lowered his eyes and remained motionless, gasping for breath, dazed, with fixed eyes, fairly driveling with terror. Horror! He was in the clasp of the Grand Inquisitor himself, the venerable Pedro Arboez de Aspilia, who gazed at him with tearful eyes, like a good shepherd who had found his stray lamb. The dark-robed priest pressed the hapless Jew to his heart with so fervent an outburst of love that the edges of the monocle haircloth rubbed the Dominican's breast. And while a Sarah Barbanel, with protruding eyes, gasped in agony in the ascetic's embrace, vaguely comprehending that all the phases of this fatal evening were only a prearranged torture, that of hope, the Grand Inquisitor, with an accent of touching reproach and a look of consternation, murmured in his ear, his breath parched and burning from long fasting. "What, my son? On the eve, perchance, of salvation, you wish to leave us?" End of The Torture by Hope.